Welcome to all of you, and as a personal word, I just want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to begin trying to put this theory, which I call structural psychoanalysis, to make it very clear. We'll see in a little bit why I chose that. It is certainly it's certainly a Neo-Jungian point of view, and I'll say something about why I would designate it as Neo-Jungian. But I intend for us to try to understand that what my goal is to try to move us past these tribal cultic traditions in psychoanalysis to some new places where we can actually honor each other more, try to learn from each other more, and try to learn from other sources more so that we can do a better job of trying to help our people that are our charge. In any case, there's some material on my journey, which I don't have time to get into right now. Perhaps later we can talk about that. I have had probably more analysis in psychotherapy than any other living person, and from different schools of thought. I don't regret it. There's been a lot of work to do, and I'm still, like you, trying to optimize my integration. And my wife and friends will tell you that there's still a ways to go, so I shouldn't get bored at this point in my life, right? So in any case, but I'll just say at the outset, in the summer of 1965, a young professor, I want to honor him. I honor him in the foreword, in the preface to this new book, Facing the Dragon, that's just coming out. Young professor by the name of Frank Bacchus, who was a University of Chicago PhD. I was in Dallas at the time studying at Southern Methodist University, and I took this course with Frank as a young pup, wet behind the ears, in my early 20s. And Frank lifted up this vision, this integrative vision of how you could take theoretical biology, systems theory, Jungian psychology, and Whiteheadian philosophy, and try to actually see things whole. And it was like somebody had popped LSD in my coffee. I mean, blew my mind as a young pup, and I've been pursuing that ever since. And it's taken a long time and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and money. But I haven't ever regretted it. And that's what the fruition of this, I really owe to Frank Bacchus in 1965, because he showed me a vision, and I've been working on it. Over the years, I have not only had Freudian analyses. My first book was a Freudian book. I have done extensive work, as you know, with Adler, Adlerian work. At that time, there wasn't any accessibility to Jung in Chicago. And then later I did Jungian training. So I say to people, well, I'm a Jungian not because I don't know anything else. I'm a Jungian by choice because I think it is the only psychology that has the potential of being large enough to really hold the human with respect. And that does not mean I do not appreciate the contributions of other folks who have focused on much more regional concerns in psychology or research, because they all have a place. But so over the years, and Catherine and I were comparing notes last night about all the different folks that we've let mess with our minds over the years, and we can compare notes on that, you know. But I had an intellectual interest in comparative theories back in '65, and that has never stopped. I've taught comparative philosophy at the university level, comparative spiritual traditions, comparative psychotherapies, comparative psychoanalytic theories, comparative mythology, all these years. And so what I'm trying to offer you is some of the fruits of that before I die. because some of you know that at my age, you begin to be very aware that time is limited. And if you're going to make your offering, you need to make it. So hence this weekend, and hopefully, as our Islamic friends say, inshallah, God willing, for a while longer here, so I can offer what I've learned. So in any case, I've had an intellectual interest in all these things, but it's also been personal interest. Again, we can compare notes about the various way we were shaped. I'll have an opportunity to do that, to give an example of the way my theory applies to me, and you can think about how it applies to you. But in any case, so this has been an existential quest as well. So what I want to do is very fast take us through what I think is the journey up to where I believe we are today and need to be facing the challenge of an adequate theory for integrative psychotherapy. And I say facing the challenge because there's a lot of theory out there, and a lot of people are afraid of it because it is such a thick morass. It's such a swamp, like one of those Louisiana swamps. But I'm one of these persons that believes that you got to face the fact that all therapy is heavily theory laden. And I learned from Tillich many years ago that you may not think your therapy is theory laden. You may not have studied enough to know what theory is implicit in your actual practice, but in truth, there is either an implicit or explicit theoretical framework behind all practices in therapy. And sometimes the overt framework relates to what is actually done, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the implicit theory and a set of assumptions, as Adler would say, the assumptive world, is very unconscious to the healer. Now, this does not mean that the healer can't do a good job, because a lot of being a good healer, a practitioner of what I like to call, I think we're all practitioners of street magic to the extent that we're any good. That is to say, this is not merely some academic enterprise to us. We're down there wrestling with the forces of death that try to destroy people, and in the course of it, try to destroy us. Welcome. Tell us your name.
I got lost. I'm Nyla.
Nyla, welcome. We'll learn more about you later. Okay. In any case, so I want to just walk us through quickly through some of the assumptive world that leads us to be here today. And in another setting, we'll have more time to discuss this. But what I want you to get out just looking at these three pioneers of psychoanalytic theory is to focus on the importance of the different theories of the unconscious and how they actually viewed what they did, how they looked at it, the influence of their theoretical assumptions upon the way they looked at dreams. Some of you talked about dream work. When a dream does not interpret itself, some Hillmanian fantasies to the contrary. A dream does not provide a theory for its own interpretation. And when somebody approaches a dream and begins to try to unpack a dream, there will be tremendous assumptions about the psyche and about the plumbing, I like to say, underneath the imagination. There are people today in the academic world and in very, very smart people, otherwise very smart people, who think that you can have you can have a sophisticated theory of the approach to the imagination without understanding a plumbing that undergirds it. To me, that's intellectually bogus. The imagination, as Jung argued, sits on a 2 million year old self. And so you can have different theories about the plumbing, but not to address the plumbing is, in my view, an intellectual cop-out. And if you try to tell students, including psychology students, graduate-level psychology students, or postgraduate analytical candidates, that the imagination interprets itself without benefit of plumbing, to me that is intellectual sort of charlatanry. But anyway, so many of you could teach in a sophisticated course on Freud. And, there are many things one can emphasize, but, Freud thought that the unconscious was very primal, very powerful, chaotic in its energy and effects, pressing from within very heavily on individuals, pressing very heavily from within on individuals. The primary model of Freud's understanding of the psyche, the classical view, which got tweaked a lot and fiddled with and changed a lot later, but the very primal view is that the it is hugely powerful and it's terribly difficult to regulate for human beings. And human beings engage in all sorts of self-deception as they attempt to struggle with the implications of having this thing in them. And so ego defenses, all the theory we've had of ego defenses, all of the understanding of repression, all of those things were predicated on a view that the it is pressing in a way that makes people so anxious they want to die if they can't have adequate defense mechanisms. I mean, that is a fundamental classical Freudian vision. As you will see later, I've come to appreciate Freud more about this in recent years, because there are certain ways in which I think he was right. In any case, though, in Freud, you do not look to the unconscious for ordering, for real ordering. You don't look to the unconscious for real ordering. His theory, and this is important, and I'm going to use this to differentiate between theories. His theory is a chaos, order, chaos theory in that sequence. Chaos, order, chaos. That is the fundamental substrate. In other words, his implicit ontology, we would say in doctoral courses, his implicit theory of being is that being is fundamentally chaotic, and that any order you achieve, whether it's civilizational order or personal order, is a tenuous achievement and soon to be undone. You see, I mean, that's why he took cocaine. To help him with that. Views of being, in other words, are psychologically significant. And in any case, though, there is no structure in the sense of a Jungian perspective to the deep, archaic unconscious. It is a huge cauldron of energy. And although Freud intuited and in his earliest work discussed structures that I would argue are talking about the collective unconscious, he did not go that route. It was too close to what Jung. He did not amplify that. But there is a sense in which even his theory of incest and his theory of the Oedipal conflict is really an attempt to address the collective unconscious. But he never admitted it, and his successors have never, ever even going anywhere near there. They didn't go as near there as Freud did. So in some other seminar, I'll teach that material in much greater depth. But what I want you to get is, you don't look to the unconscious for guidance. You simply face what you're dealing with. He could have written this book, Facing the Dragon, because there's something that, from his point of view, trying to eat you, and you better wake up and face it. So when he came at dreams, I'll just use dream interpretation as the modeling. When he came at dreams, for Freud, dreams lied. It was their job to lie. And the psychic mechanism of the unconscious, to the extent that your unconscious mechanisms enabled you to lie, that was how well you could deal with your anxiety. Because if the mechanisms in the psyche were not able effectively, this is why the idea of defense mechanism. If your psychic machinery was not able adequately to defend against knowing what is going on in the psyche, your anxiety level goes up. And so you could say, to the extent that the psyche is unable to not know, it gets more anxious and dysfunctional. So in other words, that repression barrier, it's your bulwark. And then hopefully, if you get more materialist personality, you'll be able to your defenses will be strong enough that you can gradually begin to let some of that primitive energy in a creative way to fuel your loving and working, right? You with me on that? The important thing is, though, when you're looking at a dream, you're trying to decode that dream to figure out how it's lying. You're not really, if you're a classical Freudian, you're not looking to that dream for guidance about what to do with this personality, except in the sense that you can get clues in that dream about the particular shape of their lying and the places where they're failing to be able to lie well enough. And so the truth is sneaking through and creating symptoms. A paraphraxis, you know what a slip of the tongue? A paraphraxis is when the truth begins to slip through the sphincters of the psyche. That's what that is. Are you with me on that? Okay. Now, Adler. Freud accused Adler of being an ego psychologist. In fact, Adler was really probably the first ego psychologist. It is as true to say that, for example, Erik Erikson in his work are neo-Adlerian as it is to say that Erik Erikson's work is neo-Freudian. Because the reason there was so much tension between Freud and Adler was that Adler put so much emphasis on the creative adaptive dimensions of the psychic organism and not the defensive dimensions, but the creative adaptive dimensions. The attempt of the psyche in Adler to face its situation, it's a social world for Adler. It's not so intrapsychic. It's a social world. The organism opens its eyes, it sees a terrain. It draws cognitive. Adler was the original cognitive psychologist. I wish Beck and some of these people would honor their heritage, instead of thinking they invented this. But he was the original cognitive psychologist. I draw conclusions based on my situation in the birth order in the family and in the family constellation. And I extrapolate a set of very exaggerated assumptions about self, world, sex, others, my place, my future. In order to adapt, I must blank. And so when an Adlerian is looking at you, they're going to study you intensively initially, because an Adlerian analyst will intend to understand you clearly in the first probably 10 sessions. And what they're going to go for is what I would call, because I'm paying attention to structures, a structural analysis of your assumptive world. They're going to look at the structure of your assumptive world. And they're going to get your early recollections, and they're going to get your birth order, and they're going to look really intently early at your family constellation. And they are going to figure out what your assumptions are. And those assumptions, from their point of view, are going to be present everywhere in your life. All of your behavior makes sense. It's rational behavior. All of your behavior, according to an Adlerian, is very much like Albert Ellis is an Adlerian. He just is a good franchiser. He doesn't admit it. Ripping off Adler has been a very popular profession in recent dynamic psychologies. In any case, so he's going to figure out what your structure of your assumptions are, and those things are going to be everywhere, and everything you try to do to adapt is going to reflect those assumptions. So what is the unconscious for Adler? There is no the unconscious. It is you are unconscious. About what? About what your most fundamental beliefs are. Your individual philosophy, your private logic. And you do not understand your private logic. It's not that you're not a rational person and doing a rational thing, but for Adler, you take the premises that you learned before you were 10, probably before you were 8, probably earlier, and then everything follows from those assumptions. And so if an Adlerian analyst then is going to get about trying to help you become aware of what those assumptions are and to help you become, as we would say today, critical about those assumptions. And to gain, what is the freedom you get from an Adlerian? We can talk about all the freedom you get from an Adlerian is freedom to reflect upon your primal assumptions and to decide that you don't want to keep on assuming it if it doesn't work anymore. If it's not, it was right when you were 6, but you are not 6 years old anymore. You're not as weak and vulnerable as you were when you were 6 years old. And so it's time to update your assumptions based on new data, sort of like science. So if you look at a dream, now an Adlerian therapist may look at a dream, but what will they be looking at the dream for? Somebody tell me, based on what I just told you. They're going to be looking for the beliefs that you have. And they're going to feel, that therapist is going to feel that if they did a good job in the first 10 sessions, they already know what those are. And so it's not that they're not going to pay attention to the dream, because any decent Adlerian analyst is going to know they may be wrong about what they decided heuristically in the first 10 sessions. So they're going to always be watching to check their hypothesis against emerging clinical data. So the dream serves an Adlerian not to guide them in the sense of any kind of transcendent function that we'll be talking about in classical Jung. The dream is not hiding anything as it attempted to do in the Freudian psyche. It's revealing, not hiding. But what is it revealing? Are you with me? Anybody not with me so far? It's revealing the same thing as your early memories. should have revealed. It's revealing the same thing that your place in the family constellation should have revealed. So you look at the dream, not for guidance, but for confirmation of your diagnoses. You follow me? Because if that dream shows assumptive structures that are not parallel and isomorphic with your diagnostic declension, you got to go back to your diagnostic declension and revise it. Because there's a rule. The fantasy materials, here's the fundamental Adlerian assumption. The fantasy materials in the psyche, all of them, whether it's a daydream, a memory, a dream, all of them will reflect the lifestyle assumptions. So you see the difference there? There's no place called the unconscious, but there's certainly unconsciousness. And it is the task of the analyst to engage, aiding the analysand to start understanding. It's understanding why their attempts at adaptation are failing, so that they can act differently, so they can choose different behaviors, to think differently about their goals and so forth in life. Anybody that doesn't get that? See that? Now this, in this same Corsini book, if you haven't ever run on that book by Raymond, that edited anthology by Raymond Corsini, I think it's the best single anthology comparing theories I've ever seen. Because all too often when you get a book comparing theories, it's written from the point of view of one theory. So you get a more or less adequate treatment of one theory, often less, and you get a caricature of all the other theories. But what Corsini did was a lot more mature and cooperative, as befits an Adlerian that he is. He came up with a set of questions, and he chose people that he believed to be the best people that he knew, representing different schools of thought, and he asked them to write chapters based on answering these questions. And that book, Current Psychotherapies, and there's another one that he did, I don't know whether it's still in print. I haven't heard about what he's up to, but it was called Current Personality Theories. And it's a fine comparative analysis of comparative theory. And if you've never done that very much comparative theory, you probably ought to try to track down his books on that, because it's very rich and I've used.
The first word, what kind of personality theories?
Current. And of course it's outdated now, but the method he uses is a very, very mature, cooperative method, trying to get people. In fact, I hope that we can, in this institute, that we can actually emulate Corsini. I fully intend to have us emulate in terms of key issues in contemporary psychoanalysis, and inviting different folks of the different contemporary streams to write essays on those theories, and hopefully we'll be able to find the money to publish anthologies, which will be able to facilitate dialogue, which doesn't happen enough. Okay, so then we get to classical Jung. Today I'm just going to go once over very lightly here with classical Jung. And I have included as our resources for classical Jung himself, some of the modeling there, and Edward Edinger, who I personally believe, he died recently, last few years. In my view, Edinger was sort of the best representative of classical Jungian analysis in terms of kind of trying to boil Jung down to the sort of fundamental Jungian assumptions and try to lift those things up. There are a lot of classical Jungians, but Edinger's work that we'll look at in a minute captures. And if you have not seen this latest posthumously published book, Edinger's Science of the Soul, a Jungian perspective, it's a set of essays that Darrell Sharp and Gary Sparks, two Jungian analysts, brought together of his theoretical lectures. Science of the Soul, Encounter with the Greater Personality, The Therapeutic Life, The Vocation of Depth Psychotherapy, and the Transference Phenomenon. It's the best thing that for you folks at your level that there's ever been. And you can read this, and then you can then read, I recommend, and I'd love to teach a seminar just on the genius, another one. I've taught some, and you can get some of my lectures from the Jung Institute on the genius of Edward Edinger, Ego and Archetype, the genius of Edward Edinger. But you will not go wrong immersing yourself in Edinger to get a feeling for what a real feeling for what a classical point of view is like. But let's go back to the grand old classic text from these diagrams. This is from Jacobi, Psychology of C.G. Jung. There are several diagrams here from Jacobi. 3 different diagrams from Jacobi. The first one gives you a sense of this layering. Because in Jung, yes, you have an ego. You have a personal unconscious, which parallels the preoccupations that Freud and Adler had. In fact, as many of you know, Jung was heard to say many times, when I'm dealing with somebody in the first half of life, I use Freudian and Adlerian techniques. And we have to remember, not only Jung was a leading Freudian psychoanalyst, he had his own theory before he worked with Freud, but he deeply immersed himself in that Freudian material. And they really expected him to be the heir apparent until it became too politically problematic. In any case, and it's not widely realized how much Adler influenced Jung. Jung is at least as Adlerian as he is Freudian, and probably more. In fact, a lot of Jung's understanding of the purposive nature of symptoms, he derived from some of this interaction with Adler. In any case, but Jung adds, beneath the conscious mind, the personal unconscious, he adds a realm of the collective unconscious. And Jacobi, in her she's got 3 fine books you ought to all know by heart practically. The Psychology of C.G. Jung, Complex, Archetype, and Symbol, and The Way of Individuation. And in my view, it's probably the most competent, careful explication of early Jung. And that's why these diagrams. So you see, you've got the central energy here, at the deepest level. Then you have the animal ancestors. Then you have the primitive human ancestors. Then you have deepest aspects of the psyche start coming forward into individual expression. It's always coming through some ethnic group. And it comes up through, and when nation states form, it comes through nations, comes through tribes. So we would say today, my partner, Margaret Shanahan, has done a lot of work on the cultural unconscious. I focused more on the collective unconscious. She's focused a lot more on the cultural unconscious. But we would call this ethnic group, nation, tribe, and we'd add today religion, religious tradition, and so forth, as elements of the cultural unconscious. Then you have the family unconscious, the family system, you and I would say today, as it refracts this primal light coming up through the psyche. And then finally the individual. And so every individual, according to this point of view, is extremely complex integration, an extremely radically complex integration. And if there's anything I want to use as a primal metaphor or way of languaging what the psyche really is, the human psyche really is, must be, and what individuation really is, it is creative organization of an incredibly complex, multidimensional being, organism. And one of the things, you mentioned a while ago, some of you were mentioning about what's happening in mental health, not only in theory but in practice. But there sure are a lot of otherwise smart people today that really want us to believe human beings are a lot more simple than they are. They're kind of dumbing us down on behalf of the drug companies. Let's don't think too well. Let's just assume that the most important dimensions of human life are these dimensions. And everything can be reduced to those dimensions. I'm surprised that anybody with any intellectual sophistication today, after general systems theory, could assert such a thing. But I'm always amazed at what otherwise smart people will assert. There's no doubt that in my mind, and the framework I want you to think about the psyche with and the self with, is a system. The human self is a system that participates in an enormous hierarchy of systems. And so there are microsystemic levels of functioning, and there are macrosystemic levels. And integrative science today is laying that out in an incredibly complex way. And so the thing that makes Jungian theory today, one of the many things that makes it attractive, is that there is this fundamental sense in the primal vision of Jung. In the primal vision of Jung, he had such a sense of the complexity of this thing that we are. And he was not into oversimplifying things, as you've noticed by reading his books. Okay. Now, this diagram. We just spend a lot of time on these diagrams. I love these diagrams. And there's a bunch more diagrams that I'll love to share with you sometime. But these are ways to trying to help model these relationship between these different levels, these different functions, these different system functions in the psyche at different levels. And the struggle later on this weekend, we'll try to really complexify matters to ask ourselves, what's persona got to do with systems theory? Because I guarantee you, it's got a lot to do with systems. It's got a lot to do with the attempt to differentiate from fusion in a system, if you know what I mean. So anyway, and very early in Jung's thought, because of his cross-cultural studies, which is comparative cross-cultural study of symbolic forms, is fundamentally, essentially Jungian. You cannot be a Jungian in any meaningful sense of the word and not understand the importance of the comparative study of symbolic forms. Now, why is that? Because Jung had the assumption that symbolic forms are the outer faces which deep, hardwired patterns. You can call them instincts. Later on this weekend, I will call them biograms. Or we can call them archetypes. But primal patterns of the human organism turn a face to the world which is carried in a mythic image, a symbolic content, a symbolic image. And so one of the primal things that Jung did in his early work, Jung was fascinated by the quaternio, the quadration of the world, the four quarters of the world. He called it, if you look in the 20th volume in the collected works and look under quaternio, and look at the huge numbers of references to the quaternio in his comparative studies. A quaternio is images of quadration in human cultural symbolic forms. Then if you note, we'll get later on, we'll get to double quaternio. Because Jung noticed that in symbolic forms put forth by the human organism, wherever they exist, they will put out quadration and they will put out an eightfold thing. So they put out a fourfold image and they often put out an eightfold image. And so if you look in the collected works and those references to double quaternio, you will see what he's doing, he's scanning. He's got his computer on scan. And he's scanning for these patterns in mythic images. Okay? So Jung is watching for what he thinks is in the hardwiring. And then he's watching for what he thinks is influenced by cultural software. And he's looking for what's influenced by family software. Couldn't have known Adler without asking that. He's looking for software that was formed in the personal history of the individual. And he's trying to differentiate. He's trying to look and see what he can find out by casting his scientific net as widely as possible. In other words, you got to understand, when Jung is looking at Hinduism or alchemy, he's not just being a crazy mystic. Although, like me, he was a little bit of a crazy mystic. But just because you're a crazy mystic, that's not maybe the only thing you're doing with looking at these things. Because the scientist, when he had his scientist hat on, which is what is one of the hats that I think you need to wear, he was scanning for data everywhere. So he was an integrative, scientific, psychoanalytic thinker from the outset. He was scanning for pattern, trying to come up with a theoretical understanding of why it exists the way it does. Okay, so these diagrams are some of the diagrams in which Jung was trying to model the different levels of the hardware and software as the psyche's trying to form an ego organization. And complexes are, we would say today, centers of organization in the psyche. Some of you have studied object relations theory. Jung, in some ways, was the first object relations theorist, because he really, by focusing on an autonomous complex, that is what an object is, an object relations theory. It is an internal representation that has all sorts of implications in all sorts of realms: perception, relationship, relationality, all sorts of things, and levels of internal organization of the personality system. All that stuff that the Kleinians and the Kernbergians and etc., those traditions, all those things you can trace in the history of psychoanalysis back to Jung's theory of the complex, although they never do it. They never do it. But just as contemporary theorists of multiple personality disorder are doing badly a Jungian theory of the multiplicity in the psyche, the object relations traditions are simply picking up on a very sophisticated attention to certain levels, the magnification of the clinical mind. There are a lot of settings of magnification in the microscope of the clinical mind. And we got to remember that, because none of these people are stupid. They know a lot. But they've got their lens set at different orders of magnification on different levels of system functioning. Yeah, you were going to say something.
Diagnostic lecture.
Yeah.
Vian was responding there.
Yeah.
And when I pointed that out a couple of years ago at the International Cell Psychology Conference, there was an absolute dead.
Oh.
A couple of people came up and said, we knew that. And I said, well, why didn't you talk about it?
Why didn't you admit it? Why didn't you put a footnote in? Don't you understand what plagiarism is?
It's okay for you to say that, but not for us.
Right. Now, that's what I'm talking about, tribalism. I mean, sort of a cultic, I wrote a book on cults, psychology of cults, and psychoanalysis has been really a cult phenomenon, really, for the most part, still is. Most psychology is, for that matter. I mean, what I'd call today tribal grandiosity, leading to cognitive acting out. And just like all grandiose acting out, there's always truth in it, which we'll get to later. There's always truth in your grandiose acting out. It's just that it's very unruly, kicking you around. Okay. And one of the other things, you can peruse this if you haven't seen this before, but one of the other things I really love about this classical insight, that little diagram there on what a complex is and how it affects consciousness, how it intrudes into consciousness, I have come to believe, by a long roundabout route, that symptoms are archetypal aneurysms. Aneurysms. You know what an aneurysm is? It's when the membrane is not strong enough to contain a flow in an optimal way, or even a good enough way. And when the wall of a flow vessel is not strong enough to contain that flow, this is a dangerous situation. I have come to believe that most folks are closer to being psychotic than we have ever really admitted, except for some people like Harold Searles and a few others. That is, that here I am, again, I want to honor Freud because this is classical Freud. That is, the level of organization in your psyche is not as good as you think it is. That's where It's very important to learn that. And the reason it's important to learn that is because if you don't learn that as a clinician, not to say as a person, if you don't learn that as a clinician, your level of empathy for your clients is going to not be what it needs to be. And you will not be as, shall we say, active in helping them find workable prostheses to stent their aneurysms first. So in other words, I'm going to say to you that the first thing as a therapist, we're getting ahead of myself here, but the first thing as a therapist that you got to do is to be aware of how dangerous these aneurysms are to the structural integrity of the self system. Little s self system here. When I use self system, I'm using little s, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But Jung knew this, Ettinger knew this, Freud knew it. Adler had moved away from, he didn't get this anymore. And he saw a lot of stuff as real manipulation, which I think is desperate struggle for last-ditch organization attempt in the psychic self-system. You follow me? So we're going to come back there later. But in other words, the therapist on the front lines, as all of you are, has got to think, where are the aneurysms? How can I get about stenting them before I get into any grandiose fantasy of healing them and transforming them? It's like, this is why ritual is important. See? And we'll get more to that later tomorrow. But not that I believe people can be transformed. And I believe that your patients have enormous potential as human organisms. Potential that may or may not be realized, depending on how much aid they can get in resourcing the deployment of their archetypal potentials. And as you know, our situation is bad and worsening in how much resource we can get to people to help them evoke their potentials. What's happening in the mental health establishment now is that we are letting economics determine theory. And our understanding of how much better their prognosis is almost totally dominated by the bottom line. And I'm totally against that. I'm angry about what's happening, very angry about it. And it's an embarrassment to anybody that pretends to have any kind of ethical, moral seriousness. But in any case, we'll get into that more later. But anyway, so peruse these diagrams. And now back to this other diagram on the classical. Jung struggled and struggled and struggled to try to figure out, now, what is this quadration in the psyche? And he came to the idea of typology. And this is Jacobi's imaging of the typological quadration. As we'll see in a little bit, Tony Wolff didn't agree with him about what the quadration was. And I suspect personally that that's one of the reasons they had a split, late split. When she published that diagram that I'll show you later, it was a break similar to Jung's break with Freud. Tony Wolff was going in a structural direction. I later found out that did not agree with Jung's decision about what is the quadration. But this is Jung's view of the quadration, what the quadration is in the psyche. Now let's stay with the classical view a little bit more here. There are 3 Edinger diagrams, only 2 of which I'm going to touch on. If you peruse this one, has to do with, we can talk about that, we can talk about this one on Sunday morning. So don't let me forget. This is about cultural vessels for archetypal transferences. Think religion. Think spiritual practice. Think, well, hopefully not just Sunday morning, because that represents a very, very deteriorated, leaking vessel. But in any case, you would think Sunday morning. And in the best congregations, where people really know what they're doing, they are doing their best to provide a vessel of transformation for their people, and also a container for the energy in their community. So we can get into that Sunday. But so let's come back to that. This is Edinger's diagram from Ego and Archetype, where he is showing how early in life, and this is very Jungian, this is Jung. This is just Edinger's attempt to do what he seldom did, be a theoretician. Edinger, I like to say about Edinger, he teaches like a rabbi. And that's a good way to study Jung, because if you don't do it like a rabbi does it, you're going to just you're probably going to give up. But the way rabbis study things, they take text, important text, and they take a text, and then they circumambulate that text. And they get a lot of smart people around, and they reflect on the meanings, the multivalent meanings of that text. And incredible wisdom comes forth when a really gifted hermeneutical a hermeneut, a what I call a magus, a hierophant, comes to a text. Now, when Edinger approaches the Jungian collected works, he is like a Jewish rabbi approaching the Torah or the Talmud. And that's what you've got to know when you're reading Edinger. If you don't know that, you'll give up. And that's what you also ought to do. You ought to emulate him in reading Jung, because you can't read Jung. You can't do them as a theoretician shooting up with that. It's totally, it'll make you crazy, because it's so much. And it's not, they don't do the theoretical thing for you very, very much. We'll get into that more later. It's not really an integrated, out front theory. It's not extroverted. They're not telling you, I'm an extrovert. I'm going to get you to say what's what. You know, don't just keep your cards back there behind your vest. Okay, so as development occurs, that ego has to be grounded in the self. That's its foundation. What is the self? Think all of your archetypal potentials. All the way down. All the way down. Today, we would even say all the way down to the primal physical energies of the universe. Yourself is your connection to all that. The archetypal, capital S self, will you say. The ego, and to use my language, uses the codes in the self, sometimes okay, sometimes not so well, but it uses those codes to try to build the house of an ego, or as I consider myself a self-psychologist. I've been heavily influenced by Heinz Kohut, deeply indebted to him. My wife is a scholar of psychoanalytic self-psychology, among other things. She taught me. She studied a lot with Ernest Wolff, who was Heinz Kohut's chief colleague. And so I have indebted to Margaret for teaching me the Kohutian stuff, and it's totally revolutionized my way I think about Jungian material. Totally revolutionized it. I'll try to show you how I'm different from Kohut. I'll also try to show you later how I think Kohut was revolutionary in his understanding of the little s self system and how the self is not the ego. You cannot equate the little s self system with the ego complex because it is not the same thing. And so as we look at this classical model, though, they didn't have a theory of the little s self. And so what Edinger and Jung would try, and this really came from earlier theorists, the whole concept of the ego-self axis, and then Edinger developed it, is the capacity for the ego consciousness to emerge from the self in as what I would like to say creatively organized manner as possible. And that gives you a foundation for individuation. The emergence of the ego system, the ego complex, from the archetypal potential template of these archetypal givens. You can read that instinctual givens, you can read that biograms, you can read that all sorts of ways from a reductionistic biological perspective, of which there's much evidence that I'm going to just point at later. But there is this foundation there, and the ego is trying to form in a integrated way out of that potentia. And now Jung, he knew how hard this was to have an ego actually begin to be able to differentiate from all this instinctual flooding. Is that like Freud? You bet. So these people that draw these neat little lines of division between Jung and Freud, they don't understand either one of them. Because the struggle to emerge into a functional consciousness that works from your instinctual substrates or archetypal substrates, primal substrates, I like to say 220,000 volt substrates. This is hugely difficult and mostly honored in the breach. That is, most people do not achieve very much, to use one of Murray Bowen's phrases, differentiation. Because what are we talking about here? And we'll get to Bowen's theory tomorrow a little bit, just very briefly. We're talking about differentiation from fusion. So even though these Bowenians don't think their work relates to psychoanalysis of any kind, much less Jungian, they're wrong. This is differentiation. And tomorrow I'll talk about the differentiation scale in Bowenian theory, and then I'm just going to say, well, you can put right beside it a self-integration scale in psychoanalytic theory, and they are the same thing. They are simply two facets of the same thing in terms of the integration of the personality within its system. Okay? That's getting ahead of ourselves. But anyway, this is classical Jung. And this is hugely difficult. And this diagram of Edinger's shows the struggle. And Edinger was a little pessimistic, and for good reasons. But too pessimistic, but for good reasons. You start out in this ego self-identity where you're not sure where your archetypes stop and you start as a little s self-system or an ego. That's the condition of the people that walk in your office. They are being flooded with primal energy.
Where do you start?
At the top. You start from ego self-identity, which is what a child is merged with their instinctual givens. There are 100 theories that we could talk about that get that today. They're from the Freudian camp, from the Neo-Freudian camp, from the self-psychology camp, from the intersubjectivity camp, you name it, but they all are getting that. That there's a primal experience that has to be experienced by the organism. It can't be screwed up by experience and trauma, because that primal experience can become very problematic very early, and we'll get into that. But in any case, as one differentiates, to use the Bohemian word, from the great self, I call it, there will come a point where it feels like alienation, and one's energy level starts to drop. Why? Because one of the other things you got to get to understand classical Jung is the archetypal self is the source of all energy in the psyche. The ego does not have any energy of its own. The ego's energy is derivative from the archetypal self. And so when you're talking ego-self axis, you're talking about the level of energy, or to put it in more technical terms, arousal states in this organism that you're sitting in your office. That organism sitting in your office is experiencing certain levels of arousal, and they're all over the place, right? From what you see, right? Well, if they're too merged in a primal way with the archetypal self, they're frying in energy, and it's causing them to act out all over the place. They are not doing it. From this point of view, that person is not doing it. They may think they're doing it. To others, their family members, it may look like they are doing it, but actually, the archetypal self is doing it. Are you with me? It's an intrusion. But as they differentiate, attempt to work on differentiating, which is a long spiraling process, you get into this place where your connection with energy goes down, and you feel alienated, and you start feeling instead of once earlier you felt like you were wonderful, now you feel like you're nothing. When your clients feel like they're absolutely nothing, their ego system is not experiencing a life-giving infusion of archetypal energy from the archetypal self. Does that mean the archetypal energy of the archetypal self is gone from that personality? Absolutely not. Oh no, it's not gone. It's just up to no good in that personality. But the ego system that's sitting in your office talking to you, that is, from a Jungian point of view, the conscious ego system, if it's feeling depressed, or low energy, or hopeless, you know that the energy infusion that ego system is getting from the archetypal self is very tenuous, very low. That energy is going somewhere else. It's going in symptoms. Other symptoms too. Other behaviors. But anyway, if it gets bad enough, there will be a tremendous experience of dismemberment. Fragmentation, we call it today. So you can get an experience of dismemberment from feeling alienated from the energy, just like you can be blasted apart by merger with the energy. And I want you to think system. What do we know about natural systems? We know that they have to have energy to sustain their system integrity. That's a rule in all natural systems. It's a scientifically established rule in all natural systems. They have to have energy or they can't maintain their structural integrity. That's true of your ego system. It's true of your personality in general. It's actually true of your body. In fact, all the recent research is really pointing to energy access and what's happening to energy, energetics. It's amazing how much energy has become the focus of medicine now, the cutting edges of medicine. Okay, so, however, if the ego system can differentiate from the archetypal self consciously without assuming that the archetypal self no longer exists, that is, if the self is a thou, if I'm not identified with it, or if I'm not in the grandiose fantasy, my ego's grandiose fantasy that I am, that it has died. You know, in other words, the feeling of the dark night of the soul, it's a grandiose fantasy. A lot of spiritual types languish, you know, in the dark night of the soul. This is such a spiritually significant experience. Well, it is spiritually significant, but it's grandiose as hell, because it's the ego declaring the great self no longer exists. I mean, it's no longer present. Well, that's one of our spiritual things we'll talk about Sunday morning. The great self is present. The ego can't handle that. And so it closes itself up and either makes an idol out of somebody else, or it makes an idol out of itself. Anyway, but if there's repentance, metanoia, if there is the formation of the ego, a conscious ego self axis, acknowledging the great presence and realizing how grandiose I have been, either in my merger or my declaration that the great self doesn't exist. You follow that? The two sides of the grandiosity? Does anybody doesn't follow that? If you are merged with the great self, you're a narcissistic personality disorder. If you feel that it really doesn't exist, you're a very, very depressive person on your last legs. Both are arrogant. This is what the Cohutians didn't understand enough. They didn't understand how the varieties of grandiose expressions in the psyche. Most of my clinical discoveries have been in the forms of that grandiose energies take in the human psyche. They don't look alike, but they're all inflation. They're all aneurysms, in other words. So in any case, but if you repent, if you reconnect with the archetypal self, you know it's not, I know it's not me, I know that I'm not the archetypal self, then the energy flow immediately starts. The supply of energy starts again, and the depression begins to lift. Now, of course, it's a danger, cyclothymic, right? You reconnect to the energy, and you don't have enough internalized structure. Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? I can drink. I can drink. You know, I thought I couldn't drink, but, you know, I can drink. Boy, can I drink. And so then I get reconnected with the self. And, of course, this whole model here that he's got is a cyclothymic model. It's accurate in a lot of cases, but it's not all cases. But anyway, that's his model. It's wonderful stuff. I'd love to go into Edinger more with you. He does get it. He has such a sense of how tenuous the ego is in relationship to the great self in the psyche, and how conscious you've got to be about forming that relationship if you're not going to get psychologically terminal. It's wonderful stuff. But now Jung thought that quadration was the typology, but he was a very smart guy, very intuitive, and he thought a lot about octahedrons. what the hell are those octahedrons? And if you look in the back of the series of 4 books that in the appendix to this, which is where this comes from, and just look up in the collected works all of his playing with octahedrons, because he knew there was that eightfoldness, and he couldn't figure out what the octahedral structure was, but he had an intuition that the archetypal self was shaped like an octahedron. He had an intuition that that was the case. And but he did not pursue it. It was one of sort of became a cul-de-sac for him. He did not. He worked with it, as you can see in the collected works. This is from the collected works. He used a lot of Gnostic materials trying to sort out what it could possibly be, but he gave up on that. You what? Oh, it's in. You can look in the reference in there. Say it again. It's in the Ion, yeah. Okay. Now, if you ever seen the work of John Layard, this octahedral preoccupation has tried to return in the work of John Layard's book, The Celtic Quest, in which he tries to figure out how you put Jung's theory on the octahedral shape, because he was following up this lead. This rabbit ran by in Jung's work, and Layard was trying to chase it. And this was, if you look at this diagram, the Arthurian legend, the octahedral self, and look at John Layard's book, The Celtic Quest, this was a heroic effort to make sense out of the octahedron. I don't think it works, but I admire the fact that he even noticed the importance of that octahedral coding in the archetypal self, and was trying to sort it out, and also be very Jungian. Layard was being really a Jungian in his research method, because what he did was looked at the Mabinogi and the Irish epics for the patterns, and I'm going to get to that this afternoon about how right he was to look at that as a source of data. But in any case, peruse this when you have time. The line of thinking that has led to my work really follows that Tony Wolff line. So let's have the Tony Wolff diagram. This was the thing she published in the Jung Club Bulletin under the structural forms of the feminine psyche. And she thought there were 4 structural forms that were an important element of the quadration in the human psyche. From her point of view, there was the mother form, which, as you'll see in a minute, I think is really the queen archetype. There is the Amazon structure in a woman's psyche. If you know my work at all, you know I think that's the female warrior archetype manifesting in the female personality. It's a lot more and a lot less pathological than the image of the Amazon. She said there's the hetera structure in the woman, in the structural form of the feminine, which you and I would say is the loving companion. This is the kind of woman every man wants to know intimately. She can make him feel like she would rather be absolutely nowhere else but to be with him, being his companion. You know, when we talk about anima projections, you know, for men, a lot of the time you see the anima projection in the form of the hetera, especially in midlife males. You know, I mean, like, ooh, this woman doesn't have her own agenda. She just wants to have sex with me. That's all she cares about. Just meeting my every need and listening to my every profound word. You know, my wife never listened to me. but she does. And so the companion, this has got a lot of Aphrodite in it. This woman doesn't make a man feel like he's got to resource her castle. Think about it. Think about that. She just wants to go places with him, do things with him, right? Okay, and then there's the medial woman. That's what I call the lover, the female lover archetype in the female personality. And then there is the medial woman. This is the woman, if you've ever been to a convention of Jungian analysts and you notice how the women dress, a lot of the time you'll see the medial woman archetype. The sort of, or you can go to a New Age convention. To the area in the place where they have all the readers. I'm not kidding you. And you can actually see the incarnation of this structure, the medial woman. She dresses a certain way. She thinks about what she's doing in a certain way, and what she's doing is she's offering you a connection to the other world, to the archetypal world, the spiritual world, the meaningful world, the astrological world, the world beyond. And she's a priestess. And indeed, she may be that. There are a lot of incredible women that actually embody this in a pretty creative way. That's what I call the female magician, the archetype of the female magician, the archetype of the magician in the female personality, especially when it's very powerfully constellated. And if you are a psychotherapist female interested in Jung, you got a lot of this in your personality. At least it's got a lot of energy in your personality, in your system, in your ego system. And so anyway, she's my mother in the faith. I'll get into this afternoon more about how I came to this declension and the details in it. But if you will look at this, do you have the one? The structural, trying to find my own, see, I've got it here somewhere. That's what happens when you got all these diagrams. Oh, here it is. This one here, the Great Code of the Human Self, a Structural Analysis. By the way, if you want to look at Tony Wolf's diagrams, and Edward Whitmont did a male version paralleling hers, and Anthony Stevens in his book Ariadne's, I think it's called Ariadne's, what's Ariadne? Is it Thread, or it could be Ariadne's Clue? I don't know, but anyway, as Anthony Stevens got Ariadne's Clue, I believe. You will see the diagrams of both male and female under the Tony Wolf model. I didn't even know Whitmont had done that, but I want to honor him as my father in this kind of structural point of view. Got Ariadne's Clue, I believe is the name, but it's got it's the only book by Anthony Stevens is going to have Ariadne in the title. What it is sort of an archetypal dictionary. Wonderful commentary articles on various archetypal images and so on. So this is, we'll come back to this. What I have tried to do and what Anthony Stevens has tried to do is to not be a classical Jungian in the sense of using the collected works as the Black Bible, which you've got to adhere to slavishly. But Anthony Stevens and I are both examples of what I believe is the direction we should be moving in Jungian work, if you're serious about Jungian thought not being occult and being really serious clinically. And that's what we call Neo-Jungian. And a Neo-Jungian, which is this that I'm presenting you, is what are the requirements for a Neo-Jungian as opposed to a classical Jungian or a post-Jungian? I'll rant about the so-called post-Jungians later, Hillman and his crowd. But in any case, it builds on Jung's key meta-theoretical foundations. That is to say, you cannot, if you're a Neo-Jungian, you cannot do what Hillman and the so-called archetypal psychologists have done and throw out the idea of the archetypal self. If you throw out the idea of the archetypal self, in my view, you're no longer a Jungian. You cannot be a Jungian and have the word mean anything theoretically. You're really an Adlerian in my view, and I'll explain that to you in discussions later. But you're not Jungian because the objective psyche, the collective unconscious, the 2 million year old self is a fundamental assumption of Jung's thought. And so in order to be Jungian in any meaningful sense of the word, you've got to affirm that. So the key metaphysical assumptions, which include fundamentally, and this is Edinger and Jung, the objective psyche. What does Jungian, specifically Jungian research have to do? It's got to work on decoding the objective psyche. We've got a lot of smart people working on the personal unconscious. Very, very competently, I might add. At the complex level, at the level of complex. The Cohutians and the object relations theorists in many ways are superior to the Jungians at the micro level on complex. But in terms of the plumbing underneath complexes, they don't get it. But anyway, and so the second thing, a Neo-Jungian theory, which I represent and which Anthony Stevens, I believe, represents, is you try to move the Jungian project forward. You don't try to leave it where it was at Jung's death. You try to move it forward by drawing on new evidence that Jung did not have. And that evidence, in order to be faithful to the Jungian project, has got to draw upon biological advances in biological theory, not solely limited to neuroscience, but certainly including progress in neuroscience. It needs to draw, if it's not going to just be a cult, it needs to also try to figure out what its relationship is with research psychology of other schools, to the extent that they are serious research scientific psychologists. It cannot be irrelevant to a inclusive integrative theory what the research psychologists are discovering about perception, about emotion, so forth and so on. Can't be irrelevant. Doesn't mean that you as a Jungian clinician need to spend a lot of your time learning all the niceties of the latest paper in perception. But that, if you are serious, you are not going to depreciate the importance of learning more about the plumbing of perception, because it's all a great river, as the Hindus say. And third, a Jungian approach that is updated will have to continue doing what Jung did as science. That is, the science of comparative symbology. That is, the scientific study of comparative mythical and symbolic forms. A scientific approach, not an antiquarian approach, not a New Age approach to symbolic forms, not just a theological approach, although the theology has its place, which we'll talk about later, but a scientific attitude toward symbolic forms and what they tell us about the plumbing. And so any truly neo-Jungian point of view, which I'm trying to foster, and there's going to be a lot of resistance to this, as you might add, as you might think, as you might realize, is going to have to do those three things. Or it's not trying to take the method forward with its primal foundational model. Now, that said, just a couple of things. You have before you, which I will return to this afternoon, my attempt to decode what this quadration is in the psyche, based on a lot more evidence, interdisciplinary evidence than Jung had, in a way that you can plot a lot of theories on this model. And you can plot a lot of classical Jungian concepts, including Tony Wolff and so forth on this model. And you can relate a lot of research, contemporary research, to this model. What we will do later, we're not going to be able to spend a lot of time doing it this weekend, because what I'm just trying to show you this weekend is what I think is a new paradigm, an integrative theoretical paradigm that really pushes forward into a serious honoring of Jung's genius without turning him into simply a cult leader. So we're going to talk about these, what I believe to be how right Jung was. This afternoon I'll talk about how right Jung was about the quadration in the psyche. I will try to give you an understanding about what these fourfoldness is, what I believe they represent, four different lines of development in the psyche in the attempt to move toward creative integration. And so when I speak to you about integrative psychotherapy, it's not an empty term. I think that our task as therapists and clinicians is to actually be aware of the enormity of these archetypal energies coming in through different doors in the temple of the psyche, and how those things have to be differentiated with a person. I'll talk about how that relates to Freud's understanding about this. How it's got to be differentiated. Then these energies have got to be brought into a good enough balance against each other, or there will be chaotic, dysfunctional vibration in the little s self system. To the extent that there's not a dynamic balancing of these four energies in the psyche, there will be a lot of chaos. And it really matters how your personality is organized and which of these energies is dominant. And we'll go into that, and then by tomorrow, I want to go into that in depth this afternoon, showing you some of the data, interdisciplinary data that supports this model. I'll tell you a little bit about how I came to it, stumbled into it. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to look at how you can think about the pathology in your clients, the structural deficits leading to their symptom pictures, and the concrete ways in which they are compulsive. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, I'm going to give you the briefest of overviews about what I've come to believe to be the principles of how you help a person begin the task of integrating this incredibly complex thing and moving in the spiral toward creativity in their self-system integration. Individuation. Think individuation. That is, to be able to creatively organize as much as possible in that person's self-system on an ongoing flow basis. So let me just say one final thing before we take our break. I'm going to suggest to you that every one of the people you see can come to an optimal level of creative integration in their little s self system if they get adequate resources. This does not mean that each person you see will come to the same level of creative integration, because different people are facing different constitutional givens, different histories, different actual constraints. But every person, I think that as a therapist, you should be imagining in your mind, based on all you know about them, you should be trying to imagine what the optimum for them might be. Because I guarantee you, if you start thinking about what their optimum might be if they really became an ally of yours, and they really became fierce with your help, what might they attain in the level of creative integration? And most therapists today do not think that way. They've been trained not to think that way. And so let's take our break now, and then in our second lecture, I will take you into the plumbing in more detail, and we'll proceed. And then tomorrow we'll get into the diagnostics based on the plumbing and the therapeutic strategies based on the plumbing. Theology, then that makes a lot more sense. If we're talking about self-psychology, a scientifically grounded self-psychology, that's a cop-out. There's one thing that is true of both Jung and Edinger, and because of them, for all classical Jungians, there's sort of a hedge in the classical point of view with regard to knowing the objective psyche. And it is again, theories matter. And so the implicit philosophy in a particular theoretician's life really matters. There's a wonderful doctoral dissertation that I hope to find the funds sometime to publish as a monograph through my series, or get published in some other place for the man. It's by David Brent, who's an editor at the University of Chicago Press, and it was his dissertation called Jung's Debt to Kant. And it's an absolutely brilliant study of the Kantian influence, Immanuel Kant's influence on Jung. And it's not necessary simply to say, well, Jung was just trying to mystify everything by being unknowing about the structure of the self, because you see, I've already shown you, he was trying to decode it. He was trying to decode the structure of the self. That was his project. But he had been heavily influenced by Immanuel Kant, and that idea that you can never know the Ding an sich. You can know the appearance, what we might call the image, the mythic image. But you can't know the Ding an sich. You can't know the thing underneath the phenomenon. You can't know the real thing underneath it. And see, if you take that point of view, you've got to kind of restrain yourself from pushing your pattern recognition too far. Because all you're going to be able to say is that you've got patterns in the mythic images, they are not the pattern in the archetype. You see that? You can't claim that it's the pattern in the archetype if you're Kantian. And so this led both Jung, this is a heavyweight theoretical thing that nobody's talked about, but it's very important in terms of understanding why classical Jungian theory, and you can see it so clearly in both Jung and Edinger, why they kind of talk out of both sides of their mouths about the archetypes, because they will say, yes, the archetypes are these archetypal patterns, and they're in the psyche, and they're part of the objective psyche, and they're really in there. They're really patterns. And then on the other side of the mouth, they will say, because of this Kantian influence. That's what they'll say. But the archetype doesn't structure until it comes in contact with the ego. That is a devastating, fatal flaw in the classical theory, because you can't have it both ways. If it's really an objective psyche, it's what it is, whether the ego ever becomes manifest or not. So in other words, if it's really an archetypal pattern, it's totally irrelevant whether the ego ever develops. It is what it is, and it's hardwired. And in principle, scientifically, you should be able to find all sorts of scientific clues through all sorts of methods of research about the actual structure of the archetype prior to the ego's touching it at all. And so there is a fundamental flaw in the classical approach to theory represented by Jung and Edgar. It is as if they pulled the rug out from under themselves conceptually. Do you see what I'm getting at there? It's like we start out on our project to really understand the structure of the objective psyche, which is what archetypes, archetypal research into archetypes is supposed to do that. But then we turn around and say, as a kind of a throwaway, and it's only in a few paragraphs, you will not hear this talked about in practically any Jung Institute or any training program or anything. But if you look carefully at these paragraphs, you will find that they will say, but the archetype is not structured until it comes in contact with the ego. And that turns Jungian psychology into an ego psychology and not a psychology of deep structures. Yes?
Well, I was just going to say, I think a metaphor is that polarities and structure exist independently of consciousness in nature.
Of course. That's the scientific enterprise. We now have this enormous body of evidence. Anybody that tells me that there is no foundational structuring of the human psychological apparatus preceding the ego formation, I simply know that they have not done any study lately, probably in the last 20 years, because there's such overwhelming evidence now, and it's just growing by leaps and bounds now, that there is clearly a massive psychological mechanism which is highly structured in all kinds of ways, and the evidence is growing overwhelmingly. And the only way you can assert what so many contemporary so-called postmodernists in the universities, including the Hillmanians that pretend they're Jungians, the only way you can assert that point of view is if you simply do not know the enormity of the evidence otherwise. So, yeah, what were you going to say?
What you mean by the ego, that's our perception?
Yes, that when the ego contacts it.
What about the almost opposite conversations that began with the early physicists, twins, I guess, with Jung and others, based on the beginning understanding that there is not that which we can see, that is not in nature something independent. That once we try to observe the electron or the proton or whatever, that is affected by the observer.
Oh, there's no question. There's no immaculate perception. There's absolutely no immaculate perception, and you cannot deal with anything without, this is another fundamental Jungian tenet, that there is only the psychological, the human psyche's mechanism of knowing. And so you can't talk about knowledge of all this stuff that's not psychological knowledge of all this stuff, including physics. I mean, it comes through the psychological mechanism. But anybody that would use that to try to cast contemporary physics And the cutting edge of contemporary physical science is pushing for a post-structuralist point of view. That is totally sophistry. It is totally, because that would be like saying we think that mathematics do not, that high mathematics do not, are not involved in these phenomena. And you've got to think mathematics and you've got to think mathematics as you go into that. Now, that doesn't close the door to questions of cosmology, questions of being and non-being, and nothingness, the great nothingness, and all that sort of thing. It does not foreclose those discussions. But when you're talking about science, those people that are pushing that particular point, they are not intending to have you come up with the idea that you are somehow hallucinating reality and the patterns in reality. They're not going there. And it's this is a matter of trying to keep a little sense of perspective. And this is sort of what happens in theology with in the New Age and the interest in the new physics. They take what a very hard-nosed scientist would be arguing, and then they run off with it in all sorts of places where that scientist would not follow. And so I'm just wanting to say, yes, there is clearly that thing about the role of the observer influencing things, and there's no such thing as immaculate perception. But don't let that take you down the road to thinking that the cutting edge of science is pushing some ultimate post-structuralism, because it's not. Look at this new book by, I think what's his name, Wolf. Have you seen it? It's that big. It's the bestseller around the country now, Toward a New Science. You haven't seen that? It's Wolfson or Wolfram, I think Stephen Wolfram or something like that. He's this information system genius who has been coming up with another information system, mathematically based reintegration of the sciences based on high emphasis on structure, implicit structures which underlie and antedate both chaos theory and evolutionary theory. And he is arguing that there's nothing random whatsoever in evolution, that it's really following highly structured cognitive patterns that are similar to what this is anticipated a little bit about theology. What folks used to talk about is the logos. That is, there is a logos structure in reality. And, even Milan, when he talks about the current points of view in science about cosmogony, you've got folks that think that there's a chaos and whatever order. This reminds me back to what we were talking about chaos order theories or order chaos order theories. And there's sort of two clusters now. One cosmological point of view, which kind of orders fundamental randomness with occasional clustering, and the other, which is opposed to it, of a fundamental ordering, meta-ordering, with periodic deconstruction. And being able to prove which one of those is the way, good luck, but it is a fundamental paradigm choice. That's more elephant, what Fritz Perls called elephant shit than you wanted to have. But in any case, I think that the attempt to have a scientific Jungian project has to be able to go. I mean, if you're going to choose philosophies, you got to go more with Whitehead than with Kant, because it was one of Whitehead who was probably the most scientific and mathematically sophisticated of contemporary philosophers. That was his huge criticism of the impact of Kant, that it tended to discourage people from really looking at, in fact, how much reality, in fact, is structured. And there's Whitehead's debt to Plato. See. So in any case, let me run you through this quickly, and then we'll leave time to talk about some of the things that are coming up in your mind. First of all, we've got. You can think about this as looking down as an image. Get the image. I should have brought a calcium fluoride crystal for you to hold in your hand. But think about this looking down at the top of a Mayan pyramid, 2 Mayan pyramids. And I've come to think that the ubiquity of this preoccupation with sacred mountains and with pyramidal structures is, again, as Jung tended to believe, this is an externalization of an internal dynamic. We humans, we meet ourselves outside before, as Franz says, we ride the projection backward to where we can internalize and realize that that's in us, not out there. So under this model, you've got to have a base. You start from the base. You don't start from the temple. There's a base, and it takes an enormous amount of integration. You can think of that moving toward a point, or moving toward that platform on top as a concrete geometrical image of integration processes and systems. You can think about this is a representation of the integration of complexity, the capacity to integrate complexity. And you've got, Freud thought there was one developmental line, object. It was the object relations people have pushed that. There's the capacity to move toward object constancy, the capacity to actually differentiate enough that you can actually have an object, meaning a person out there that you can treat as separate from you and treat them respectfully. Kohut thought, no, Freud was wrong. There's not just one line of development. There's two. One is object relations, and one is a narcissistic line of development, developing the capacity to have an integrated sense of self. That would be this line of development. The narcissistic line of development of Kohut would be here. And this would be Freud's. There's been a fight in the history of psychoanalytic theory about whether or not, what is the status of aggression? Is it simply a disintegration product, like the Cohutians kind of want to think? If you really had a cohesive self, would you have aggression? Margaret and I were at one of these self-psychology conferences once time. We love to go and watch all of these people who believe they can transform all their grandiosity, and watch them narcissistically acting out with each other. But in any case, at one of those conferences, there was this brilliant young woman, Freudian psychoanalyst, that was taking on the traditional establishment, and she was saying, of course, aggression is a separate line of development. And she was taking them all on, and they weren't having any of it. But she was taking the position closer to, some people would say, Adler, who Adler was accused of having power, they later came to call it emphasis on affectance, some of the people, as a separate line, but she was carrying that tradition that says aggression has to be matured on its own. It's a separate line. I agree with her. It's a totally separate line. Then there is a fourth that I believe exists. There is a cognitive line of development. You can think Piaget here. In terms of the capacity for the human self-system to be able to function cognitively in a mature way. And as when you look in depth, as I hope we'll do sometime in the future, we'll do it briefly this weekend, but if you look in depth at psychopathology, you will notice what happens when the self-system is not integrated enough to be able to function well cognitively, and what happens to the cognitive capacities. Or you may have noticed, as I have noticed in me, when I am regressed, my cognitive regression occurs, and I don't function so well cognitively. So I don't think Freud was wrong. I think that is a line of development. I don't think Kohut was wrong. I think that is a line of development. But taking a leaf from Jung's notebook, I think that all this mythic imagery suggests that we should be asking, what are the four lines of development? What are the four doors to the holy city of Shambhala, which in my view, those Tibetan monks painting those paintings of Shambhala, they are simply giving us an image of the self, the code of the self, the diamond body, I like to call it, to honor the Buddhist. Yeah, Robin, what were you going to say?
You put Freud in the lover because of the merger, is that what?
No, I put he's concerned about you getting to where you can love. Right. And he's concerned about your being able, although it's interesting, these people have not paid enough attention, because Freud said very clearly, in fact, Freud's a conflict theorist, right? Right, Eros and Thanatos, Eros and aggression, right. And Freud said that when you come into the world, when the young person comes into the world, get this now, and we'll talk about it in terms of alchemy later. I'll talk to you about how in Jung's alchemical studies, there are alchemical dictums that relate to a lot of these processes. It's very clear once you get some sense of the structure, and you take this and you go back to his alchemical writings, and you begin to be able to see a lot more about what he's talking about. But in the alchemical writings, they say the first thing, what you got when you start out, is massa confusa. That is, things are not delineated. That's what that means. Important things are not delineated. They've not been separated yet. Freud's point of view was that what goes on with people early in their development, that they have not really managed to separate their affection from their aggression. That those things come kind of bundled for him in the immature psyche, and that I'm a Freudian analyst, and I'm working with you, and I have got to help you unbundle those things. In other words, I've got to get it beyond a massa confusa. I've got to separate that so that you can understand that in order to be affectionate, you don't have to defecate on somebody. You see what I mean? And so you gotta, even though his persona was kind of stern, Freud really cared about whether or not people would be able to experience and enact in an effective way their eros. So that's the object line of development.
Talking about object love, but I thought I remembered you talking a lot about merger experience.
Oh yeah, that's you got to have those in order to get a base for the self, and we'll get into that as we go. Merger experiences are here. and here. And I'm going to show you in a minute. I got to finish this little thing about the 4 lines of development.
So were you saying that the narcissistic era was going across lover to warrior?
The narcissistic personality disorder is going to stand here and is going to recruit idealizing projections from people who can't internalize their own royal circuits, and they're going to marry a dependent. So if you look at all these couple dyads where a narcissist ends up with a dependent, idealize me? Yes, I will. You're so wonderful. You follow me? In a minute, I'm going to show you how the recent brain research and the recent evolutionary psychology stuff has come up with actual inborn innate systems which underlie those idealizing transferences and those, the longing to idealize and the longing to be mirrored, which is really coming from the same place. We'll get to that in a minute. But I want to just go on around here. So in this diagram, if you look carefully, I think you can read the small print. You can see what I think the bundled archetypal potentials are that are on each one of those lines of development. Now, how did I get into this? Did I start out to figure this out? Absolutely not. I was a young scholar and psychotherapist, and I thought, well, by golly, I'm gonna try to carry Jung's work forward. And so Jung did a psychology of the occult, and so I'm really that's a pretty good place to start, because that esoteric stuff is probably just full of deep structures out where you can see them. So when I was a young scholar, I started, I decided I was going to write the great book, the great Jungian book on the psychology of the occult. I just thought, yeah, that's what I'll do. And so that was about the time that there was this huge flood. That was in the late 60s, early 70s. That was this huge flood of what some people call cults. Other people call minority religions, alternative religions. It was just burgeoning then. Neo-paganism at that time was the fastest growing religion in the United States, and there was all this fantasy, and all my professors had taught me how much this stuff is crazy making, how much all those people in that stuff are really crazy, and it's making them more crazy. So I kind of started out my research from a kind of an anti-cultist point of view. And I said, well, I'm going to go and I'm going to do a lot of research. I'm going to go out in the field. I'm going to do a lot of field interviewing, and I'm going to study I want to do clinical interviews with these occultists. And I'm going to carry Jung's work forward by just observing this stuff right there in situ. I'm going to watch these archetypal things disclose themselves before my eyes. So I began trying to do I began like a psychological anthropologist, going out, beginning to do observations with different groups. And I thought I was doing real well. And this story is told a little bit in one of those things in your packet. So you can look at that. I won't take long about this. But anyway, so I was working on this. I was feeling real good. I thought, yeah, it won't take me long to do this. Well, I'm really making progress on this. And then somebody said, well, before you get too far on that, you probably ought to meet Gordon Melton. Now, who's he? Well, he's this guy that's been researching the occult. I said, never heard of him. So where does he live? Well, it turns out he lived at that time in Evanston. I was in Chicago. I thought, well, I'll go find him. So I looked him up, and I got into his house, and his whole house was a library. That kind of freaked me out a little bit. And it was all these esoteric books. In fact, it was this enormous, the greatest collection of esoteric books on occultism and magic in the United States. Private collection. And I began to look at that, and so I started talking to him. I would interview him, and soon my heart began to fall down into my shoes, because I realized this guy had forgotten more than I would ever know about the occult. But that's the bad news. It really kind of knocked my grandiosity for a loop there. And so, but then I said, look, you obviously have connections with all these people. Any chance I could get you to help me meet people? And said, sure. So I started going with him in his various field travels to study these people. And you can look at his Encyclopedia of American Religions, which revolutionized the study of American sociology of religion back in the 80s when it first came out. It had not come out when I met him, but it totally revolutionized sociology of religion in America. But in any case, so I started going with him, and I began to be able to observe the kind of practices that my professors at the University of Chicago told me did not exist in the modern world. They knew it. They were the experts. It did not exist in the modern world. And there I was sitting in rooms with people doing all kinds of wild ritual process. And so for a number of years, I did thousands of hours of on-site observation of these folks and their practices and so forth. And these two books really issued, they just came out recently. It should have been published 15 years ago. But this Magician and the Analyst is an account of that early research. It got plagiarized by the best, that material, because it was available in scholarly articles and in audio tape lectures long before I had ever got to publishing it. But I thought I should just publish it on principle so that people would see where a lot of those people's books came from. And then this book is an application of that research to the contemporary scene in terms of a new view of ritual process in relationship to psychology and so forth. But why I'm telling you that is, my first entree into all this was to actually be immersed in magician space, in the outer world. And me search, when I teach graduate students, I always ask them, think about what's the me search in the research for any theoretician. Well, of course, it might have had a little bit to do with this, that I was being dominated by the magician archetype in my life. Totally dominated, as most scholars, most psychotherapists are. And but of course, I didn't know anything about the magician archetype at the time. Jung didn't talk about the magician archetype. He talked about the wise old man. So they had not really kind of done much of a structural analysis of this area, this space. But as I began to get into it, it began to hit me like a ton of bricks. Wow, this stuff is not random. This is highly structured, like Jung's hypotheses about archetypes proposed. And that book, The Magician and the Analyst, delineates what I found is built into this aspect of the psyche. What systems are built into it. It is a kind of a built-in death and rebirth schema in the psyche, so that when you have a trauma or when you hit a certain developmental phase, the biological clock gets to a certain point, click. So there are two ways this whole system gets kicked off. One is trauma, and the other one is a life cycle, biologically coded life cycle sequence when you get to a certain place. And what will happen is, boom, your Lebenswelt, your life world, will start to just slough off. And it's like it's like it has gotten morbid. And no matter what you try to do, this is what Jung was talking about when he was talking about the regressive restoration, the attempt to regressively restore the persona once you've had an encounter with the unconscious. Can't do it. Once your life world is ripped, that membrane is all coming out, or it's going to kill you, one of the two. It's just like something happening to the uterine lining. So in any case, I came to realize that there are three elements in that magician system in terms of what it's in there for, besides just simply knowing. It's really the death rebirth systems, and it has to do with the capacity to detach from an old world, completely detach from it, and to let it die. And if it doesn't die on its own, you kill it ritually. You have to kill it in order to survive, ritually. If you haven't ever seen the work of Arno van der Hart, the Scandinavian psychologist, Rituals in Psychotherapy, you ought to look at that, because he's very much on the same page about some of this. He doesn't focus on the underlying systems, he just focuses on the importance of ritual in therapy. But in any case, so when that thing hits and that system starts, it's going to do its thing with you. And then one of the two things are going to happen. There's going to be an instinctual search for a sacred vessel, a sacred space, a holding environment, Winnicott called it. There's going to be a quest for a holding environment. It is an innate quest. It's not a consciously willed quest often. But that search for the one who's going to help me through this transformation starts. And the space, a search for transformative space begins. It's an automatic system. And the psyche will also search for the person who's going to steward that space. That's why I've talked so much about the ritual elder, the therapist, psychotherapist, or as a ritual elder. Because when a person goes into a transition state, they're going to be looking for somebody to steward, to idealize with a magician archetypal transference, in the hope that that person will hold that transference while they let the skin go, while they let the old world go. They can hold the center while the old world goes. Now that is what people come to you for. If you want to know why they come to you, they come to you if they've not been court ordered to come to you. They come to you. In other words, some people have to be helped to get into the vessel. Other people search it out, and what they're looking for is somebody to steward the space while they undergo their metamorphosis. Yes.
But they're also very vulnerable at this time.
Radically.
Back into another cult. They're also.
What was the last sentence?
To get hooked into another cult.
Oh, that's why they're so vulnerable to cults. Because they are looking for the sacred space. And many, many small religions seek to provide that in an otherwise ritually tone-deaf culture. So mainline churches haven't got a clue about this stuff. They provide people with, most mainline churches provide people with very little actual transformative space. And these minority religions actually attempt to. And I have sat and watched their ritual elders do very complicated interventions for many hours. And what I began to notice after I watched this, I began to have this grudging respect for what Victor Turner, the great anthropologist, would call ritual genius of many of these folks that others would call folk therapists. There are folks that lead in those groups. There are some who are, in my view, really adepts. We call them adepts. What I would call are real megas. And there are many people with impeccable psychiatric and psychological credentials who don't know what to come in out of the rain in terms of this. So we don't idealize anybody, but that's what the psyche's looking for when an opportunity for transformation occurs in the psyche. Okay. So in any case, you've got cognitive development in general, cognitive maturation, so that the cognitive apparatuses in the personality are able to deploy themselves in order to help the organism adapt creatively. And so there's a developmental line for that, but included within that is not simply the capacity to do pattern recognition, which your addicts, Michael and I've taught many times, have a terrible time achieving pattern recognition. You don't know why they keep on making the same mistake all the time. It's related to pattern recognition, because contemplation, this thing helps you get up over the template of your life. And if you don't have enough of development in this quadrant, you will not be able to actually scan your life for its fundamental key patterns. And many of our patients, depending on their particular disorder, are really very handicapped in this. In fact, if somebody has a high level of anxiety, what is happening biophysically, biochemically in the organism is actually shutting down the higher levels of this function. We now know from recent brain research that if the anxiety goes beyond a certain point, the inborn mechanisms actually begin to shut the forebrain down. Automatically shut the forebrain down.
It takes its place at that point. That's
the old brain. And you beat your wife up.
primitive brain.
Yes. You beat your wife up. You kill your spouse. Or you
Chemicals.
Or you use some, you are so overwhelmed with the intensity of the energy in your self system that you have to self-medicate in order, and you know what? It's a good idea. What you got to understand is that if a self system is that shaky, that's very pre-psychotic. That is very pre-psychotic. And so when you're sniffing too much about your people's addictions, you got to realize they are using that substance as a very expensive, high cost resource to damp this level of arousal in the system down so that they can avoid psychosis. And it is, as I say, extremely expensive and not a very smart midterm or long-term tactic to keep organized. But we need to have empathy for people that go there, because if somebody is going toward a substance to help them regulate in a desperate threat of regulation meltdown, regulation failure, before, as that old saying goes, be careful about getting rid of that demon before you got something else you're offering them. So before you try to take away some addictive process, you have got to have a strategy about helping them with their containment and regulation of this arousal state. And in any case, so if you look at those things, there's this concept of bundling of these innate schemas. And I have listed some of the things I think are bundled in these archetypal systems in the human self. In the lover line, there are a number of things that are bundled. One is just the capacity for joyful embodiment, being in your body, being able to actually experience your body, and of course, related to that, be able to actually accept your sexuality, and not be completely phobic about your sexual arousal, or not have your sexual arousal cause you to dissociate, to have to dissociate. So the capacity to mature in your capacity to stand your passion, your erotic passion, that is the developmental line there. And related to that, it is another, not the same, as we'll see in a little bit, innate schema. It's not the same schema, but it's bundled with another schema in this quadrant, and that is the schema for affiliation. For you're interested in John Bowlby's work and things like that, that sort of innate schemas for attachment, in terms of the capacity to attach. And there's some other things that are bundled in there, but I would say fundamental embodiment, being able to be actually present in your life, in your body. The sexuality is a specialized aspect of that, or a fundamental aspect of that. The capacity to actually be attached, to actually be related, to, as we'll see in a little bit, actually be willing to receive care, to be able to receive caring, because a lot of people are confused about lover agenda. It is not a caring agenda. This line does not care. It's into enjoying and being cared for. Grooming. You groom me. You groom me. Unless I am developed enough, you can think about people's sex lives here, unless I am developed enough on this line of development to really be able to enjoy pleasuring you. And that takes some development. That takes some psychological virtuosity to really be into being joyfully involved in the pleasuring of the other. A lot of people that read the book, about pleasuring the other, but okay. And then the royal quadrants, this is the line for the development of a sense of self. They say, in Jung's classic work, they say it's the king's archetypal context for the ego. Well, there's some sense of that, but it's really more clear if you understand that it's about I am. It's the I am developmental line. It's the developmental line of identity. I am. And the capacity to know what you want. There are a lot of people that do not have an agenda that's available to them consciously. And so they're sort of like waiting for Godot, and so one line is simply the capacity to actually think I want and not be conflicted about it. Think about that. Think about your people that if you held a gun on them and said, tell me what you want or I'm going to blow your brains out, you just have to shoot them. Because they don't have a clue. In fact, in their whole life, nobody ever gave them permission to even ask the question. My life is not about what I want, it's about what you want. So it's also, but there's also in this bundle of schemas is actually the biosocial bundled biogram for nurturance. And it's very interesting. They think, the evolutionary psychologists think that there's a biogram for dominance and one for submission. And that's, and so that's in there too. It's a biogram for dominance, along bundled with a biogram for nurturance. And depending on the maturation and integration of these schemas, you can be dominant without being nurturant, or you can be compulsively nurturant without having a sense of I am. Do you know anybody like that? Compulsively nurturant, but without a sense of I am? But when this thing is integrated in a maturation, and it is brought online, I like to say, in a mature way, the capacity for dominance is done with empathy, and it's used in the service of nurture and building. So if you ever want to build anything, I was going to say we have a contractor here. A contractor is operating under that quadrant, because if to the extent that you're a contractor, you have to know what it is you want to build, or what it is that you want to achieve in your work. You've got to be clear about this. And somebody has got to be able to assign all the warriors what needs to be done in order to complete this capital P project. When this thing is mature in the psyche, you got somebody that knows where they are. That's what I left out. It's a diagram for a sense of habitat. And it's very interesting. Something just hit me this week preparing for this. I know that this is in both men and women, because I noticed that the more dysfunctional a man is, the less attention he will place to his physical about his physical surroundings. He won't care for his space he lives in. And that is to say, if this line, this sense of self, you can tell, you could go look at somebody's apartment, and you would be able to tell how much this has been integrated just because there would be a sense of a habitat in their living space. A habitat meaning a garden. That's why God was imaged as a gardener, because to the extent that this thing is mature well enough, things will be gardened. It won't be chaotic, because the person is invested. They are into caring for the space. They're aware that they are in space. And there's a lot, if you study the history of kingship, as I have, this is why the kings were always identified, the queens and the kings were identified with the land. They are the land, mythically speaking. They are the land. And so in any case, there's a lot bundled in that. And what we see a lot today is very, very, very feeble functioning on this. What we see more than anything else on this, when it's manifest, we see the grandiose, arrogant, narcissistic, kind of grandiose exhibitionistic aspect of this, but we see less and less actual capacity for generativity. This is the line of development for generativity, and there's a lot of psychoanalytic research today coming from a variety of schools, largely and starting with Erickson's work on generativity. So the decline in the capacity for generativity is enormous now. And so we've got rising sort of archaic narcissism and a huge collapse in the capacity for generative investment in a habitat. We see it with the environment. We see it with the lessening of interest in care of children. We see it, well, you can just add your list. I mean, this is what worries me a lot, because I see you cannot sustain a civilization, even a marginal civilization, if this generativity level of maturation gets below a certain point. Yeah.
Quick question now. Is this follow like Jung's developmental?
You mean the individuation thing? It's an interesting question. You would hope that as people get older, that they get more generative, but it certainly is not automatic, obviously. Too many people on golf courses. There used to be Malidoma has made us all aware of how much in indigenous cultures the elders did not declare bankruptcy once they got 55, or their equivalent of 55. But let me do a quick life cycle thing here. You would do this. Adolescence, young adulthood, in terms of maturation of this. Oh, just being submissive doesn't work. Or picking fights in bars doesn't always work. Midlife. When men get to midlife, they start getting pitiful. Women do not. They start getting themselves together and getting more together, more able to act on their own behalf and on, act effectively. And Gutman observed in that book, which I hope you look at, just as some of the research evidence supporting this theory, that he thinks that one of the main reasons that we have such a high divorce rate is this asymmetry. Because just as men get capable of wanting a really personal relationship that's not simply related to their wonderful career, the wife has lost interest in as much of a personal relationship with him and is interested in her wonderful career. And so one of the things we've got to remember based on this kind of thing is, there are those Jungians or pseudo-Jungians that say, well, you've got to find your myth and hold it. Or, well, then there's the first half of individuation, and you do this in the first half, you're active and so forth and so on. And then kind of the Hindu model. And then in the second half of life, you sort of withdraw into yourself, and you're no longer a householder or doing all these things. That's bad advice. That's really bad advice, because wholeness, the challenge of wholeness shifts through the life cycle. And the imperative for wholeness through the life cycle is that you not forgot what you knew when you were young. Men must not forget what they knew when they were younger, and women must not forget what they knew when they were younger. You can't just sort of treat the first half of your life like a caboose that you just disconnect. And when you do, you're really looking for chaos in your life. And so in other words, you cannot maintain cohesiveness if when a man gets, like one guy I met was a Green Beret when he was in his 20s, and when he became just under 40, he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. He couldn't even find a paper bag for himself. He was such a mess all over the floor. Guess what? He had discovered love. I can't live without her. So in any case, the warrior quadrant, and then I'll just add a few more of these, more of this evidence. How am I doing on time? Am I out of time? Let me just talk about in this this warrior line. That's the line for boundary formation, big time. That's the line for actual effective differentiation in terms of being able to differentiate from fusion with a parental figure or family system. You've got to be able to say no.
Did you say boundary?
Boundary differentiation. Think codependency. Think about those people that cannot say no, that compulsively cannot say no. You work with people just like I do that keep saying yes to tasks when they're already completely fried. And they don't have to say yes, but they compulsively say yes. And they drive themselves further and further and further into danger, into the red zone. So boundary formation is huge in terms of your basic clinical work with a lot of your clientele, because a lot of those people that are coming to see you in dire straits are really in terrible shape on this, in this line. And if they are experiencing a lot of debilitating pain, this thing is very undeveloped. This is the part of your psyche that can say no pain, no gain, and not be disorganized by pain. This is the part of the personality that's really not that interested in pain. It's interested in being effective. It's interested in getting on with it, not worshiping the wound, as we say in some of our men's groups. Midlife men are really into what we call wound worship. Oh, what she did to me, or what my daddy did to me, or what my mother did to me, or what my brother did to me, or now don't get me wrong, it's important for them to know they have a feeling or two. Men have to learn that, But what midlife men do? They take this swan dive off into the cesspool of bottomless pain, and a lot of therapists have got the idea that if you just take somebody and you stick their head further down in there, and you just say, well, let's get into more catharsis with you. Let's have you tell me more about your wound. Tell me more about your trauma. Let's go down deeper into your pain. A lot of therapists do that. They've been trained to do that. And we're going to get to the bottom of your pain. What a fantasy. What an incredibly malpracticed fantasy, in my view. There ain't any bottom to your pain, friends. There isn't any bottom to their pain. And any therapist that doesn't understand that there's no bottom to it, they shouldn't be doing therapy, because they're dangerous to their clients. It's important that the person knows about their pain, relates to their pain consciously as possible, finds all kinds of effective tactics to contain their pain, uses cognitive techniques not to dwell on their pain all the time, but without this thing being developed and fairly developed, somebody that has had significant trauma is going to be neck deep in their pain when they come in your office. And even if they are flat affect, the pain may be so intense that they're just having to dumb themselves down intensively with primitive defense mechanisms not to be aware of it. So, in terms of choosing therapeutic strategies, you gotta be able to assess pain levels in the personality, because high level of pain in the ego system, in the conscious ego system, this thing is really, really not working well. May never have. Or trauma may have really damaged it. You follow me? So, in any case, that's kind of that. I'll have to, I will show you more about these. I've got something to pass out to you. These, I didn't have time to go over these. I will take that and pass it. These are from Anthony Stevens, one of Anthony Stevens' books on evolutionary psychiatry. Anthony Stevens has done a wonderful job beginning to catalog the scientific evidence for these innate schemas, which he believes are archetypal schemas, as I do. And this is only one diagram from this book, and it lays out what one of the many theorists Stevens talks about, evolutionary theorist, has concluded with regard to let me give you the definition. Here's their word for archetype, archetypal system. Quote, it's PSALIC, which stands for program spacings and linkages in conspecifics, or another version, propensity states antedating language in communication. Propensity states antedating language. Archetype, folks. Archetypal system. Quote, Gardner defines a PSALIC as, quote, a primitive communicational state mediated by deeply homologous neural structures that, when stimulated and activated, causes the organism to demonstrate an unusual readiness to assume distinctive roles relating to functional activities involving one or more of its conspecifics, simply meaning functions. Okay, now look at this list. I haven't had as much time yet as I need to spend with these different evolutionary theorists, but I think it's quite interesting. The PSALIC for nurturance.
For archetype. Propensity for archetype.
They don't know the word archetypes. Anthony Stevens says these are archetypal systems. And so you can look at his Archetypes, the Natural History of the Self. You can look at his Evolutionary Psychiatry, which is where he's done the most cataloging his research. You can look at his 2-million-year-old self book. His work is incredibly significant and very little attended to in America. He's a London, he's an English analyst. Okay. Nurturance recipients. Look at this. Nurturance recipients. Sexual. Alpha. Alpha reciprocal. Melancholic depression. In group omega. Out group omega. Spacing. The detachment agenda. The magician archetype detaches. You follow that? Schizoid behavior.
Could you just map those for us or slow? Could you do it again?
Quickly, and then we need to take a break. And then I will do, when we come back, in order to when we get to the therapy part, I will share with you, see, Milan, and I should do that now anyway, just while you're at it, but let me do this one again. Nurturant, it's bundled here. Nurturant recipients is bundled here. Sexual is bundled here. Alpha is bundled here. Not exactly the same way in men and women, but don't kid yourself. Women have a lot more alpha than the politically correct current PC stuff says. some of us spend a lot of time with men. We know how pitiful they are. Their wives are a lot more alpha. Alpha reciprocal. We'll see later when we get to psychopathology, conversion disorders are in the lover quadrant. Hysterical stuff is in the lover quadrant. In group, are you with me? In group omega. Read out what it says. Very low rankings exhibit submissive behavior. I idealize you, oh mighty one. That's here and here. Outgroup omega, persecuted member of an outgroup, one who is the, yes? No, because you see, this person is known by the fact that they're trying to be in the group. Magician, he doesn't want to be a part of the group. You know? Hell with you. I'm dealing with gnosis. I'm the one with the knowledge. You know, I don't need your collectivity. That's a classical Jungian fantasy, you know. Outgroup omega, persecutory delusions, because they are receiving a lot of aggression. And they can't form boundaries, adequate boundaries against the aggression. Happens a lot. This is where you get masochistic behavior. You get into an intrapsychic remind me to talk about how this relates to bad objects, bad breast and object relations theory. Because the nurturant pairing between parent and child is in here. That is the dyad. That's the fusion that has to occur in here. And so, in other words, you've got the nurturants and you got the nurturance recipients. See? And if the childhood works well, I need you to nurture me and you want to nurture me. You see that? So you can see here that this is the underlying circuitry. The nurturance recipients is the underlying circuitry for both idealizing transferences and mirror transferences. When I'm idealizing, in an idealizing transference with you, I have not successfully recruited your nurturance. But I'm doing my damnedest to tell you how wonderful you are, and if I get you to feel wonderful enough, you may just give me a little bit. You may actually pay attention to me. Yeah.
I got lost here.
Okay.
This chart here I'm lost on. What does it mean by normal human here? Is it normal human to be a hermit, isolated living? What does that column mean here?
Well, he's trying not to pathologize the Buddhist monks or the Trappist. You follow me? He's saying that there's a normal level of being a person that retreats into spiritual retreats. It's not crazy to be a Trappist, necessarily. I mean, it can be, but it's not necessarily. But now let me just, so anyway, that research that's been done on these are biological systems, and they can be related to the animal inheritance. So this is really in the evolutionary the foundations of the psyche.
Which one was the alpha reciprocal part in your chart? The loss of value.
It is conversion disorder, loss of values. You can't, you're in a mob with an inappropriate leader. That is an idealizing projection. You have no capacity to regulate your idealizations. And
So on your quadrant system, where is that?
What? This one's right here. Because if you are dominated by the archetypal lover energy, you will try to merge. If it moves, you want to merge with it. Because you can't maintain, you have a very little sense of self. And your very arousal states are usually so high that you have to be depressed to damp them down. So if I can find somebody that will let me idealize them and actually receive it, and then be the vessel, be my therapist, you get it? Then I can have an appropriate idealizable vessel. You follow me? That is, when you got somebody that's trying to do that, they can form a transference. Some people cannot. Who are the people that cannot form a therapeutic alliance with you? They are people whose system for nurturance recipients has never been evoked. Do you see that? We'll get more into this later. But I just wanted to add a little thing from Milan here. Milan, evolutionary, he's been studying evolutionary theory about this stuff too, and he says, well, you know, there's 3 polarities. He thinks they're polarities. He says active, they're grounded in evolutionary derived systems. He says active and passive. He says pleasure and pain are a polarity. He's wrong. Pleasure and pain are both in here. The capacity to have the structural boundaries that you need to be able to stand pleasure and pain are the polarity. But there's no doubt that there are systems for pleasure and experiencing pleasure and experiencing pain. And then he says there is self and there's other. Think Murray Bowen theory. Differentiation, fusion with the other.
Interesting to do this with nations.
Oh yes.
Germany in
Oh,
1938.
of course. Yes, sir. Where is the capacity to have a sense of self? You can see that sense of self is there. See, and I would argue that it is actually maturation on this line and on this line that enables you to have a sense of if you're in this fusion place, you're not going to have a sense of the other, real sense of the other. And so what you've got is these things have got to be working if you're going to be able to actually differentiate. These are the systems for differentiation. And we'll see when we get into therapy issues, and tomorrow we get in more into the pathology stuff. You'll be able to see that a lot of people try to detach to form boundaries, but it doesn't work. And that's also Bowen theory. That is to say, emotional cutoff does not form differentiation. This is just to give you a little sense of these archetypal systems, and only a small part of the evidence. I'll add a little bit more tomorrow about the way these things are laid out. So let me just open it for a minute. Yeah.
The villain polarities, these are polarities in personality.
Yeah, Milan, when we get to thinking about Milan's approach to his most recent approach to psychopathology, I'll talk about it a little bit tomorrow, and his approach to integrative psychotherapy is very, very parallel to a Jungian way. He believes that when you get psychopathology, you're not balancing polarities well. There are polarities that are not that are overfunctioning, poles that are overfunctioning. He's right. I agree with that. He and I are in incredible, surprising agreement about that. And then he says, in order to do an effective integrative therapy job, you have got to balance the polarity. And so he believes that it's very important to know what the polarities really are. And he is, in his mature work, like Jung, he's come up with his reading of this, and I think he's very correct in affirming that these things he talks about are important. But again, like Anthony Stevens, he does not have a structural theory. You can't plot these things and figure out what the geometry of this is. And the problem is with dealing with balancing opposites, they have to really be opposites. Because if you're trying to balance something that's not an opposite, you may make them crazier. So healers throughout the centuries, if you look at this book called Healing and Restoring by Larry Sullivan, it's a comparative study of healing and healers throughout human history. And one of the things Larry says is that one of the consistent themes among human healers throughout time is that they all had a sense that you had to balance the opposites. It's very interesting. Other questions or comments about anything I said? Yes.
Robert, is there any reason you started with the magician quadrant?
Yes, in there was a me search in the research. The reason I started with it is because that's where my feet were at the time from very early on in my family system. My brother took the warrior space. And I just observed my older brother trying to deal with my father. And I could tell that was too dangerous, man. That was too dangerous for me. So I was going to think my way through this, you know. Yeah. Yeah.
Having dealt with college students up to PhD level for over 20 years.
Yep.
Psychotherapy, counseling. You know how somebody playing basketball or football will look back on the moment and made a dramatic play and say, I didn't do that, the ball did it.
Yeah.
Some of the students that have found the space and the person and have been pushed by life have broken through academically, and have told me that they can concentrate and they can do things, and they can actually remember.
I can actually remember what they read.
And they can. I mean, it's just like a different person.
Oh, it is a different person.
And it's usually lasts about 2 years.
It's interesting.
And then they go on, and sometimes later in life they'll come back and talk to me. You say, I'll never forget that period where something happened, and I
were these people you were working with?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened where academically I could do marvelous. And they actually perform above their capacity.
Well, what happened? Well, they actually began to get beyond their benchmark up to closer to their optimum. And the way they did it was they had a self-object transference to you, which enabled them to pull their personality system together at a higher level of creative integration for a time. Those who actually structuralized could sustain it. Those who simply used you for a transference cure got worse after they left the relationship. You follow me? So, those patients that come to see you and they see you a few times until they kind of bond a little bit and then they get better. and they look like they're a lot better, and they decide they don't need to continue.
But sometimes they graduate too.
Well, sure. Sure. Yeah, you can't use that as a differential diagnosis on that, but some of them would be able to structuralize through their work with you to larger degrees, and others would simply use you for what the Cohutians call a prosthesis. And I love that. I love that language because that's really what it is. And so the problem a lot of the time with our people is that they start feeling better because they have a transference. They're using you for a prosthesis, and their system function is better with the triangulation that they've made with you. It's the same as in Bowen theory. It's like the triangulation with you.
Explain that.
Yeah, it's like the personality, the chaotic personality system is having a hard time. It's a rule. They're having a hard time maintaining system integrity. And one of the things that we will, the more chaotic your system is, you will seek to reach out, and it's almost like a flying buttress in a cathedral. You will try to get somebody involved with you to around whom you can organize. This is one of the fundamental tenets of contemporary self-psychology. It's like, if I'm having trouble organizing, I'm going to seek out something that I can use as a crutch to hold on to, so that I can experience less terminal anxiety in my personality system. And so, just because somebody starts to be less anxious and less chaotic after they're seeing you a little bit, don't assume that there's been any structuralization at all. Often it's the beneficent impact of the relatedness to you, but it is not structure yet. That's why when I'm talking on tomorrow afternoon about what is cure, I want to teach folk about structural cure, structural corrections, because the only real cure is a structural cure. And in order to have a structural cure, which translates system integrity, functional, effective system integrity at a good enough level, the only way to have that is to have a certain kind of internalization go on, and and you know all that stuff about the ego psychologists have done with the internalization process. William Meister and those people working on internalization. That is another way of talking about structuralization. So you hope that they'll be able to. You hope that somebody comes to you. You hope that they're not so wounded here that they cannot form an alliance with you. And if you're really good at trying to stimulate that system, saying, okay, come on, form an alliance with me. Talk about seductive patience. If a therapist is not seductive enough in the sense of capable of recruiting that system, they won't form a transference. Not even a basic one. And unless they do, they don't attach to you. And if they don't attach, your leverage to actually be able to help them structuralize is very limited. So, yeah.
Can you relate balancing poles with just what he said?
Balancing poles with what? With what? Which part?
That part, if that's absent.
Yeah, it's like what you got to understand. If you've got somebody who is so, this is despair, friends. Let me tell you, when that, let's just tell you like it is here, put my cards on the table. When that nurturance recipient's system is not deployed, that is phenomenologically despair. Well, let me tell you how you can be sure you can. But this is Adler. How are you going to balance that? This person is discouraged. If your nurturance recipient's system is not functioning adequately, this is very simple. Don't make it too hard. You're discouraged. You have not had enough caretakers who knew how to encourage you in a mature, appropriate way. And you may be so discouraged that you will ever find anybody that truly cares to nurture you. You follow me? A lot of the people that come in to see you have managed to have just enough hope to get them there. But they don't yet have enough hope to deal with the despair over whether or not you're really going to be able to be a usable self-object, usable nurturer. So in other words, just because they've come to see you for therapy does not mean that they have been able to deal with the despair they have. That is an absence of courage. What is encouragement? It's to help them have courage. And that's why I will say to people, the therapist better have spiritual practices going. Because the therapist is going to have to be the source of courage. The therapist is going to have to be the source of courage. And that breaks all the rules, because all these people in their magician inflations that teach you therapy will tell you, oh, it's not appropriate for you to be that too. You know, I was taught a lot when I was a young therapy student. You mustn't be invested in these people. You know, you mustn't care. You know, it's not professional. That is such crap. I mean, that is unbelievably crap to teach young therapists that. And because if you don't have the juice to have enough courage yourself to share some courage and let them come up and with every trick in your bag, every single trickster capacity you've got to create a Wizard of Oz thing here, to try to help them believe that you might just be different. I tell you, I'm not kidding you. Because I got to talk to you about despair. Because when we talk about that in terms of understanding what psychopathology is, what it really is, it is despair in this self-system about being able to get anybody who will help them evoke these potentials. And if a person did not receive adequate nurturance, which is most of them, they have got a certain level of despair. And if they're coming to your office, they're trying to cope with their despair. Yeah.
A cognitive behavioral therapist would call this simply cognitive restructuring.
Sure. Absolutely.
And the cognitive restructuring unless you have a relationship with the client. Is that basically?
Sure. Absolutely. That is absolutely right. Those people know what they're talking about. And it's like the assumptive world, the operative philosophy of the personality, think Adler, the operative philosophy of this personality that's in despair doesn't see any real basis for hope. And therefore, their energy level, anytime courage is low, I will guarantee you, energy in the system is really very, very tenuous. The energy supply is low. And I'll explain why that is later. Because it finally hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh, this is why people don't take on all. I have helped them understand. I have shown them what they need to do. God, I've been doing that for a year, and you've not done a damn thing. And finally it dawned on me, oh, I get it. This is like the California power grid. The California people knew that they had all those people that needed lights. That wasn't lost on them. Their life task. But they also knew that if they add any more suburbs to that grid, what was going to happen? The whole thing was going to go down. And your clients, when they are resisting cooperating with you, the energy level is so low, it can't fuel any courage. So where are they going to get the energy for the courage? Guess what? From you. We'll deal with that more later. Listen, I don't want to keep you any longer. We will... And remember now, this is an introductory framing, just to try to get us framing what our I'm suggesting that integrative psychotherapy, how it ought to be conceived, and what some of the fundamental tasks of it. When we do an advanced seminar on integrative psychotherapy, we will be able to get a lot deeper into a lot of the more complex, deeper aspects of this, and then we will try to do seminars which address not only the utilization of different techniques, different interventions in the relationships to this theory, such as some of you have been present with me when I taught people active imagination in their own personal work in relationship to this theory. And I've done that for with thousands of people now in group settings, and we need to address have more advanced seminars in dream work, looking at it from this. I mean, how do you utilize dreams to help you do what I'm going to be talking about here? In addition to traditional classical Jungian use of dream work, probably many of you actually do some of this kind of thing I'm going to be talking about in your utilization of Jungian dream work now. But and I hope that we'll be able to talk Margaret into coming out, and she's been doing a lot of work with sand play from an integrative point of view. So I hope we'll be able to get her to do some advanced seminars on that. But let me just run through this. There's always been a lot of argument between people about trying to distinguish between counseling, psychotherapy, analysis, spiritual direction, and so on. And I just want to briefly, quickly reprieve that, go over that quickly again, and we'll, of course, be able to talk about that in more depth in the future, hopefully. But I see counseling, I see all of these things as having to be informed by the structural theory, because each one of them, you can understand the task of each one of them if you get a real handle on the structural issues in systems integration in the personality. That is to say, if you can only do very brief counseling with someone, for example, what you need to do quickly is to assess what is the state of system integration in that personality when they walk in the door, and as quickly as you can cut to the chase of getting a sense of what is happening. It's making that it's endangering that system integration in such an acute way when they come to see you. And if it's not real acute, then you've got to make some judgments in a hurry about what you can do in terms of brief techniques, what used to be called supportive therapy or brief therapeutic techniques, which might be able to help the individual find an adequate crutch or stent to deal with the places where where their system is structurally threatening to break down. So you need to try to figure out what you can offer in a short term that could at least arrest the trajectory of the regression. You want to try to arrest the trajectory and speed of the regression if you can, and you may need to use medication or whatever in conjunction with that. But when you're doing counseling, just very brief counseling, you are not going to be able to address actually improving or eliminating structural deficits in the personality. There's no way you're going to be able to do that. You can you can help this individual decisively, though in a brief time, by simply knowing what you know, moving to try to help them contain, arrest the slippage down the side of the pyramid, and do something to try to help hold them a little bit until they can deal with the short-term sort of panic that they're going through with regard to whatever they're dealing with, and hopefully be able to, with many cases when they come in, you can arrest that slide down the side of the pyramid with some fairly simple, firm interventions. I emphasize firm interventions. A lot of therapists, especially beginning therapists, err on being much too passive. It's very typical to err in being much too passive, remembering what they taught me about listening skills and all that. But you're not going to address a structural deficits in any kind of a systematic intervention way counseling at all. In family counseling, however, Murray Bowen and some of the Bowenians think they can radically change a family system with 1 or 2 sessions. Yeah, well, maybe they can. And there's no doubt that a really skilled family systems therapist can see what's going on and can assertively prescribe some things to try for the family, which might really address some of the most blatant kinds of triangulations in the system and so on. So there are some, in family systems, it might be a little bit more worth expecting that you might be able to do something significant in a few sessions. It's interesting to watch these tapes of these Bowenian therapists, and I see them. How many times did you see this couple? Well, I saw them 4 times. It's pretty good. But anyway, with individuals, you can't do address these structural deficits. When you're doing psychotherapy, though, you are trying to alter the system, the little s self system, toward some better, less expensive adaptive tactics with regard to their functioning. Now, the issue here, the question is, you've got to be able to come to a sense of what is structurally wrong with the personality in order to do psychotherapy. And it's not so important that the person gets to be this expert on their personality, but it's important for you to have a sense of what the structural deficit is so that you can come up, like Milan would suggest in his person-centered therapy thing, so that you can come up with a set of interventions which makes a coherent treatment plan based on the particular structural deficit that you have determined to be the case. And if you can use these interventions to improve the system functioning because you have addressed that structural deficit. For example, you determine that you're going to get this person into some assertiveness training classes, They're very passive. You're going to suggest to them an alternate, an auxiliary to therapy that they will go down to the local junior college and take part in a so many session class of assertiveness training in conjunction with seeing you. And I found that Jung said that you've got 4 parts to analytical psychotherapy. You've got confession, which means you listen to what they're telling you so you can make your diagnosis. Elucidation, you're having to get beneath the surface of the symptom pattern to kind of get some sense about what is going on with the person and to begin to be able to see the shape of what's going on, the complexes and so forth. Education, and then transformation. Well, I agree with Jung and I agree with Adler that you have an interpretive and educative role with your psychotherapy clients. There's too much magician mystification in the practice of most psychotherapists. It's like, I know about you, but you don't know about you. And I'm not going to share what I know about you with you. That's why you come to me. And if I shared what I know about you with you, you might terminate prematurely, and I would lose an income stream. And that's part of the magician's shadow of the psychotherapist. And so I think a lot of this cute attitude about not trying to use educative aspects, we might call upfront cognitive psychotherapeutic interventions with a client, is simply mumbo jumbo. I really believe it's a magician identification that I have to hold the mystery, and you can't have. This is a guild. You can't have the esoteric knowledge. I got it. You can't have it. Well, I think that's terrible. I think that's unethical. I don't really think it works very well. So what I believe in is, to the extent that the knowledge would be helpful in your therapeutic judgment, in your strategic judgment as an integrative psychotherapist, knowledge that about the personality that you think would actually help them and not disorganize them, I suggest that you find ways to share that with them. In effect, giving them an operator's manual for their personality. And you're not going to be able to give them the big manual in psychotherapy. You don't need to in psychotherapy. But you need to give them the Cliff Notes version on their personality, to the extent that you've managed to have the therapeutic alliance that you need to have, and also that you've worked on getting that anxiety level down to the degree that what you learn, what they learn, what you teach them about their personality does not put them into terminal despair. And I'm going to get to that in a little bit. In other words, what you got to determine what you share with a person about their personality. You got to determine that based on treatment considerations. Is this likely to cause this individual to pathologize themselves more rather than give them hope? Yes.
Robert, to what extent might you share the octahedron structural analysis?
Depends on how accessible their magician function is. And with a lot of the people that come walking into your office, we'll talk about that more as we go. It's like, say you got somebody that comes in with a tremendous lover flooding. Now, they are going to almost have an allergic reaction to knowledge. But you know what? They have a more allergic reaction to expectations of action. And so I think you have got to, you have got to begin teaching even somebody that is being flooded with lover energy. You have got to challenge that dumbing down of the lover energy. The lover energy really makes you dumb. It comes in and it really screws up your thinking. Warrior energy tends to screw up your thinking too. If you get too much anger, if it moves into sort of the rage sector, your intelligence level drops like a rock too. But it's not as bad as the lover energy. You know, in the lover energy, everything is one. And I'm just here, and you're the therapist, and, you're the one that's supposed to do the thinking, and don't confuse me with, don't expect me to read a book. Don't expect me, my experience with that is, if you do have to recruit somebody that's flooded with that lover energy, you have got to help them understand that, one of the things that I've learned through lover energy is very wet. Makes the personality soggy. And I like to say to people, we got to dry you out some. And it's not whether, and they don't have to be an addict. I mean, but we've got to bring some light and heat in here and dry you out some, so you can begin to get this swamp drained a little bit, drain this swamp some. And so with that type of person, you need to begin teaching them about their personality and what's happening. But you're going to have to do it verbally. You're not going to be able to get that person to read anything most of the time initially. As you kind of nurture their budding embryonic magician function, then you can probably get them to start doing some reading. And I think that's, if you want to help somebody faster, they need to learn to be interested in themselves. And in order really to be interested in themselves, they're going to have to realize that they're going to have to study. They're going to have to study things, because you shouldn't be having to do it all for them. And these lover types want you to do it all for them. You do all the work. I'm here, aren't I? I'm here. But now, as that magician function gets better, you can actually start giving them the short version of what makes them tick. Here's where, you've really developed these strengths, and we've got to not forget your strengths. In fact, it's really true. You want to assess strengths very quickly, and you want to start mirroring those strengths. Because when you assess those strengths, and everybody's not psychotics who got strengths, even the psychotics have strengths. So you need to find them quick. And then you need to start noticing, getting your awareness of those personality strengths on the screen, but in the field between the two of you. As soon as you start noticing those strengths, you will arrest their regression. There's a lot of evidence in scientific studies of therapy. When you start noticing those strengths, you can't over-mirror them. Don't over-mirror them, because then you'll make them disavow them. In fact, I'll often say, I'm not going to say much about this, but I've noticed this strength you have. I'm not going to overstimulate you by, focusing on it too much. Because the truth is, and I make a joke of it, use a little humor, say, but I've noticed that you've got this strength, and we're going to need it. So I'll say that sort of thing to them. But gradually, you can help them start getting some sense, for example, about their arousal state. Their chronic arousal states, or, how their settings are set on the control panel in there. And we're going to get to the issue of taking an energy audit in the personality and start looking for diversification of energy sources if they are low on energy, and then the issue of regulating that energy, helping them tune it. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I really believe that there's plenty for you to do. We don't need to worry about getting them finished too quick on this stuff. It's like you need to share as much with them as you can share without disorganizing them. And that will facilitate their trust of you. That will facilitate their trust of you. If you don't, for example, if somebody has to idealize you too much, though, you've got to go easy with that, because they need for you to be the competent one, and they don't want to be expected to assume too much responsibility too fast. And so you have to kind of modulate that. You know, you've got to try to give it to them, and you have to just pay attention. How much are they likely to be able to take this in and digest it? It's all about metabolism. They've got to metabolize what they're learning from you. But my sense is that a therapist that really takes refuge in that magician inflation and that opaque screen makes people a lot crazier. And a lot of particularly analytical therapists are trained to provide a blank screen. And I really think that is an immediate, it was planned to be a regressor in the early days of Freud. Now, it was planned to be a regressor. It was supposed to be a regressor. And that's okay if you got a really uptight personality that needs to be regressed in order for you to get at the plumbing. But in most other therapeutic situations, not all of them, but in most of them, you don't need to be using that to regress them. They're going to be regressed enough. So in any case, we can come back to that, but let me get the analysis now. So psychotherapy, you give them the Cliff Notes version. What you're trying to do is address that structural deficit. You're trying to give them tools and behaviors and new ways of thinking which can address that structural deficit. For example, it's really, this isn't brain surgery. It's like, say a person, you can tell that they have never asked themselves what they want. That little book, Wishcraft, that little Wishcraft book, have you seen that? Well, it's just a basic thing about it's the same thing as my 100 before I die list. It's a lot of very nice little exercises to help a person journal about, what do I want? What do I wish for? And if you're going to open up that royal sector with a person that doesn't have a clue, you need to give them some easily doable assignments, and you can let them pace themselves on that. But you can give them a behavioral cognitive exercise like working on their before I die list and reading that little Wishcraft book. And it opens up new worlds for people to say, wow, I didn't know I had permission to think about any of these things, So you don't have to dwell on it all the time. You just kind of give them some tools and coach them. It's a good kind of a coaching model on that sort of thing. You coach them a little bit. Now, analysis assumes that the personality has the capacity to be interested in itself. Analysis. You cannot do psychoanalysis, serious psychoanalysis of any school, if the personality does not have the capacity, the narcissistic health, to not be bored with itself at a kind of a certain baseline. In order to do analysis, you have to really be interested in yourself. And I don't mean optimally interested in yourself, because to get optimally interested in yourself takes a lot. Because if everybody here scans themselves a little bit, you will notice that you're bored with yourself in a number of places. Because anywhere you have residual narcissistic wounds, you will avert your eyes from how interesting you are. And you will sort of avoid it. And some of the patients who come to see you are very severely wounded in their capacity to attend to themselves at all. And one of the things you really have to watch out for in just practical psychotherapy is you've got to be careful about pushing them past their threshold where they can stand your directing your interest and their interest to themselves. Because there are many people that are so wounded in that narcissistic line of development that that it is so anxiety provoking to be invited to examine something like a dream. Some of them are so narcissistically fragile they are jealous of their dreams. And they can't stand for you they don't want to give you a dream because they don't want to share your attention with the dream. Oh yes, it's a big deal. It's a big deal with people. And so a lot of the time when somebody can't bring you any materials, any journaling or any active imaginations or any dreams, they're jealous of that. They don't want you looking at that.
Jealous that you think the dream is more interesting than them?
That's the way they experience it. It's like, this is a mirror transference, what we call a mirror transference. It's like, pay attention to me. Shut up. Pay attention to me. Look at me. Listen to me. Shut the fuck up. Don't interpret. I'm not interested in you. We're interested in me. That's a mirror transference. And so when I say to you, you want to interpret and you want to follow Jung in educating the patient to the extent that is helpful, that's a caveat. It has to be helpful. And they have to be ready to attend to something other than themselves in that narrow sense. So if somebody has really got a huge mirror transference need, longing, a mirror self-object longing that's that intense, they're not going to share a dream with you. And there are others, and you have to determine this just by looking at them, that if they will bring the dreams, or they will bring the active imaginations in order to distract you from paying attention to them. In other words, let's look at my dreams. Let's don't talk about what's really going on in my life. Let's deal with my journalings. Let's deal with my active imagination I did last week. Let's not talk about what's really bothering me. So this is just your own clinical judgment. A lot of it is your intuition. You just got to scan for these little gambits, these little trickster gambits that go on all the time. But so in analysis, the person's got to be able to be well enough, as Winnicott, good enough capacity to be really interested in themselves, because a personality is extremely complex and rich, like an incredibly complex jewel with all these facets. And a decent analyst or somebody that's really capable of analysis is not going to easily get bored with their psyche, because it is so rich and so multifaceted, and it is not as simple as any of the other theories make it. And so analysis is incredibly rich and complex and multidimensional, and analysis, even if you do multiple sessions in a week, there's more than enough material to somebody that's interested in themselves. If there's a problem about generation of enough material, there's a lot of conflict about being seen. One way or the other. It's, I don't want you looking at the material, or I can't stand being disinterested in something I would do. So in any case, and in analysis, you are really interested in all these different aspects. You're interested in really working on the reconstruction of how the structure of the psyche got that way, because there's a story there, and there's a sense in which all that stuff on narrative psychotherapy, until they've really told their full story, the little s self system has not attained its optimum level of integration. So there's a lot of evidence now that actually telling the story thoroughly actually enhances the richness of the self-integration of the little s self system. So analysis is very rich and very challenging, and I love doing it, and I never get bored with it. But that's analysis. In spiritual direction, you have to address the same structural issues. You've got to be aware of them and what they're doing, because what may look very spiritually evolved in one person may actually be a structural deficit in that person. Their selflessness may be really a big narcissistic issue that they're avoiding feeling blessed, and so on. Their capacity to be a humble monk may just be a possession state by the magician archetype. So you need the structural theory to kind of get a sense about what you're going to do with spiritual direction. But your task in spiritual direction is to try to optimize the utilization of ritual and spiritual resources, help that person move toward not only toward their psychological optimum, but to try to help them really, as Maslow used to say, experience the further reaches of human nature. And folks, analysis goes a long way, but I tell you what, spiritual development goes a lot further than analysis, potentially. Of course, as we're going to see in a minute, we'll come back to tools and resources and that role. We're going to talk about role of spiritual practice and discipline tomorrow more. But the tuning optimization process in psychotherapy, you are really trying to deal decisively with structural deficits that are really interrupting the person's ability to maintain a good enough systems integration. You don't have time in most psychotherapy to really optimize. And optimization of a personality, while it's not perfection, it is possible for every personality, but real optimization takes a while. It takes a lot of tuning. And then the spiritual agenda for an individual also requires a lot of tuning and regulation of energies. We'll get more into that in a minute. Yeah.
Believing in spiritual direction and what it can do, I also see a danger that if somebody isn't aware of some of the pitfalls, like you mentioned, spiritual directors need to know when to refer.
Well, and they also need to know when not to get people involved in spiritual exercises which may make them far more chaotic, which is related to what you're talking about. And this is where we're going to go now. So here's the overall goal. And this ought to be in the back of your mind when you're doing counseling, because you have to, because of the triage. You don't have enough time, you got to do brief counseling. That should not allow you in your mind to not know that person you're doing counseling with, not psychotherapy or analysis or spiritual direction, that person you're doing counseling with has an optimum potential. There is an optimum that they have as a potential. And you have got to keep that in mind when you are even when you're doing counseling. Because if you don't have that in mind when you're doing counseling, you are communicating nonverbally and gesturally a lack of hope for that person, even when you're doing brief counseling. And you don't want to be communicating that, even when you're just doing brief counseling. So you're going to, even with counseling, you're going to have in mind, this person has an optimum. They're probably not at it, or they wouldn't be here. I'm going to try to keep them from regressing any further, and I'm going to keep in my mind the image that that in fact they have an optimum which is not perfection, but is actually something that could be realizable in history under the existing constraints. That will give a much better attitude toward them in your countertransference toward them. In psychotherapy, analysis, and spiritual direction, the goal, optimizing the regulation of archetypal energies in the little s self system of the individual psyche. In marital therapy, it is optimizing the regulation of archetypal energies in the marital dyad. In family systems, family therapy, it's optimizing the regulation of archetypal energies in the family system. So there are different levels of intervention, but in principle, the goals are consistent with each other. And there's more and more evidence all the time now that that's the case. I'm astounded at how much, for example, the Bowen family systems people are addressing anxiety issues and the necessity for intervention in terms of addressing anxiety issues in order to help the family function better. It's really quite fascinating. I want to just lift up an alchemical vision for you Jungian folk here for all this. This comes out of Jung's alchemical studies. I mentioned it to you earlier. And right there in alchemical studies, you'll see in one of the alchemical texts, Jung reporting on this as an alchemical transformation process, what you do. And you know what? I look at that stuff now. I never could understand it when I was studying that earlier in my life. But I look at it now and I say, well, the first task is to delineate the elements. That is, there is a massa confusa. That is, it's all mixed up and I don't even know about the elements. So the first task is to delineate the elements, and you need to do that in terms of the awakening of the awareness of yourself first and the person you're working with second, in terms of being aware of these elements, the four elements. In my view, we've been talking about the four elements. And you gotta facilitate conscious differentiation from the fusion merger with the archetypal self, because when you are in any fusion with the archetypal self, the elements have not been differentiated. To the extent that the personality is still in unconscious fusions with the archetypal self, like my fusion with the magician dimension of the archetypal self. I was not delineating the elements in my personality. I thought everything was a magician, you know. I thought everything's one thing, my element that I'm good at. So the first thing to do is to get clear about delineating these elements, so that you can get a sense of what it would be like to balance the opposites. The second step is balancing the opposites. And of course, as I've been laying out for you this weekend, in order to balance the opposites, you have to know what the opposites are. And once you know what the opposites are and you've already delineated the elements, you can look at that personality and you can start working on, at the very basic level, repairing structural deficits so that you can get those opposites more balanced. I didn't say perfectly. I said get those elements, start working on bringing up what is still in a fusion with the self. Getting conscious about that, start working on supporting the actual incarnation in that little s personality system of that archetypal potential that is off the screen in their personality. That's all that the ego's not seeing. You got to help that ego see that energy and make an ally of them in trying to bring that up. And again, I believe it's very important for you in your treatment plan for them to based on your structural analysis of their unique structure, that you come up with an integrated set of behaviors assignments, projects, reading, activities, and as we will see tomorrow, including spiritual involvements, if they're not totally adamant atheist. Now, I work with totally adamant atheists, and it's a good thing that I have Jung psychology, because the incredible move Jung made to deal with these folks that have got principled opposition to dealing with God. I can say to my radical atheist, brilliant philosopher, Professor Analysand, look, for our purposes here, I don't care whether you believe in God or not. I got news for you, though. There's something very big in your psyche that thinks it's God. And I need you to get in contact consciously with that and start differentiating from it. Because do you know, sir, why you are burning yourself up with all this workaholism? Because that big thing in your personality that thinks it's God is driving you into the dirt. And if you do not confront it, it is going to use you up. It is right now not giving you any room for your human self. It's not giving you room for your relationships. It's not giving you room for your body. It's not giving you room in, So Jung has made it possible now that people cannot avoid dealing with the center out there, out of the ego, the transpersonal center. He has given you a means to get the person aware of a center outside the ego and the necessity to relate to that center consciously without giving it any ontological ground at all. In other words, I do not have to get an assent to any philosophy, theology, spirituality, ontological, metaphysical reality whatsoever to confront the arrogance of the ego. And folks, that's your job in psychotherapy, but particularly in analysis and particularly in spiritual direction, because the problems your patients are having is because they don't know the difference between themselves and some aspect of the archetypal self. And that fusion, wherever it is, with some people it's very large. Like this one person I'm speaking of, burning up with God energy. And I work with a lot of very high-performing people. I get a very high-performing clientele a lot now. And they're high-performing, but they're running much too hot. If you know what I mean archetypally, they are just cooking in the archetypal energy. If you get one of these overambitious persons, the overachiever, who's just overachieving and overachieving and overachieving and overachieving. And, from the outside, you're like, wow, boy, that's really look at that person. They're really, wow, they're special. Well, I have a lot of empathy for those people. They're at the mercy of this great self that's just pressing them, grinding them down, and leaving no room for the human. Are you with me on that? Do you have a sense for that? Okay. When you're talking about delineating the elements, you also have to include in that starting to raise awareness about having them do what Edinger's talking about. Get clear. You got to have a relationship between your ego and the archetypal self. That cannot be unconscious, because if it's unconscious, there's going to be mergers somewhere. If you're not aware of the archetypal self as a transpersonal center in your psyche, and if you read my Dragon book, it's like, if that transpersonal center, if you're not aware of it, and you're not aware of its agenda, it's operating freely. It's a stealth dragon, I call it. A stealth, like a stealth bomber or a stealth fighter. Well, it's a stealth dragon, and that thing is just doing whatever it wants to in your life, and you don't even know it's there. You think you're the one that wants to work all the time. You think you're the one that wants to drink all the whiskey or take all the dope. You think you're the one that has to read all the books in the world and write all the books in the world, right? Or be the greatest therapist in the world. You actually believe that's your personal ambition. Do you follow me? But actually, that's not you at all. That's the great self in this form of this dragon, and it's when you do not know about it, it doesn't particularly like that. It doesn't make it back off. The archetype, you read Edinger, study Edinger carefully. When you are unaware of the archetypal self, it's unhappy. It doesn't like this. It starts in a very trickster, Jung calls the archetypal self Mercurius. And, man alive, with my analytical clients, my analytical and Alzan's, I say, what's Mercurius doing with you now, this week, or today, or since I've seen you? What's Mercurius up to? Because I guarantee you Mercurius is up to something. Never passive. Archetypal self never sleeps. And has an agenda for you. I mean, a big agenda. And so, you follow me on this? It's like, so with an analytical patient or client, I'm really going after that issue. Let's get really clear about this dragon that's operating in you. And it can be your greatest friend, the most wonderful creative partner in your life, if you're conscious and respectful of it and make a real conscious relationship to it. Or it can be your god-awful worst enemy if you're unconscious of the archetypal self. Read Edinger's books on Moby Dick. Book on Moby Dick. Because I talk about the Ahab method of life. The Beowulf method. The Beowulf and the Ahab method. It does not work, folks. It didn't work for Beowulf. It didn't work for Ahab. It doesn't work to not know about the great beast either. Because if you don't know about it, it eats you. Probably already has eaten you. If you know about it and you want to be its enemy and kill it, like Freudians, they are people that want to pathologize the great self by calling it archaic, and having this Cohoosian fantasy. Well, we're going to analyze this grandiose exhibitionistic stuff away. We're going to have a good analysis, and we're going to transmute. We're going to transmute and internalize the dragon. Huh? Yeah. The Cohoosians actually have a fantasy. Now, if you talk to a serious Cohoosian analyst, and you sit down with him in private, and you say, or her in private, say, do you really think anybody ever transmuted and internalized all that grandiose energy so that it's not a problem anymore? Do you really think that? They will not say yes. They will not say yes. Why won't they say yes? Well, if they're competent, they know better. But they don't know, they don't have a theory which can explain to them why. Because they actually basically view it as a failed analysis. The analysis really hadn't worked. If it had really worked, we would have transmuted and internalized all that gold energy. But Jung knew better, and anybody that's a Jungian, not an archetypal psychologist, they don't even know about the dragon. They have wholesaled stealth dragons, the Hillman and his crew, because they've declared the dragon doesn't exist. And that's wonderful, man. I mean, if I'm the dragon and you declare I don't exist, that gives me a big license to operate incognito. through you on other people and all sorts of things. I mean, read between the lines there. But in any case, so in this delineation process, you gotta help the person realize that there is an archetypal self. This is in the higher levels. And you got to delineate those elements, and you got to figure out where is that person merged, because wherever a person is merged with the archetypal self, this is real disrespectful of the archetypal self. It's hubris. And there is a nemesis going on. Wherever an individual is fused with the archetypal self unconsciously, there is an adversary in the psyche. And Edinger and I are totally on the same page about this, except that he oversimplifies. It's not just the archetypal self in general. That is to say, you need to know that the archetypal self can come in and be fused with you in a lot of different shapes. And you need to be able to ask yourself, okay, how am I fusing with the archetypal self in my psyche, and how am I therefore being disrespectful to the archetypal self by claiming its energies as my own? Because to the extent that you are thinking you possess those golden archetypal energies coming off of that dragon, and starting to try to franchise it, which people do all the time, you know. Well, I wrote this book, and boy, aren't I smart? No acknowledgement of the muse, you know. No acknowledgement of the real source. That's dangerous business. Are you with me on that? You see that? Okay, let me finish.
When you say hubris, you mean like
arrogance. Yeah, it's arrogance. That is to say, Edinger's basic thing about analysis is very much like this. It's like, get clear. The archetypal self is always present. It is very assertive. It has an agenda for you. If you're not aware of that, oh, you got problems. And if you're aware, even if you're aware that it exists and it has an agenda for you, you have got to be able. And Jung's got this. There's this line that Edinger lifts up in this Science of the Soul book. It's so great, and it's a quote from Jung. And Jung says, "You have to get to where you criticize your own subjectivity. Stop assuming that what you're thinking in your subjectivity is your thoughts. Stop assuming that they're your thoughts. This may be what I call a dragon colonization, the dragon's thoughts. And you have merged in your subjectivity with the archetypal self, and you're thinking from the point of view of the archetypal self. You're not thinking from this is not your thought, your cognition. This is the archetypal self's view. And if you're one of these over-ambitious persons that can never, like I have been many times, that you can never rest, you can never say enough's enough, workaholic, you have your subjectivity and that of the archetypal self, what I like to call the dragon. Reason I like to call it the dragon is you don't domesticate dragons. And a lot of classical Jungians got this idea the self is nice, and you just want to. I had a dream that showed the self last night. Yeah, well, I'm with Jung and Edinger on that. This thing wants conscious, respectful relationship. And if it doesn't get it, it's going to wreck your boat. And so that's why I say, I don't know whether it's God or not. We can talk about that some other time. But if it's God, it does act like Yahweh. It doesn't act like Jesus. It acts like Yahweh. That is to say, you don't fail to listen to its promptings without a price. And yeah, go ahead.
I cannot put compare everything that you're saying to being a woman who's pregnant, which is where I'm at right now. You can't ignore that is in existence.
That exists.
That you're feeling awful.
Yeah, and it's there.
All that stuff.
And it's there. And see, look, and here's the deal. This is when you get a person you can work with that that's not gonna totally freak out when you start introducing Jungian conceptuality. And you can't introduce the Jungian conceptuality to everybody without, some of them will get very crazy. And you have to have a differential diagnosis attitude about that. But anyway, those people that you can begin to invite to consciously get into Jungian attitude, you need to move them fast to Ettinger's insight. You need to move them fast to understand there's a great self in you. It's hugely great and complex, but there's some things we know about it. We know some of the doors that it can come in. We need to ask, where is it manifesting in your life? And where, and as you listen, I've got this book that'll soon be ready, I hope, of my lectures on psychopathology and the collective unconscious. It's going to be called The Anatomy of Madness. It's got 2 sets of these lectures on psychopathology in it. I wish I'd had that. We'll have that hopefully by the time we do the seminar on psychopathology, the more advanced one. But you've got to look at this issue about where the invasions come, where the colonizations come. Because, and what you look for is, where is the compulsivity? Because wherever you are in an unconscious merger with the archetypal self, there will be a compulsion in your personality. What's the hitch, though? The hitch is that if you have not learned to be critical about your own subjectivity, you will think it's you making those decisions. Here's where I'm very similar to Freud's early work. Freud understood that the ego will think that it's making decisions to do this id discharge. The conscious ego, according to Freud, here the id is coming in there, and it is blasting its way through the psyche, and it's forcing acting out, and the person will think, oh, I'm doing this. I want to drink all that whiskey. I want to have sex with all these people. I want to write all these books. I want to make all this money. Are you with me? I want to, you just add your own list. I want to. And it's always about being great in some way. Great at sex, great at, you name it. Great at, it's always about being great, superhuman in some form. And so the ego, you have got, as a Jungian psychotherapist, you actually have to train your own ego to have self-critical attitude toward its own subjectivity, so that not all those thoughts are your thoughts. And here we are back to cognitive psychotherapy. You've got to realize that there are thoughts you're having that are fueled by that merger. And you've got to start addressing a differentiation. You actually have to differentiate between your thoughts and the thoughts that are being generated by the archetypal intrusions. You with me on that? Can you give me an example of that? Anybody got an example you can give me of identifying with an archetypal intrusion?
The devil made me do it.
Well, the unfortunate thing is, when you're identifying with an archetypal intrusion, of course, what I call the Lucifer complex has made you do it. but you don't know it's made you do it. You think you wanted to do it. But actually, it was a compulsive thing. And your ego, it's like, remember that you ever had a dog and you scratch that dog under the arm and its leg will go like this? Scratch it. That's the way the ego is with regard to these archetypal colonizations. You know, the archetypal self will come blasting in there in that aneurysm, and the ego will say, "Oh, this is what I'm doing." You know, I'm scratching. I got an itch and I'm scratching, and it's really not the ego doing it. So in any case, that study that Edinger book, Science of the Soul, because he's got those basic insights there about that. Learning to be much more, scan your subjectivity for signs that you're being colonized. And pay attention to what form it's taken. Because it can take all these different forms. Yeah, and then we'll get you, yeah.
Well, I know whenever I want us to work on something and it takes me a really long time to get organized, and I'll actually like clean the room before I start. And then I decide I need to eat. And then, you know, it's like this incredible procrastination.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really quite a saboteur. And I have never been able to, I mean, I eventually get to it, but it's like climbing a mountain every time.
Yeah.
So, what is that in terms of an archetype?
Yeah, well, that would be, that when you find yourself doing that, and, you know, a lot of us do that Adler called those arrangements, you know, or sideshows. You know, when you do something really important, that's really not what you really want to be, what you really need to be doing. You're really important. You get involved in these things, so there's something in the setup that's causing you to avoid the task. Well, given what we know about all this stuff, it's like actually allowing yourself to get involved in some project that you're really interested in may be overstimulating. Yeah. And so you may actually fear the disorganizing effects of being so excited, that you would get very excited and stimulated if you really got to the task, because you're really interested in, it's really your passion. And so a lot of the time, if we feel like we're not really able to regulate very well and attend to our task, then we will arrange these sideshows to stay away from the creative task, which is really our challenge, but which would run the risk of getting overheated. You know, we'll get to that thing about living in the fire tomorrow when we're talking about spiritual things. You know, I mean, really, optimizing the spiritual life is really getting to the point where you can stand more intensity, you can stand more ecstasy, you can stand. You know, you see those images of those monks sitting in the flames. That's an image of what's possible for humans. It's certainly not easy, and not that many attain it, but you really need to have a goal. If you're really interested, if you've got a spiritual agenda, you know, your goal needs to be to power up. But in order to power up, you're going to have to do what we're talking about here, and that leads me to the rest of this little dictum here. You balance the opposites at a basic level. That's not optimization, that's just creating the vessel. Because until you get that saucer, think about it as a saucer with water in it. You got the 4 quadrants on the saucer, drawn on the saucer. And you know, you gotta get that saucer to where you can try to get those things well enough balanced, because when it's well enough balanced, you have radically lowered the fragmentation tendencies in the self-system. What does that mean practically for integrative psychotherapy? Look, optimizing personal psychological and spiritual functioning is about being able to contain more energy, channel more energy creatively, be a vessel and channel for energy, creativity, think creativity, without having it make you crazy. If your vessel is so cracked because of a structural deficit, and this is true at fairly low levels of psychological development, but this is true both for psychological and spiritual development. If that vessel is cracked, when the energy, the kundalini comes up, the kundalini begins to come up. Let's just call it kundalini. I call it dragon energy. But the dragon energy starts to come up. Well, if those opposites have not been delineated, and if you've not got a good enough balance of those things, I don't mean optimum. I don't mean you're up at the Mayan temple on top of that pyramid yet. That's not, I mean, getting up there, that's an image of illumination. But you got to get those things balanced well enough so that it will contain more energy without fragmenting. And then you've got to work on the balancing of the opposites. Then begins to be, you've got to gradually increase your psychological and spiritual muscle tone between holding those tensions. Because if the muscles are flabby, there's not enough tension, you can't hold the tension. Psychological and spiritual development is all about developing the muscle tension, the muscle tone to hold the tension. Because being human is about holding the tension. Freud knew people have to have discharge because they can't stand the intensity. Freud was right about that. Read that early Freud. He understood that. And so the goal is to gradually improve. I've talked to you about this a little bit before. You've got to improve that tension gradually, just like weightlifting. As you improve your capacity to hold the tension on those two axes, your vessel is getting much more consolidated, much less subject to cracking and having to fragment so that the energy shuts down. You see that? You see what I'm talking about as an image? Now, there's only so far you're going to be able to go with that process, though. And we can talk about this a little bit tomorrow morning. Until we get to this other part of the alchemical vision, which is, well, you create the inner temple by this. But then, remember that thing in Edinger's chart? You've got to get a sacrificial attitude. That's when you're able to start moving back to more cooperation with the archetypal self. Down at the bottom of that chart, remember that circle? And down at the bottom where you start the restoration process is a sacrificial attitude. Well, in this alchemy thing, in Jung's alchemical studies, it makes it clear. Then in that inner temple, you've got to learn to sacrifice appropriately. And the short version of that, the Cliff Notes version of that is, when we get into maybe some seminars on spirituality and psychotherapy or the implication of this stuff for spirituality, you have got to figure out what you have been usurping of the dragons, and you've got to give it back to it consciously. In effect, saying to the archetypal self, and this is totally consistent with Edinger's understanding, I have been arrogant. I have been in a unconscious sort of assumption that I am your, think about George Bush now, I am your divine warrior. And this is Osama too. I mean, it's like if you you know, what's the problem with those two persons? They've forgotten where they start and where they stop and where this divine wind starts. And anytime you get one of these warrior cults, they have lost the boundary between them and the divine Shiva and this destroyer aspect, boy.
So are they in the quadrant of kingship and warrior?
Well, there's not enough king. Not enough king in either one of them. It's they're just in a kind of a unconscious merger fusion state with this messianic warrior piece, both of them. And when you get in that thing, you can't offer the merger to the archetypal self. So in other words, the offering that's the most important offering to make in order to be able to draw upon archetypal energy without having it fry you and make you really crazy, you have to be able to ask yourself, and I talk about this a lot in this Facing the Dragon book, I say, ask the question, where am I in a merger with the dragon? Not am I. Where am I usurping the prerogatives of the archetypal self? Where am I not aware that it's really that energy is really energy coming off of the archetypal self? To the extent that you can become aware of wherever you've been arrogant, wherever you've been inflated, then you can acknowledge it consciously in relationship to the archetypal self, and you can, as Edinger says, you can have a metanoia. You can say, oh, I realize that I am human and that I am not the great magician. The great magician has to write all the books perfectly, yesterday and forever, you know. And so when you can say, I recognize that I am not the great magician, that's you. I would appreciate your being able, your letting me, I appreciate the energy you've given me. I would like to have you continue to give me energy so that I can use your energy to do the things that is appropriate for me as a human being to do. And see, that's a lot different deal. Because then you can set up, that's an ego self-axis, that's an ego archetype axis. It's like you are in a relationship with the archetypal self. You are not going to have to do without energy. You are really going to be able to optimize the flow between you and the archetypal self. You'll have all the energy you need for creativity, but you will stop merging with the archetypal self and become far less compulsive, much more human, much more loving in your relationships, much more in your body, much more capable of choosing projects and knowing how not to do them all. You ever have a problem with that? If you're intuitive type, you've got a problem with that. That is jumping on the horse and riding off in all directions. So in any case, we can talk about that some more tomorrow. That sacrifice piece. So. No, we're just going to talk about that in the morning. We're just going to talk a little bit about the spiritual task, because that is key to the spirituality. That is to say, what is the most important thing in spiritual practice? It is really coming to understand the heart of sacrifice, the heart of disidentification with this God energy, so that you can know that you're participating in it, so that you can. It's a very Eucharistic. I mean, if you want to see a model of it, you look at the Eucharist, because the human's job is to bring the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes in the Christian story. That's, you bring the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and you consciously offer it to the archetypal self, or to the Christ figure in the Christian tradition. And it is received, and it is transformed, and it is made available in huge bounty, which can feed the self and the world. But the one who has brought the 5 loaves and 2 fishes doesn't think those were all those fish and all those loaves were really its. It belonged to it. Do you follow that? So, yeah.
Isn't it symbolic in that you just take a little, you assimilate? You
assimilate a little bit. If you look at the Eucharistic model, this is why Jung was interested in the Mass. In my spare time, sometime I'm going to do a book on the Mass, because if you look at the Mass and if you look at the Mass and you understand, and you look at this alchemical thing and understand that you have got to get to where you can realize you're bringing your little human being, and you're not the archetypal self. You're bringing your little human being, and you are making your offering, and that setting is humility and metanoia, and you make your offering to it with this prayerful attitude. I bring what I am. Return to me the gold energy in the amounts that I can regulate. Because what happens is if we don't do that, we will either be so afraid of it for good reason, afraid of the archetypal energy for good reason, and we won't power up. A lot of people, more people do that. When you start really powering up, though, when you really start, Kundalini starts to rise, the temptation, that stuff is so seductive. The gold energy is so seductive. The closer, the more it rises, the more temptation it is for you to identify with it. It's just a rule. And so the more spiritual or psychological energies coming in, the more you've got to be awake so that you can let that energy go. Let it go back to its source. Let it cycle back to its source. Because if you don't let it cycle back to its source, it won't be long until you're going to be frying in it. Does that make sense? Okay, so delineate the elements, balance the elements in order to create that inner vessel in a good enough way. It will start then being able to contain more energy without fragmenting, and then you'll be powering up. And the bad news is, the good news is, you won't be depressed. You will not be depressed when that energy starts to come up, because depression is really an energy phenomenon. But soon, if you continue to power up, you'll start having ambivalence about the energy in your psychic system, because you'll start to fear fragmentation, because then you've got to tune more, work on the muscle tone in the system more, and then there's a certain point at which the spiritual practice has got to get very conscious and begin to be tuned, because there's quite a limit to how much energy can be in the system without doing that sacrifice, that conscious sacrifice thing that Jung talks about. So anyway, tools and techniques we don't have time to really get into today, but you know a lot of the classical Jungian tools of dream interpretation and active imagination and so forth, and all those things can be drawn upon. But this is what the goal of integrative psychotherapy is, and that's our task. So let me stop and open it up there for us to dialogue a little bit about it.
Could you say just a little bit about your view of active imagination?
Yeah, I think, Jung believed that active imagination was in some ways more important than dream interpretation. And you can see why a practical therapist would feel that way, because a lot of people have a lot of trouble remembering dreams. And, I have done entire analyses without people being able to dream because of the particularity of their personality and their own issues. It's really limiting if they can't dream. But they can do active imagination with your help. And the active imagination you can use in very simple ways, like helping them relate to dream figures and so forth if they have dreams. But I use it. I cut to the chase on this stuff. If somebody is out of touch with royal figures in their psyche, I will have them start doing active imagination to try to raise those royal figures up in the imagination. I talk about that a little bit in this Facing the Dragon book. So and I've done this a lot around the country. You have a real problem with that royal sector of your psyche. You're told you don't know where the queen in your psyche is at all. Well, all you got to do is to set up and start trying to go to a royal chamber in your psyche through an active imagination, and seek an audience with the queen in your psyche, and then begin to form a relationship, a conscious relationship with the queen in your psyche. And talk to the queen about your problems with the royal sector. She knows a lot about them. And the same thing would be for the king. Or if you're very passive, you can invoke the warrior in your personality, and you can begin a dialogue with the warrior about what you need to be doing to develop your warrior line. And you'll be amazed at what they will tell you, because I have noted in active imagination, using that in analysis, that these inner figures are far more confronting than I am. They're pretty hard-hitting in terms of confrontation. And if you haven't done much active imagination, you will think, well, you're making it up. But it won't take you long in practicing active imagination to notice that you didn't know what they were going to say, and they said a lot of things you didn't know. You had a comment a while ago.
Yeah, I was going to comment on the final stage there.
Yeah.
On receiving the energy back after transformation.
Yes.
Unless it's given away,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that you'll go back into the dark night. So
Oh.
unless it's shared.
It's a flow.
Unless you give of yourself to the world in some way, whether you're a therapist or not.
There you go.
It's going to get stuck.
Energy that backs up creates mischief.
And that's there in the Eucharist too. Go forth into the world to love and serve.
That's right. There you go. Energy that's backed up, that's not channeled on. We get in tremendous trouble identifying with that energy, thinking we own it, and not doing what you're talking about. And so you're absolutely right about that. You got to think about it as a flow. You're receiving this energy from the archetypal self. That's the only source of energy in your psyche. That is the generator in your psyche. The archetypal self has got all the energy you could ever need. There is nobody that should have an energy problem because of deficits. Yeah.
Where does the anima and the animus fit into this four quadrant?
Okay, let me show you. If you look carefully at these diagrams I've passed out, well, I forget which one. Look at the octahedron and understand your female self. If we do this on a female. In classical Jungian analysis, there's a sort of a Victorian frame on anima and animus. The woman's animus is aggressive and opinionated, and the man's anima is moody and weepy and all that sort of thing, and unstable, all that. Well, that's a Victorian fantasy. Not that it's not true with some people, but it is a Victorian fantasy, and those things tend to create things. The bottom pyramid in your psyche is the contrasexual, and the bottom pyramid contains your contrasexual wiring. And contrary to the classical Jungian model, the anima is just as diverse in a man's anima as the facets of the little s self are in the conscious self system. So, in other words, the contrasexual is deeper in the psyche. Jung said, he always said, first do your shadow work, and then you'll be ready to do work with your contrasexual. Well, now, why might he have said that? Well, if you look at this model, it makes total sense. I totally agree with that dictum from Jung, because if you have not worked with your shadow in the sense of balancing the opposites, you will be so unstable that if you open up much relationship to your contrasexual, it will be very fragmenting. And in fact, your contrasexual side may take over your ego. And that's what a lot of Jungians have observed, that the anima will come in and possess a man, or the animus will come in and possess a woman. But if you got enough balance, good enough structure here, then you can start the larger task of really opening up to the richness of the contrasexual, both the richness of the other gender in the outer world, and the richness of the contrasexual in the inner world. In other words, in a woman's animus, there is a loving masculine, there's a royal masculine, she has a king within, and so on. So in my view, the anima is a truly deep structure in a male, and a truly deep structure in a female. The animus is a truly deep structure. It's rich, though. It's much rich. The contrasexual is equally as rich as your gendered self, and that's how my theory differs from Jung's, from the classical theory. I agree with him. You do the shadow work first, then you work a lot on the contrasexual, and there are structural reasons you do that, so that you've got enough strength in your feminine self to really get a lot more conscious about your animus. And the same thing true about a man. If a male is not very structurally integrated in his masculine self, this is the initiation thing. If he starts experiencing much of his anima, it will scare him to death. It'll frighten him to death. And a lot of the time, a fear of women on the part of males is often they're projecting their anima on the outer women, and the experience of the anima is disorganizing for them, because to experience the feminine when you've not consolidated your masculine is very disorganizing. And so we can talk about that a lot more. Let me entertain some other questions. We got, 5 minutes? Yes.
I was struck back to Edinger when he talked about delineating the difference between the
That's actually from Jung's alchemical studies.
From the greater self, the grand self.
Oh yeah, now that is Edinger.
Of Alcoholics Anonymous as a container, and the first 3 steps, and particularly the third of finally saying a power greater than myself.
Right, there it is. It's like to be able to address the higher power, the existence of the higher power, and to address it. That is a significant move toward disidentification with the archetypal self. And I cannot emphasize to you enough how prone human beings are. Edinger's right, and Jung is right about this. Human beings are prone to get into mergers with the archetypal self, to start out in a merger, never leave it, and to easily regress back into a merger with it. And when you do that, everything becomes compulsive. That's what my lectures on archetype, compulsion, and healing is about. Compulsivity, in my view, all psychopathology has really got a compulsive dimension. And the issue is, what form is the compulsion taking? And all the compulsions are fueled by these colonizations, yes.
It's interesting in the 12-step process, too, and the third step, making a decision to seek out the higher power.
Yeah.
But then it's pointed out, this is the way we did it, and the first way to do it is start identifying the shadow.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is essentially it's all
Yeah,
about.
sure. Affirming one's humanness. Because humans have got to repent and take note of its metanoia. You've got to come to terms. It's like Robert Bly says, you got to get your spoon out and your bowl of ashes. You got to sit there and, oh boy, was I grandiose in that relationship. Was I grandiose in that relationship? Yeah, go ahead.
That saying that sponsors will make, there is a God, you're not it, but you think you are.
There it is. Right there. That could be, that's coming right off of Edinger. And the thing that I have added in my research is simply to say, but it's not easy to tell how you think you're God. And especially if nobody has trained you to be critical about your subjectivity. Because you still think all of these agendas are yours. And I will clue you. There are a lot of the agendas, especially the compulsive ones in your life, those are not yours. Those are the dragons. And that what's happening is you're trying to pretend the dragon doesn't exist, and it takes offense to that. It says, well, we'll see. We'll see who runs this. You or me. Yeah, somebody had a hand. Yeah.
How do you tell, or do you tell, the question didn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Or may I stand before I ask the question?
Okay, yeah.
How do you tell whether the thought is coming from the dragon, or the thought is coming, and the only term I know to use is from one of your own complexes that you haven't...
Yeah. Okay, that's great that you raised that, because let me say something that I didn't have time to talk about. And I needed to talk about it. Yeah, just a second. Let me just address that. Because Jungians forever in their training programs for analysis have said, at the heart of every complex is an archetypal core. They will usually tell their trainees that, and that's the last trainee ever hears about that. And then they will go ahead and they will do complex work with complexes. But you would be hard-pressed to find an analytical training program anywhere which will really go on with that and say, okay, it's your autonomous complex. What is the archetypal intrusion that is coming in through that autonomous complex? Because I will guarantee you, to the extent that you have an autonomous complex, that's an archetypal intrusion. And you think it's personal. You really believe that's just personal. In fact, if you've been brought up on Freudian things, you would just think, well, that's just because mother traumatized me in way A. Or father abused me in way B. And that's why I have this complex. Well, of course, here's a rule. When a person is traumatized, especially a child, because their immune systems, their psychic immune systems aren't as good as an adult should be. So when a child is traumatized, Edinger's good on this too in this book, in that Science of the Soul book. He makes it clear. He says, okay, so what happens? You've got, he calls it the mother archetype and the father archetype. You know what I think those are. That's not what I call them. But okay, so you got the archetypal king agenda that the child needs. You got the archetypal queen agenda that the child needs. The child is trying to recruit the interest of an archetypal queen or king. If the queen or the king or both are not really very good at this, being a mediator of that archetypal longing for the child, holding that, like a good therapist does, hold that archetypal transference until they can receive it back. You know, if the parent is not very good with that, what will happen, Ettinger makes it very clear, is what will happen is that archetypal potential will partially form in the personality, in the mother complex, you see, or in the father complex. But the problem is, rather than coming in and actually doing what we talked about earlier, evoking that archetypal potential in the child that is supposed to be evoked by that particular innate archetype, the queen or the king. Queen is supposed to be, in a little girl, you evoke that queen, comes on the mother, get that? Then the mother holds it, and the queen begins to incarnate in the daughter. If the mother does well enough holding it, it's not abusive, rejecting, or abusive, or bored, or whatever. So it comes up, and then it begins to form, and it forms the basis for the identity of the daughter as a woman. If, however, the mother is real ambivalent about this daughter, and it can be because of patriarchy, or it can be because the way women have been depreciated in that family or whatever, but say, you know, you are a woman like me, and I can't stand what I am. Well, what Ettinger points out is that the parent is not perceived as mother. It's the archetypal mother, the great mother, because that's what the child projects on the mother. Child doesn't see you as a human. You are the great mother or the great father. Read that king or queen. And so what should be a blessing and experienced as a blessing, which evokes that potential into its proper place in the child. I like to say, think about the psyche as kind of like a card table. Remember those old card tables we used to have with the 4 legs? You bring it out, you got to keep pushing it. Click. Deploy. I like deploying. You got to deploy that potential and click it into place. Lacanians call that installing it. Click. Well, when that parent's doing that with that child, you got to evoke it. It's got to come on out, and then it needs to be blessed and supported until it can click into place. Well, if that is a sort of ambivalent mother or ambivalent father, the power of the archetypal father or the archetypal mother is still coming in, but instead of blessing, it's cursing. Instead of being nurturant, it may be the royal energy of the parent may be still in its dominant form. Dominance, not dominance for nurture, but dominant. Or it may be still in its narcissistic form, which is, you are my daughter and you are my little plaything. Alice Miller, read Alice Miller. You exist for me. You are what I need you to be. Well, if that is the way the one is supposed to be carrying the queen or the great mother is, then the child will still experience the archetypal power, but it will be scorching, it will be damaging. And so if you want to know how those, back to object relations theory, you want to know how those toxic introjects get as toxic as they are, that's the way it happens, because that toxicity didn't come off of a human relationship. It came off of an archetypal longing and an archetypal transference that was, as the evolutionary psychiatrists say, that was not met adequately. Does that make sense to you? Yeah.
Can that happen also when there's been an early death of the mother?
Oh, sure, because the archetypal expectation in the genetic code needs that mother's presence there. So what will happen in the mother's absence is there will be a lot of the enthusiastic, carefully attending and mirroring presence that will not have been constellated for that child. And so then they're going to come to you as a therapist. And the good news is, like Kohut had a sense for this, the good news is that for some people, I think a lot more than Kohut thought, that archetypal, that leg of the table is still half out. And it's still there. And I'm more optimistic about this than a lot of folks today. A lot of folks want to write people off if it didn't get deployed at the right time. But I say, what happens is, the Kohut says, in the self-object field, if the self-object field feels nurturing enough to the person, the self-object longing, that is the longing to deploy the leg, will be reinvigorated. And it will be ready to be helped to be deployed. So you as a therapist are going to have people coming to you, and you need to be scanning for which one of these self-object longings, read that archetypal agenda, is waiting to be welcomed by me and held by me in the transference, because that's what the self-psychologists mean by a self-object transference. I'm here, and oh, maybe you know what to do with this leg of this table. And you're supposed to take it and go, click. That's the way it works. And it's sort of humbling to think about what you get to do. You know, they bring this stuff, this very precious stuff, and they need you to dance with them just right. There's a dance in there they need you to do. Okay, yeah.
We were talking about that yesterday in the group. That moment, for me, clicked, was Newman.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh.
Whoa. Yeah, there's a sense of rightness that you felt sense. Oh, yeah. Well, Well, you know, that's what when Kohut talks about how vigorous the cohesive self is, when it's really clicking in place, you know, that's the same thing he's talking about. See, when that part of yourself, so to speak, comes home, or is really deployed, you have this sense of well-being. And or Ernest Wolfe used to talk about it as efficacy. You get, oh, yeah. You know, and so you're absolutely right. And that's one of the ways you can tell that you're going in the right direction. Because as you facilitate this homecoming into the personality of their birthright, there's a lot of joy in that. Yeah, you were going to say.
Yeah, this sort of came up in our group too. I think that we're taught as therapists to expect a certain need, which is a need for more relatedness or more vulnerability. And so we're very surprised that sometimes the need that's in front of us is to have aggression affirmed, or
yes, absolutely,
out of the set of traditional.
Oh yes, oh absolutely, yeah. And this is
a lot of aggression. Maybe they just need
this exactly, and that's one of the things that I've repeatedly said to people and trying to teach them about this kind of thing. This is consistent with Kohut and Ernest Wolfe's work on these different self-object functions that need to be the self-object needs and the self-object functions, and say, let's just use Ernest Wolfe, which I would put on the diagram if we had more time. I'd diagram his self-object needs that Ernest Wolfe talks about. But anyway, say, you never got your adversarial needs blessed. Your adversarial self-object needs. And that's why you cannot say no. Wolfe says there's a set of self-object needs called adversarial self-object needs, and there's one called aversive. And in order to have a boundary, adequate boundary, and in order to be able to really confront people that are toxic for you, you have to have those adversarial self-object longings blessed, so mirrored and affirmed, so that you can actually bring them in, transmute and internalize that energy, so to speak. Well, that's her point. A lot of therapists have been taught that if that person comes in and starts wanting to kind of fight with you in therapy, they'll say, well, they're borderline, or they're sicker than I thought, or, boy, this is really going badly. But if you actually have a good therapeutic alliance, good enough therapeutic alliance, what is going to happen is those undeployed archetypal agendas are going to begin to deploy in the field with you, because they think you've invited them to dance. And if it's an adversarial dance that they need to do, they are going to see if you'll dance it with them and be okay. And so they'll bring it out, and of course you've got to be able to recognize that they're beginning to work on their warrior more. And who are they going to practice on first a lot of the time? You. And you have got to be able to have a sense of that, and then, as you say, Robin, you've got to be able to affirm that. I mean, I think you're right. And so that's a very important point. Not everybody in the therapy needs to have you preoccupied with their feelings. And boy, I was going to say something about, bad mistakes among therapists, and that's a big one right there. Yeah.
Very often when you depathologize the symptom, you free up a lot of energy.
Oh, absolutely.
For a girl too, like woman, typical example: a woman comes in, husband left her with 3 kids, she's unemployed, well, her family tells her to get it together, and the primary care physician refers her for medication.
Yeah.
And so the world is telling her she's sick, she's wrong. I say, well, my God, why wouldn't you be depressed?
Yeah, anything you can do to try to do the classical Jungian thing of looking at that symptom and asking, what's the gold in that symptom? Because there's almost always gold in the symptom. And, reframing, it's a big, important, basic therapeutic technique, just reframing. Just if you reframe that symptom, I do that all the time in my work with people. I said, well, what's the gold in that? What's the gold in this symptom pattern? Let's see if we can kind of mine it a little bit better than we've been doing. About the archetypes, they stay away from getting very specific about the actual structure of the symptom picture in relationship to the structure of the archetypes. So he's limited in that way, but in terms of the frame, he is so right. The ego has got to differentiate from the archetypal self. And so I really suggest to you that you study Edinger's work, and you start with that little book now, since it's out, The Science of the Soul. Then you read Ego and Archetypes, and then you have fun reading the rabbi's commentary. He's such a rabbi. His commentary on all these Jungian texts and all these philosophical texts, and all, his commentaries on Faust, his commentaries on Moby Dick, his commentary, but don't go to those specific commentaries and his other things before you get the basic frame. I brought Stevens's work because, as I said to you, Stevens is the other person that I see trying to do what I'm trying to do. I've never met him. I admire him very greatly. I think you ought to study Stevens's work, because what he will do is he will help you. He has done so much work, more work, on the way in which Jung's fundamental project interfaces with contemporary scientific research. He's a psychiatrist, MD psychiatrist, and he has covered that front better than I ever could. And he's got, I just touched on one little piece yesterday, showing you those PSA LICs or whatever it was, from his evolutionary psychiatry book. But in these books right here, these, and he's got several others. He's got one on the roots of war, which show the relationship between the brain and what's going on now. Yes.
Are you familiar with why God won't go away?
By whom? Yes, I am. Yes, and that's the reason. That's a lot of this recent research on the brain in terms of the hardwiring for our experience of God, and that's important stuff too. But I'm just staying at the clinical level here, and that's important, and we will want to address that. We can talk about that sort of thing a little bit tomorrow. But anyway, with the reason to look at Stevens, he will complete the tendency that Jungians have toward not knowing about how their theory interfaces with hard science, the empirical research sciences. And Edinger has done so much of that stuff, and the Jungian community has not integrated it. He's not popular in the Jungian institutes, although he comes occasionally and does various things. But in my view, he is doing an incredible, incalculable service to anybody that's trying to be a Neo-Jungian, because he's laying out all this stuff. There's a problem with him, and I should teach an advanced seminar on him too, for therapists, because at some point, because he can really to help you understand the misfiring of the brain inheritance and how it's creating symptomatology. And it's important for you to have a sense for that. In any case, the problem with him, again, is the problem that so many of these guys that are so heavily dominated by evolutionary theory, he tends to reduce everything, and he tends to not have as much a sense of a positive prognosis for the human future as I think really exists. And of course, if you're grounding everything in evolutionary biology, you tend to harden the edges of the gender limitations. And of course, the reason you're doing that is what? You're emphasizing the hardwiring. And he doesn't understand enough. If he could study my stuff on ritual process, and he knows something about this, because we brought him for that conference with Victor Turner and so forth in the early 80s. But the important thing is, if you have adequate cultural software, you can really tune a lot of this gender difference that's so hardwired, and soften it and make us more whole, make both genders more whole. But there's a bias when you come directly, when you got your feet firmly planted in that evolutionary model, you will tend to be more pessimistic than you need to be, and you will tend to harden the edges of gender difference more than you should. In my view, the human selfhood really is a space between the genders. It's a relational field, and the genders need each other to actually become an optimum human self. It's like you're not going to become an optimum human self out of a relational field with the other gender. And that's true externally in terms of relationality, and it's true internally in terms of the relationship between your conscious mind and your inner countersexual, your anima or animus. So it's a truth internally, and it's a truth externally. But in any case, nobody's going to be able to be complete on these things. Milan's work, which we'll touch on some this morning and today, he's important because he covers areas of the evolutionary psychology stuff that Stevens doesn't touch on so much. So between Stevens and Milan, you got a psychological research scientist and you got a psychiatric research scientist, and you take them together, you got a good education on the latest research on these matters from an evolutionary perspective, evolutionary psychiatry, evolutionary psychology. You can't be a Neo-Jungian if you don't look at that. and inform you. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be the one doing the cutting-edge research, but you need to be a good consumer of research so that you can see how what they're learning, how it informs you and makes you think in a fresh way about the problems. Yeah. Okay. Theodore Milan, there's a classic you got to have. And before we do the next seminar on collective unconscious and psychopathology, you need to get his old classic. It's about I think the reprint's something in the 70s, 1970s, but it's a book this big. It's called Modern Psychopathology. It's a classic. It's these diagrams. Some of these diagrams will show you from that. It is a magnificent achievement. That would be a lifetime achievement in itself. It's still in print. You can get it. He gives a history of psychopathology. He gives a comparison of all the different old models of psychopathology. Then he tries to bring it up to date. We'll be talking about some of that. So you should start with that. But this book, Toward a New Personology and Evolutionary Model, this is his little the scientific thinker thinking about how to develop an integrative approach to all this. And so and this is a riff. This is kind of a riff. I don't know whether he was stoned when he was writing this, but it's a riff. And he starts off with, cosmogony, models of, scientific models of cosmogony. And then he talks about what a theory of personality has to do. And he gives you a history of psychological studies and how, the early Freud and so forth had a sense of the personality, and then research psychology lost the sense of the person. And he says why. He talks about why. And he's one of these thinkers, like I'm trying to say. He doesn't depreciate all the scholars, the scientists that were studying part processes. He thinks that was important. But he said they lost a sense of the whole. And he says now what's happened is that gradually the people studying the part processes have started to cooperate with each other. One time it was just behaviorists alone, and now the behaviorists and the cognitive therapists are kind of making common cause. And so he sees a new kind of integration emerging simply based on the progress of knowledge. And that's what he's trying to do. What he's trying to present here is an integrative approach based solely on scientific evidence. Now, as Tillich would say, he's using technical reason, scientific, hard-nosed, empirical, technical reason. He doesn't, he's brain dead on ontological reason. Tillich's understanding of the spiritual intuition, the sense of the transcendent, the God consciousness, or the mythic imagination, I would say. He doesn't get mythic imagination. I don't even know if he knows it exists, except as pathology. But you see, he's helping with that consolidation on the scientific front, and he is. So if you want to get yourself really up to speed on somebody that's trying to do the very similar thing to what I'm doing out of a purely scientific, reductionistic scientific point of view, then he's a good model. And the interesting thing is, he's coming from this direction, and I'm coming from this direction, and our models are converging very, very, in a very interesting, fascinating way, and I'll show you a little bit about. But anyway, this is the one that we will do when we do a seminar on an advanced seminars on integrative psychotherapy. This is a tome, and what he does in this, he takes these principles of integrative psychotherapy, and he takes the various psychopathologies. I know Michael's been using this for some time, right, in your work. And he then argues for an integrative psychotherapeutic approach based on theoretical principles, not an undisciplined eclecticism, but he shows how you've got to draw on different psychotherapeutic methodologies, because this psychotherapeutic methodology actually addresses this particular problem of dysfunctionality in the personality system. And so he takes these different disorders and he shows how different psychological and psychopharmacological techniques relational techniques, individual psychotherapy, depth models. He's not depreciating psychoanalytic models. He's just trying to help people understand what helps better with different disorders. And so what I'm doing I put this syllabus for this seminar, year-long experimental seminar I've been teaching at my graduate school, because what we're doing right now is we're taking one of the disorders, and I have a team of folks that are presenting Milan's, an overview of Milan's approach in that, and then we're coming back at it from my structural theory and showing how I would agree with Milan about a number of things, and then what a Neo-Jungian structural point of view would add that he cannot address because of what he does not know and what he has no interest in. And that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun because you really come away feeling that you've got some sense of being prepared to deal with it when you go back. Yeah. Well, he lays out all of the assumptive stuff in this, and that's why I say you need to read this. Don't just go with the test, because you can't even understand what he's trying to do in the test if you don't look at this. At this book will lay out the theoretical background, and this book will help you address particular disorders. And then what I will add, I think that a spiritual frame and an archetypal frame adds a huge amount. And one of the things it does for you, it helps you not be as pathologizing of the person. If you come out of Milan, you will tend to see the disorder more of the person. You look at a person, you're going to see the disorder. Well, I think you need to be able to see the disorder. I don't agree with those therapists who think that you can just, you've got a hammer and you got to treat everything like it's a nail. I think you need to know what tool you need. So I believe in really seeing the disorder. But I think the important prior thing is to see the person, to see the human being. And also, in my view, you need to see the human being as something that is a mystery and cannot be reduced to evolutionary biology. Because if you think the human being can be simply reduced to evolutionary biology, you have a hopelessly small view of the human, and you're going to do a lot of damage in your countertransference simply because you're incapacity to see a human being as a human being and see what a mystery and how wonderful this creature is. I mean, these creatures are magnificent. Do we not have room for you folks over here? Okay, all right, fine. Okay. In any case, I brought along just some stuff on Bowen. You know Bowen theory, but I tell you what, you need to bring Bowen theory into this discussion too. Bowen family systems theory. Because interesting stuff is, if you look at this little book on theory and practice, it's some articles from their Bowen Center between 79 and 96. It's called just Theory and Practice, edited by Ruth Sagar. And you can look at the recent, they have they're in Washington, D.C., the Bowen Center in Washington, D.C. And what they're doing is they're trying to integrate evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, natural systems theory, and relationality, anxiety. They're coming at a kind of an attempt to do a integrative synthesis from the point of view of anxiety in systems. And the reason I say you need to bring that stuff in is because the self is a relational self. And to ignore not only the family system, but the social system, the community system, the national system, the international systems, to ignore, for example, if you're feeling a little anxiety lately, it's not all your stuff. It's not all your mishigas. There is huge amounts of anxiety in our global systems now because of all the aggression that's just being poured into them. Unregulated aggression. And it's making all of your clients crazier. you're going to see so much more craziness in the near term because of the way in which the systems theorists know that this stuff is contagious. You know, that's what the shamans knew. All the old medicine people of the earth knew that this stuff is contagious and that you better be worried about contagion. And that's relevant for you as a therapist because you're going to be subject to contagion and the transference and countertransference. And if you can't get, we'll get into this tomorrow morning, if you can't get your own anxiety regulated through spiritual means, in my view, through your spiritual discipline, your spiritual ritual process that I intend to really hammer you about in the future, to tomorrow and in the future. But what happens is your patients will receive contagion from your anxiety. And we will have an iatrogenic illness on the part of the patient because of the therapist's anxiety, the therapist's difficulty in regulating their own anxiety. And are there any anxious therapists? Huh? Any anxious therapists? Well, yes, and you know, and we carry a lot of anxiety, even though we do. Many of us have a significant spiritual practice. But imagine what's going on with those therapists that have no sense of any order that's beyond their ego order, who are coming out of theories that don't believe there's any transcendent order. And so you get my drift. So in any case, and I brought along this little book on Iliadi, not because this is such a wonderful book. It's fine. It's a good book to read. But, you know, my preference is, I've always said to Jungian analysts in training, look, Jungian analysts are miserable in their understanding of archetypal materials. You know, they get a fairy tale and they choose a fairy tale and they think they know archetypal materials. I say, if I had my way in all the Jungian training institutes, and I'm probably going to have some influence in this one, people would study Iliadi's work, because he has done this incredible comparative study of archetypal materials across human history. Comparative study. And it's not complete by any means, and I'll show you why in a minute, but you cannot do wrong by becoming an expert in Iliadi's corpus. And you got to do the Edinger method about that stuff too. You got to read it like a rabbi. Because you cannot look for theory in Iliadi. What he is giving you is what humans have done and thought. And so you're going to have to provide the theory as you approach it. But start with that book, The Sacred and the Profane, and then get a copy of that Patterns in Comparative Religion. You know, when he first wrote that book, it was Archetypes in Comparative Religion. But he realized that Jungian psychology was so unpopular in the United States, and especially at the University of Chicago, where I am, you know, where I live and teach in that community, that he changed it to patterns. And where he would have previously said archetypes in all the worlds, he started saying structures. Well, I get it, because, you know, a lot of people are allergic to anything Jungian or the word archetype. So you know, I have decided that's pretty good. You know, structural psychoanalysis is what I call my theory. Structural psychoanalysis and integrative psychotherapy. Read that Archetype. But anyway, study Iliadi. And as Sandy already said, you know, I think if you want a little somebody that'll help you with your humility when it comes to spiritual things, you study Tillich, because he has got a huge architect. I mean, he's got a huge cathedral of thought, which deals with the relationship between science, ethics, the human self. He has the most sophisticated philosophical theology of the human self I have ever seen. And there's still, to this day, no competition in terms of a philosophical theology of the human self. And at some point, I'll try to teach you something about that and how it's relevant. He was very close to psychoanalysts in New York City when he was in New York City teaching at Union and Columbia. He was close to the best Freudian analyst in those days. But if you study his work, you will find that he anticipated in his own work, he anticipated the cutting edge of psychoanalysis today. You can find, and he also anticipated Bowen systems theory, because in his understanding of the self, he's got a lot of the insights that you get in Bowen systems theory, and he's got a lot of the insights into the self that came out of Kohut. But Kohut hadn't done this stuff when Tillich was writing it. So that's hard to get into, but it's worth it. And start with the courage to be and the dynamics of faith. And then you can read his sermons. The sermons are a good place to get some resources. This little book here, The New Comparative Mythology by Scott Littleton. When I first published the King, Warrior, Magician, Lover book, there was a snide review of it by some guy that came very close. He said, Robert Moore has appropriated Georges Dumézil's work. Yeah. And I said, wonder who that is. And so I thought, I better, if they're saying that I have appropriated his work, I better find out who this guy is. So I began to look at his work. It turns out that Dumézil, and I meant to tell you this yesterday, but didn't have time. And I'll just give you the briefest. I'll tell you about these books tonight, but there's a book called The Anatomy of Myth. There's probably 2 volumes that I'm going to publish out of my lectures on mythology and the psyche. And one segment of that is on Dumézil and the collective unconscious. But anyway, in Dumézil's work, he says he studied all these cultures, and the gods are organized, in his view, according to functions. And human cultures from ancient India, the Indo-European cultures from ancient India through the Hittites, right up through ancient Rome, through the ancient Celts, and so forth. He says there's a common heritage there, Indo-European heritage, and in those from the Norse, the Scandinavian classics and everything, he says, if you study that stuff and you compare the different gods and goddesses, you notice that they relate to certain functions. And he says, he said there are 3 functions. There is a warrior function in human cultures and mythology. You can see clearly it's divided into warrior function. Now, Jungians never discovered this work. I cannot find a single reference to his work among Jungian publications. If you find any, put me on to them, because I've not been able to find it. This is a huge body of comparative mythological work, scientific comparative mythological work, based in linguistics, comparative linguistics, that the Jungians have never touched. They don't know about it. American myth scholars, there was a recent book published by a knowledgeable American scholar of myth, which purported to cover all the theories of myth. There was only one reference to this guy and no explanation of his theories. And the huge group of people that are doing comparative mythology based on this, it is part of the problem is that a lot of this literature is still in French. But the amazing thing, and so they haven't known about it. Oh, he had a long career from the 30s up to just I think the 60s. Yeah, sort of a contemporary. In fact, they were friends and they taught together in various places. He was called a structuralist, but I came to find out he wasn't. But here's what I want to do, and I don't have the time this morning to go into this, but yeah, it's Georges, Georges, Dumezil, Georges Dumézil. This little book is an introduction to his theories. This New Comparative Mythology by Scott Littleton is an anthropological study of his theories, a critical anthropological study of his theories. And if all you have to do is read Scott Littleton's book, and you would see, and you'd be able to intuit some of the way that it relates to my work. But let me just show you. He says there's a fertility function. And he says, and there's a sovereignty function. And I thought, well, sovereignty function, okay, well, I guess he's got the royal thing. But then I started studying it some, and he says, but sovereignty in human experience in these cultures is bifurcated. He says there is a royal part of the sovereignty function and a magical part of the sovereignty function. So in order to have adequate sovereignty in human culture, you have to have both of these poles present. I totally agree. If you've only got the royal and not any of this, then you don't see through your own narcissism. And if you have only this and you don't have any of this, it's all too airy-fairy. You follow me? It doesn't get down to building a world. So I get it. Right. Adequate sovereignty. In fact, I saw that clearly after I saw it. Right. Adequate. This is all sovereignty here. This is appropriate sovereignty. How can you appropriately claim your power and deploy your power in the world? Well, you have to be able to be self-critical. That's what a narcissist lacks. He can't see through his own game. Or she can't see through her own game. So anyway, I didn't have time to get into that, but that's why I brought this book, because when I say to you that a Neo-Jungian needs to look at the other research that the classical Jungians, they've been dominated by Greek mythology. Well, there's a lot more evidence out there that they haven't looked at, and these people have huge amounts of evidence on how the mythology is structured. Now, Dumézil is different from me. He does not believe it's really in the human mind. He thinks it's just Indo-European culture. I am more like Levi-Strauss. I believe it is the structures in the mind, and I believe it's hardwired. And so there's a lot of research in mythology that needs to be done. Because I have studied a lot of different mythologies, Native American, others, and you can see these archetypal structures present in a lot of different mythologies that are not Indo-European mythologies. So in any case, I brought that so that you could look at that and see that classical Jungians have not looked at the evidence that they need to look at. They've looked at some evidence, but this is serious, hard-nosed linguistic experts that have done all this comparative study in incredible depth in terms of epics and all that sort of thing. So, in any case, that's why I brought those books, to just give you a sense of the resources which can be brought together to move us to a new place, a new, much more integrative, much better grounded, integrative place. Do you see what I'm talking about? Does that make any sense? That is to say, Eliade covers a lot of mythology, but his focus is more on really ancient, really tribal, indigenous kind of models. Dumézil's work focuses on what happened after the first axial period, when the city-states started to develop, and the functions began to be parsed out between the Pentagon. You follow me? The warrior function gets put in the Pentagon and the police force, and it's not seen as something you need to balance internally in your psyche. So anyway, that's another wrap. Any comment about any of that before we go on? Yeah.
I hope this isn't totally irrelevant, but do you do anything with Joseph?
Oh yes, and Campbell, you need to study his Mask of God, and of course the Hero with 1,000 Faces, which is basically a wonderful sense of the mythology of initiatory process and transformation. In fact, if you look at the diagrams in here, I've got a rendition of his hero journey related to sacred space and the transitional process. So Campbell is important, but again, you don't want to stop with Campbell. You want to have Campbell, Eliade, and this Dumezilian background. Between those, you have huge resources to improve your sense of the shape of comparative mythology. So, but that's a very good point. He's a good place to start, because he'll kind of get you ready for Eliade, who's harder to read. And then that'll get you ready for looking at this Dumezilian material, because it's harder than Eliade. But that's why we need somebody like Scott Littleton, because Scott Littleton just summarizes it and tells you what all the scholars have said. But anyway, that's again, you don't have to be an expert in that. Somebody that's trying to do what I'm doing needs to understand it and look at it and use it as research data. And what I've been doing is I've been getting in my copious spare time, I've been getting more of the advanced technical studies on this comparative mythology model, and I've been trying to continue to inform myself about what these scholars have seen, because they have seen an amazing amount of stuff. It turns out that people in that Indo-European, in those Indo-European cultures had a very, very sophisticated understanding of balancing the functions. And that's where he came up with his idea that there's a war of the functions in the human being, because these different cultures knew there was a war of the functions. And this is why these cultures knew you had to sacrifice to the different gods and goddesses, because they knew that if you didn't sacrifice on each one of these altars to the different functions, get it? Think about it in comparison to my work. It's very similar to my work. You have to sacrifice on the altar of the lover. You have to sacrifice on the altar of the warrior. You have to sacrifice on the altar of the magician. You have to sacrifice on the altar of the royal. Because if you fail to honor appropriately and respect any of those agendas, chaos is going to ensue. And these cultures knew this. This is why, in many ways, they were psychologically much more sophisticated than we are today, because they had a moral nexus that they had developed through their thousands of years of development of their understanding of what happens when the king function goes bad. And there's a huge amount of material in that scholarship about how do you know when the king function goes bad. They got how do you know when the warrior function goes bad? How do you know when the lover function goes bad? They have got a lot of traditional information about that, and I suspect our forebears knew something. And so it's fascinating material. Make great PhD dissertations, for somebody. Yeah.
Been done comparing this kind of thing to the altars in dissociative disorder?
Well, I have done some of that just at the conceptual level, but that needs to be done as well, because it's quite clear to me that if you're thinking from this kind of structural framework, that different altars would pick up different archetypal functions. That's quite clear. And but somebody needs to write about that, and I'd like to see somebody take this structural theory and look at the data and see if it helps order the data. Because what is a theory for? A theory like this, it is for the purposes of helping you know what you're seeing when you're looking at the data. Because the data does not interpret itself. You have to have the most adequate theoretical frame you can in order to understand what you're seeing when you look at the data. This is what is really wrong with a lot of thinking about psychopathology today. Because they describe what appears. And for example, we'll see now with Milan, he knows about some of the dysfunction that's occurring. He because he's got the research evidence on this dysfunction, he knows what systems in this personality are not functioning as well as they need to, not balanced as well as they need to be balanced. But there's not any structural theory through which he can really get a deeper sense of what he's seeing in this. And I think that's also true of Stevens. I mean, and that's why I think if you bring the structural model to both Stevens's research and you bring the structural model to Milan's research, and I actually have been I have had a ongoing conversation with some of these Dumézil scholars, and I'm saying, I'd like to see you look at my theory and look at your data and see what happens to your data when you look at my theory, because I think that they would have some fun with that, you know. And I've talked to some Bible scholars actually too about trying to do that, because the scriptures look very interesting if you look at it from this framework, because the scriptures address these functions. You see, we're going to say something. Yeah.
One of the I studied a lot of Eliade, and there's people in undergraduate, but one of the things that I would be interested in working into this, what I'm triggered right now is that one of the things that I remember and would like to work in clinically and theoretically is that Eliade's big concept was the notion of historical time and cyclical time.
Yes.
And that is a big
the bifurcation of space-time.
Understanding his language.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering about this in terms of observing something clinically.
Oh, absolutely.
Analytic hour.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're not in historical.
No. That's what these two books are about. What you're talking about is what these two books are about. And this The Magician and the Analyst is very hard reading. I apologize for my prose. Robert, it's bad prose. My prose, don't look at my work for prose. I mean, I'm working on it. Robert Bly is trying to help me with my prose. And I put in the preface of this book, I say, you know, this prose is not great, so forgive me for that. But Robert Bly is trying to help me 10 years from now. I hope my prose will be better. But in any case, but it really is a substantive examination of what you're talking about, and this does too in a more informal way, far ranging. But see, Turner and Eliade both had a sense of the different kinds of space that exist. And see, my early research and my early writing, you know, I got those people that knew my works talked about me as a sort of a psychologist of space, inner space, and actually these things, these sectors are. If you read those articles, there's a little section there where I talk about the space of cosmos, the space of the plane of struggle, the vessel of transformation, and the garden. And you can do enormous stuff with the phenomenology of human space just at the scholarly level with this thing. But in terms of clinical practice, the space in your therapy hour is supposed to be a very, very special transformative space, which is very different from ordinary linear historical space. And that's what Winnicott was getting at in his concepts of transitional space, and this is what Robert Langs was getting at when he was talking about all the stuff about the different fields between the therapist and the patient, and so just because they're in there with you doesn't mean there's a transformative field, and so you're right on target, and that's what this addresses. This addresses the capacity of the therapist, the ritual genius of the therapist. The therapist must have a certain ritual genius in order to facilitate transformative space in the transference. That's what a Jungian view of transference is. It's a vessel. They used to make fun of Jung because he said the transference is like an alchemical vessel. And they still make fun of him. They think, oh, he didn't know, wow, that's mystical mumbo jumbo. But the truth is, he was so far ahead of his time in understanding that the transference is not just replication of old object relationships in the relationship with the therapist. If it's going to be healing, it has to be a radically different kind of field. And look at Robert Lang's work. He's too Puritan about it. He's too antiseptic. The Freudians get real antiseptic about their, and that's part of their grandiosity. But they're right about. Lang's is right about the vessel, the field, and that's what I address specifically in this Magician and the Analyst book. So we could talk a lot about that. But let me get you to our topic for the morning, the psychopathology. Take out this diagram from Milan's classic work. This is from that modern psychopathology. And I recommend that you get you a copy of that modern psychopathology and you just spend time meditating on the diagrams. Get that right brain of yours involved, because the diagrams in that book are wonderful, and how much data they summarize. He is so wonderful at ordering data. And I want you to just see if you can find this. This is the summary of Milan's conclusions in that modern psychopathology book. And what I suggest that you do is that here you take it and he had it where it's sitting this way. I suggest you take your pen and you write over detached magician, and that you write over dependent lover, and you write over independent royal, and you write over ambivalent warrior. Now understand, this diagram is not complete in terms of all psychopathology, because this thing goes further down. In other words, as you get crazier, you can think about this as here, let's just put it this way. Here it is on this diagram. You follow this? This is the way it fits the pyramid, the Mayan pyramid. You follow me? Now, the first thing I want you to notice is Milan had no structural theory. His methodology was to do a wide-ranging study and summary of what could be known empirically about psychopathology. And then he began to come up with a way of ordering the shape of psychopathology based on what appears, from the mildest forms to the most serious forms. And what he has done is he has argued that there is an organization to it. If you start here, this would be close to the center of the pyramid. This would be the cohesive self in our words, the little s self. Right? You got me? The little s self. As you get more regressed or less integrated, and you go down the side of the pyramid, you get crazier. More chaotic, in other words. You get less integrated. Just think in terms of system integration. The creative system integration of the personality is more tenuous. That's the way to think about psychopathology. Always think about psychopathology that way. That is the frame. What is happening in the attempt to be creatively integrating in this personality? How tenuous is the achievement of creative integration in the personality? And that's where you start. That's the way to first frame it. As the integration level gets more tenuous, the forms of psychopathology get more serious. In other words, the further down the pyramid, the more the chaos. You follow me? The more massa confusa in alchemy. The less differentiation, the less capacity to balance the energies, the less capacity to regulate. Use the word from, and here's we're indebted to the self-psychologist out of Kohut School, the word regulation. That's become that's so important to me as a clinician. Regulation. What are we trying to help people do? Well, rock and roll and regulate. That's our goal with people. You can tell them that too. What I want for your life is I want you to be able to rock and roll and regulate. There are people that can't rock and roll. They're over-regulated in a dysfunctional way. We compulsives are like that. There are people that can rock and roll, but they can't regulate. Your borderlines and histrionics, a little bit like that. Yeah, what?
What are the benchmarks of going further down?
You got to study Milan. But I can make it simple. You get more anxious and you get more chaotic and you get more ineffective. That's it in a nutshell. Your anxiety level rise, you get stupider, you get more stupid. I'm serious. You get more stupid, you get more anxious, and the one thing you need to be clear about is anxiety makes people stupid. It makes them aggressive. They become stupid and aggressive as they get more anxious. It's a rule. The science of it is getting consolidated now. There's no question now in the science about that. So I'm anticipating tomorrow morning, right? If anxiety is that toxic, maybe we ought to figure out how to help people regulate their anxiety, right? We might want to teach them to pray. What an idea. We might want to teach them to meditate. We might want to teach them to get out there and run, and lift weights. We might want to get them into an exercise program as soon as possible. I'll talk about the evidence on that this afternoon. But I mean, do you get me? If the anxiety level is high, what does that mean in terms of the fundamental framework of all this? It means the system integrity is low. That's a rule. Take it to the bank. The system integrity. Your personality is a system. And you've got to get your mind around that. That's the most fundamental, scientifically based way to frame all this stuff.
What about fear? I mean, anxiety is a fear reaction. I mean, I think of anxiety as a fear.
Anxiety, but you got to understand, you got to ask yourself the question, why is this organism so anxious? It's fearful, right? It's afraid of something. What you got to get, though, you can be afraid of external threats, and you can be afraid that you're psychotic. You're getting psychotic, and you don't have to know the word psychosis to be afraid of psychosis. Your personality knows when its system integrity is beginning to fail. Nobody has to tell the personality that it's getting close to being psychotic. Do you follow me? Nobody has to tell them, and this is the most simple person out there. He may be a carpenter that works out here on the side of one of these mountains. The most simple person around. Their personality, look, don't kid yourself. That organism is sophisticated. It's a sophisticated organism. It has 2 million years of sophistication in it. And those systems are so sophisticated, when that system integrity begins to break down and what they have achieved as a human self even though it may not be great. Maybe they haven't got much creative organization yet. But what they've got, they know when it's at risk. And when that regression starts, the anxiety level starts going up. And they are rightfully afraid. And what are they afraid of? Well, they may be afraid of going to work, or they may be afraid of facing their wife, or facing, or looking at their 401k statement. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things to be afraid of, right? But the primal fear for human beings is, Yes, it's the primal fear is, I'm going to disappear. It's what the self-psychologists call annihilation anxiety, fragmentation anxiety. And so when these patients of yours come in and they're flying in their anxiety, what you need to see, what you just need to register, the first thing you need to register, this person's system function is greatly at risk. And that's what I said yesterday. You have to be thinking then immediately, this is not one of these things I'm going to wait till my 30-second session. You know, this is cut to the chase time. It's like, what are we going to do to stabilize this person? It's very parallel to what you do in emergency rooms. You know, that's what emergency technician, emergency room doctor does. First thing he's going to do, he's not going to send him to surgery, right? He's going to stabilize the system function. Immediately, bam, we're going to stabilize the system function. And we're not going to be passive about it. We're going to be aggressive about it. We're going to aggressively move to stabilize the system function, right? I know quite a bit about this because I've analyzed so many emergency room doctors. I know what that's like. But in any case, so we have our parallel to that. We have to cut to the chase. We have to move toward getting that prosthesis set up. That the containment. The containment can be medication, it can be hospitalization, can be a combination of the two, can be taking a quick assessment of the. And we'll get to this this afternoon. A quick assessment of the patient's resources. Do an audit of their resources. What can you draw on to bring in here to stabilize this system in the short run? You follow me? Okay, but back to that's getting ahead of us. That's this afternoon about what you do about it. But I'm just trying to get you the framework to think about what you're seeing when that person is struggling, and so the first thing that as they move out away from this, whether they, some people attained a pretty good benchmark. That's what you try to do in your diagnostic assessments. Try to figure out, well, how much of this is related to their benchmark of their personality function, and how much of this is contextual. How much of this is because they just got divorced, or how much is this problem they're having? How much are they regressed because they lost their job? Or how much have they regressed because they just learned they have cancer? So you've got to put this in their context. You have to quickly inform yourself about what was the level. Think about it this way. What was the benchmark of creative integration that this person has been able to achieve that is relatively stable? Has been over a period of time relatively stable. This is related to what you do in the DSM-4. And that's good stuff in terms of just practical assessment. So you want to think about that, and then you want to just look at the context about why they are more regressed now. But and then you got to address those things, and we'll come back to that this afternoon. What you got to do is think about and what Milan does, and the reason I want you to look at this Milan material is that he has a sense that if you fall off of it, he's very parallel to my view. My feeling is it depends on which side of this Mayan pyramid you fall off on, roll down the side. Because if you fall off and you roll down this side, you get crazy. As you get into moderate disorders and terminal disorders, you get crazy in a certain pattern. And Milan gives you the patterns according to the research data. In other words, if you fall off of the pyramid on the lover side, on the lover face of the pyramid, you're very likely to get very, very depressed. I mean, you can understand why it is that they get more depressed. You know, if you are in others, you get schizotypal. For example, if you fall off on the magician side, according to Milan, you get progressively into the moderate, and then you get schizotypal first. And then you start having more and more severe thought disorders. I mean, the thought disorder gets worse and worse, and a lot of your presenting symptomatology as you get crazy will be manifest in the magician sector. And it fits what Milan's research evidence shows. So in other words, this is not simply limited, like I'm going to limit my conversation today to personality disorder pattern just to show you this. But if you look at Milan's research, he has a fairly comprehensive sense of the way these things progressive in terms of what is the trajectory of regression if you fall off this side of the pyramid. What is the projection? And so you should be able, by studying this stuff and mapping it with me, you should be able, when that person is coming in, it should not take you long to figure out what side of the pyramid they've fallen off of as they regress. And you need to ask this about yourself. When you regress, which side of the pyramid do you typically fall off on? And that will give you clues about your structure. That is, I mean, that will. If you look at your symptoms, how do you act out when you regress? That is wonderful data for how you're organized, because people don't regress along the same trajectory. They regress along different trajectories. Now, the more disorganized you are, it becomes more a massa confusa. In other words, as you get way down here at the base of the pyramid, it's harder to see any structure because they wobble all over the place. And you start seeing this huge multiplicity of dysfunction. You follow me? And that's related to the alchemical idea of massa confusa, because the delineation, the structuralization in the psyche has failed. And what you're getting is just this huge pluralism. Yeah.
You said to what quadrant you regress into, but I'm unclear whether you're saying that you're deficit in that area or you're overly developed in that area.
Well, that's part of the complexity of this. You see, depending on where your shadow is, I'm gonna talk about how to think about your shadow, and we're going to look at this diagram. I want you to get later. We will look at where's that. I got to get anyway. I need some tape. I don't have my tape. In your case or in anybody else's case, you're going to need to. There's a chart in here which is blank, which I have included and which I do with all my analysans. It's in there somewhere. Yes, that one. And in order to reflect on your own structure, which you should do before you spend too much time thinking about your patient structure, we will get to that in a minute, but I just want to finish this thing. You have to shade in what you have been able to what your ego consciousness has been able to bring in, and to what extent you can regulate the energies from these different quadrants, and because you need to have some sense about which energy you tend to be able to regulate really well, because the energies, the archetypal energies that you regulate well, will be causing you less trouble. That's a rule. The ones that you're having trouble regulating, and here's the response to Robin's questions. Say that you're like me. You might be, if you're a therapist, you might be a little bit like me. You may have a load of magician energy. Now, but the fact you have a load of it, that doesn't necessarily mean you're regulating it very well. You may be dominated by it, which for the first 40-something years of my life, I was totally dominated by this archetype. I mean, I had an android standing in for me in my relationships. Yeah, I'm not kidding you, man. Ask any of the people that tried to be my friend. Because, you know, I could do a pretty good rendition of a friend. But if you got too much magician flooding in your psyche, and if you're identifying with it in the ego, you will be detached. You will be pathologically detached. It's a rule. And but then you got to look at what else. And so, in other words, I was not regulating my magician energy very well. It was really colonizing me. But that didn't mean that these other energies in me were not a problem. It was just that you have to look first, what is it that has colonized the ego system? Because this is why the distinction between the ego system and the little s self system is important. The ego is what you're conscious of, what you're conscious of. But if you're looking at the actual structure of the self, which your little s self structure, which is what you're going to diagram, we can. Let me see if I've got anything I can do. I don't want. I'll just kind of do me on this when I was 40. I had so much of this stuff. The dominant, you could say, almost it's parallel to typology. The dominant archetypal function in my personality was clearly the magician. But now I had been my mother's little prince. You know, the kind of feel between me and my mother was, well, son, your father disappointed me. Your brother, your older brother, disappointed me. Maybe you won't disappoint me. So boy, did I try not to disappoint her. Right? And she was a college professor. And she liked smart son. Smart, nice, quiet, but responsive son. And so I was a little prince. Little prince. I should have brought a picture of the little prince to show you. So I had a good bit of royal energy in the little prince form. Now look, one of the principles of all this stuff is, when you're assessing a personality, the first thing you just pay attention to is what energy has been brought into this personality system. We're not talking about whether it's optimally integrated yet. You just want to know how this thing is shaped. So, because it's important for how chaotic the personality is. And we'll get into that now. But anyway, so the structuralization I had a good bit of Prince and a lot of magician. So in my personality, the first until midlife, my personality had some structural integrity. Why? Because one axis had a polar tension. Not an optimum polar tension by any means. But what you got to look for is the actual polar dialectical tensions, because it matters how this thing is organized. For example, Tony Wolff could not see the dialectical tensions that exist. And none of these other theorists have been able to see the actuality of the dialectical tensions. And, for example, Freud did see this dialectical tension. He was right about that. These are the energies that really, you have got to have those balancing each other. It's like a muscle system. The muscle systems have to do this. Because to raise the energy, to sublimate, to have the energy develop and be more mature, when they start out, they're like this. They're separated. You have to, you follow it? You have to have the tension develop like a muscle, like lifting weights. In order to raise the level, the maturation of the energy, the force has got to do this. You've got to do this in order to raise the level. It's Hegelian. This is Hegel. This is what Hegel saw. Hegel saw thesis, antithesis, synthesis. There's a book in my Jung and Spirituality series called, on Jung and Hegel, Individuation and the Absolute, and it picks this up. So in any case, back to just using me as an example, where was the most problematic part of my shadow? Well, there's problem here, and there's shadow aspects of both of these, but not in terms of the sort of basic level integration in my personality. The biggest shadow elements are here on this axis. So I was practically tone deaf on this. Now I had just enough warrior to work just hard enough to be seen as a good student. Did I have enough warrior to be as good a student as I ought to have been? No. I couldn't. I had a trouble concentrating. If you don't have enough of this developed, and you don't have more of this developed, you have too much anxiety to be able to. Your cognitive function will not be optimized. You follow me? Do you see that? Can you see that structurally? Look, if you do not have maturation in this warrior line of development, you will not be able to stand the intensity of focus. You will not be able to focus with intensity in a sustained way. And therefore, you will be cognitively not functioning anywhere near your level of capability. So you can't become a really optimized magician if you don't have a lot of this capacity to stand the pain of sitting there concentrating. I have all these people say, I can't read this. Well, that's more than just a magician problem. They want to be spoon-fed. They cannot step up and take the responsibility for actually studying. And the reason they can't is because there's too much anxiety. Too much anxiety, and they haven't been able to regulate the arousal that they face when they get studying something interesting. See, because what would happen to me is I'd get so excited. I would get so overstimulated, as self-psychologists say. When I study something, I would get so overstimulated I had to get up. And if I had not been an extroverted intuitive, an extroverted intuitive can x-ray business, I can look 5 minutes at the structure of a system and I can get it. I miss a lot of detail, but I can get it. And that's what got me through 7 degrees. But I did not get to where I could concentrate until much later. You follow me? Really concentrate? Because you've got to develop enough stabilizing influences in your psyche. But on the lover front, I never had any fun. Yeah, go ahead.
The attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Oh, sure. That is to say, you got to see a so-called attention deficit disorder as simply severe regulation problems, severe system regulation problems.
But the getting out and having to get up and walk around.
Oh, sure. I would have been diagnosed in those days with AD&D if that had existed at that time, because I would have to have all these crutches, these prostheses to be able to what would happen, what I know now, I would start to depersonalize if I tried to be alone and study. And so what I would do when I was in college, I would take my book and I would go sit on a chair at the side of the commons where there was a lot of people around. I didn't feel alone. And by virtue of their being there, it was soothing in a weird way to me. And then I could read my book as long as there was sufficient noise of other people. It's that thing you notice with the mother. The child often will have to have the mother around to concentrate. And if she's not around, my mother I wasn't able to interject a mother's presence, you see, because she was so anxious. So anyway, that's more than you need to know about me. But all I'm saying is that I have had a huge struggle trying to, as a person in my own individuation process, trying to actually become more whole by not letting my friends, my dangerous friends, I always have had dangerous friends, people that were out of control in the lover and people that were out of control in the warrior. In that sort of dyadic fusion, there was a certain wholeness, right? A certain weird, crazy wholeness. Well, that happens all the time in relationships. This is what happened to Bill Clinton. He didn't have any warrior, but he had Hillary. And her warrior was one of the few sources of regulation that he had. You see that? And the tragedy of Bill Clinton is that he never got that internalized. It was always it was always displaced. What was that guy, Ken Starr? So he had to invoke Ken Starr, the aggression of Ken Starr, because, you can't be Bill Clinton and not have a Ken Starr. Well, look, one of the premises of... Oh, yeah. He was a sadistic, overkill warrior, like a lot of warriors. Lawyers. If you want to see the typical lawyer organization, it's right there. Warrior magicians. And they have a lot of problems with eros, and they have a lot of problems with generativity. So if you get too many lawyers, Shakespeare was right, you get too many lawyers involved in anything, the whole organization will grind to a halt. Because they have a certain paranoia, and the organization will become paranoid and become immobilized by being in a kind of a fantasy, a paranoid persecution fantasy about how many lawsuits they're going to have. And that's happened in the mental health profession recently, too. Lawyers have got too much influence on it. Yeah.
Robert, you started to say something when you were in the lover quadrant about not being able to enjoy.
Oh, yeah. I have had such, anhedonia. Have you ever heard of anhedonia? Boy, listen, my life, the enjoyment I got was knowing. I got a lot of enjoyment out of knowing. And so what did I do? I compulsively knew. But it took the men's movement and the love of and acceptance of a lot of men who love me for who I am, and they can't understand anything about what I think. And they love me in spite of the fact that I've got so much in my head, they say. Now that's kind of sad to me because I know a lot that could help them a lot, and I've tried. I have tried to help them, but they have helped me so much because so many therapists, if you don't watch it, therapists are so compulsive about their magician energy that if you get a guy like me with a really smart therapist, you will just spend all your time shoveling all that magician manure, and you'll just learn so much about your pathology, and you'll learn so much about your past. And like I spent, I'm not even going to begin to let myself go to how much money I've spent on analysis and therapy in my life. I could retire 4 or 5 times over if I had that money, and I didn't even have to put it in investment. It would if I just. But anyway, my therapist enjoyed so much my being smart that they mirrored the wrong part of me. You get that? I didn't need them to help me with be a better magician. I needed them to help me be a human.
You became the little prince to them.
I probably was the little prince to them. Exactly. And you know, and the male therapists that were a little threatened by how smart I was, they were very sadistic to me. Because I knew too much. And they had to kind of be a little bit sadistic in their countertransference to me. Which you got to think about in your countertransference to your patients. You know, what is it that what archetypal energy that they carry is threatening to you? It gets into your countertransference. But anyway, so since midlife, I've gotten a lot more of this brought in, thanks to the help of people that have loved me and have been able to say, you know, Robert, you got to learn to hang out. So now I have some friends that are my gurus in hanging out. I go to these men's conferences like the one where I met our friend back here on the back, and Mentone, for example, and I go down there to hang out with men. Now I get to talk about all my elephant manure, shovel my elephant manure, and tell them what I think about things. But basically, for me, it's just hanging out, because it is very, you know, that I'm sort of I'm hangout challenged. I don't know whether any of you know what that's like, but you know, it hadn't been long when I could not lie down and take a nap, because I would feel so guilty that I wasn't working on some important work, doing something, you know. So to me, I'm telling you, when I get in there and I shut the doors and I lie down on my consulting room couch and take a nap, I really feel like I have really individuated. I'm not kidding you. For me, that's the cutting edge. That's the missing fourth for me. You follow me? In the principle, in the alchemy, and in typology, the missing fourth. Because this one has been the most difficult for me my whole life. And this one, I have had a hard time saying no. And I have to a fault, I have not been confrontive enough with people. I have not, historically, I've not been confrontive enough with students. I've not been confrontive enough with patients. You know, I mean, the way I come on, you may think I'm very confrontive, but I have, when I have erred in the past, I have erred in not being confrontive enough. And so you can see here that, you know, that it's complex, but it's not that complex. You can understand my life pretty well, and my struggles, past and present. And the other little thing about this thing has had to be matured. The fact that we are here this weekend is evidence that I have gotten better on this, because prior to getting better on the Royal, I would have been here simply teaching other people's theories. Do you follow me? You don't? Okay. When you're a good prince, you're not the sovereign. It's not your project with a capital P you're pushing. So I've always been wonderful at helping everybody else with their projects. I've been great at mirroring other people's genius. I've been great at teaching Ettinger. I'm great, you know, I'm good at teaching Jung. I'm good at teaching Whitehead. I'm good at teaching Tillich. I'm good at teaching Eliade. But you see, I have not asserted, you know, my own achievement, my own theoretical achievement as much as I should have. In fact, I should be doing this a lot younger than I am. If I had had certain important help earlier from men that could just say to me, you know what, Robert, I think you give yourself away too much. I think you need to focus on what you're about. Well, it took me a while to find some people that could say that to me. And he and I are part of the same men's organization. And it matters if you have friends that love you in spite of your misshapen, deformed personality, right? And have some sense of the shape of your personality and say, you know, I want to support you in going ahead and blooming. Because if you don't have that, it's harder, right? Does that make any sense? Okay. So just to get back to this, and then I want to see. Well, so what I want you to do in your study of this stuff is to just, if you look at Milan's work, he will give you an empirically based point of view which directly parallels I didn't come to this out of Milan, but I was shocked when I found that, and you'll see that diagram in the little chart I gave you from my work, that the independent pathology, there are 4 kinds of pathology: independent pathologies, dependent pathologies, detached pathologies, and he calls them ambivalent, and you can understand why it's ambivalent, because you know when you assert yourself into differentiation, this is differentiation. When you actually form a boundary, if you're in an immature fusion, you fear abandonment. And so anytime you really assert yourself, you fear abandonment. This would be when you start developing your warrior line of development, and you start being assertive, and you start asserting, when you start differentiating in Bowen's terms, when you start saying no to your family system, when you start saying this is who I am, this is as far as I go, you've got to relate to my solid self, as Bowen says. That's differentiation. You have to be able to manage the ambivalence you have that's built in, according to Bowen. There's a built-in ambivalence. Let me just show you before I stop where, you know, Murray Bowen says there's 2 forces. One is fusion, the other is differentiation. He's right. However, it's more complicated than he thinks, because the forces of fusion are here. These are the forces of fusion. Remember yesterday when I was telling you about you got to have the nurturance and you've got to have the recipient of nurture? This is the primal fusion of parent-child, mother-child, right there. You follow that? So you've got 2 ways of fusing. You can fuse with someone because you're the world, out of the narcissistic way. A narcissistic person thinks they're the world. So fusion, the narcissist is in a fusion with the world. You don't exist to them, basically. You are them. You're supposed to be them. And from the lover side, you are the world. You are the world. You are everything. I want to fuse with you. This is Kohut's. You remember when Kohut talks about idealizing transferences? I want to idealize you and merge with you. I want to idealize you and then I want to get in your lap. So we are one. We must be one. You follow that? Do you get that? Anybody doesn't get that? Okay. So there are 2 ways you can fuse. Not one. 2 ways you can fuse. And this is the source of all the fusion problems in families and relationships. Do you get that? Do you see that? Okay. And there are 2 attempted ways to differentiate. two ways to detach from this fusion. One is the magician detachment, going away mentally, Robert's way. I put the android in, and I let the android, Blade Runner, I let my android take care of my relationships. That's been the way I lived. It doesn't really differentiate, but it's an attempt to do it when you lack other means, or when the fusion attempts on the part of the other are so massive you have to go away mentally in order to cope. You follow that? A lot of your patients have gone away mentally through the magician attempt to differentiate. It has not really worked for them, though. You cannot achieve relatedness by detaching. You can cope with an engulfment at a very primal, and at a primitive level, you can cope with the engulfment by detaching emotionally. But what it leads to is Murray Bowen's concept of cutoff, emotional cutoff. And emotional cutoff is not an achievement of differentiation. So if you're really going to have a boundary, you're looking puzzled. Stay with me just a second. If you're really going to have a boundary, you've got to use this warrior sector to set up your boundary. And so look at this. Look, isn't this incredible? In order to have intimacy, you have to really get your warrior online. You cannot attain or sustain intimacy if you have no capacity to form boundaries with a no. You don't have to be in a rage. Rage is proof you haven't integrated the warrior circuits. You do have to be firm. And when Murray Bowen says you've got to become as solid a self as you can become, he's absolutely right. I'm totally on the same page with him. But the only way really to become that kind of solid self is to be able to have the warrior help you with your differentiation, because the detachment is a cul-de-sac. The detachment simply isolates you. It does not achieve boundaries. Does that make sense to you? Do you see that clinically? Yeah.
Too, I'm sure we would agree, is knowing when you're projecting engulfment too, right? When someone's just trying to relate to you and you see it, you're going to be engulfed. If
you have a fusion problem, anytime anybody tries to relate to you, you're going to register engulfment. That's a rule. And that is that, according to these evolutionary psychiatrists, this would be that when you have that, your experience of the quality of the nurturant one when you were very young was so bad. They had so little capacity for empathy that you came to the conclusion that this person is going to bungle the nurturance. And so when anybody comes on at you with affection, that organism registers they're going to bungle it. They're not going to be able to do it. And so I'm going to detach.
I don't know if this was your theory.
Yeah.
Part of that boundary setting is to know your internal projective states, right? So that you're not actually fusing by projecting something.
Well, this is what Bowen means when he's talking about getting your intellectual systems functioning so that you can reflect on your emotional responses. And psychoanalytically, we would say it more like you just did. You have to get some sense of the structure of your internal representations and your internal tendencies toward creating projective fields. And that's the work of psychotherapy first, and then analysis in a sophisticated level. And that's easier said than done. But if you do a structural analysis of your personality, you will get a quick sketch of what your projective tendencies are. Yes.
As you
digress, what is the opposite of the dependent on the warrior side? You have independent, detached, dependent.
Ambivalent. That's ambivalent in his system. But I wanted to point out that if you take Milan's more comprehensive work, and not just the personality disorders, you get the aggressive personality and the sadistic personality out here as well. See, and paranoia is really a manifestation when somebody's their warrior systems have never been matured, and so they're constantly scanning for danger. Now, the warrior systems in your personality are supposed to help you scan for real danger. It's supposed to work like signal anxiety. And if it's not doing it, then you may not be able to leave an abusive spouse. See, a lot of people think that the only reason that people don't leave abusive spouses is because they're afraid. That's wrong. That's wrong. A lot of the time, they won't leave an abusive spouse because their warrior systems are so poorly developed, they don't even cognitively realize how dangerous this person is. They don't realize how much in danger they are, even after they have been harmed repeatedly. And that's because there's so much primitive lover energy in that personality. If you've got too much lover energy in your personality, you do not know the real enemies. You don't recognize the real enemies that exist around you. And that's true of substance abuse, because if you're an addict, you're flooded with lover energy. If you're flooded with lover energy, you don't realize how damaging you are, and you don't realize how damaging these substances are. So you don't see yourself as the enemy of your family, and you don't see the substances as the enemy of your world. You follow that? And it's not because they know and they don't care. What I'm telling you is the cognitive apparatus has been so compromised by a flooding of erotic energies in that personality that their perception is screwed up. They actually don't get it. They cannot understand that they are a danger to everybody around them, and they cannot understand that these substances are killing them, or these behaviors are killing them. I have one aspect of my lack of development in this lover sector, and it's parallel across the way in my personality, is that I have eaten too much of the time. It comes out. My compulsiveness in the lover quadrant has come out historically in my being a good Southerner who never met, any fried food that he didn't love, just bring on the catfish, and and so I have run about 20 pounds overweight. And it's only fairly recently, with the help of my friends that love me, confronting me, and we'd like for you to stay alive. And I've got some really athletic friends, some friends, some close, dear friends who take care of themselves. And they have been enormously helpful in helping me to realize that I'm not recognizing the enemy of my habits. And so I have not been able to protect myself from the compulsive overeating. And a lot of Americans, it's getting worse and worse on that. But if you see somebody that's overweight, not at their optimum weight, that is a litmus test. If you're not at your optimum weight, they've got lover flooding. There's flooding lover. It doesn't take to be a drug addict. It's not about just being a drug addict. You can be a food addict, and if you are not at your optimum weight, you are a bit of an addict. And it's because the lover energy is unregulated. You don't really love your body. You're compulsively killing it with compulsive behaviors. And I tell you, it's hard for me to say that and admit that. But I've lost 20 pounds lately. And soon the next time I'm shooting for 175. And so when you see me and I'm at 175, I'm going to be able to brag. I'm going to say, well, my warrior's a lot better now. And actually, so's my lover will be better there, right? You can think about your shadow from the point of view of the ego system, but you can also think about the shadow from the point of view of your little s self system. You follow me? In other words, it's possible for you to be aware of aspects of the psyche that are not, you can be aware in your ego system of aspects of these archetypal potentials, and you can imagine yourself to be functioning at a higher level than you actually are. So we have to, when we're looking at clinically, when we're looking at what the complexity of the shadow of the person you're looking at, whether it's you or somebody else, you've got to look at what the ego is aware of, because it's all over the place. It's structurally all over the place, what that ego system is able to perceive. And that's because what we talked about Adler. It's, your perception was heavily influenced early in life, what you're capable of actually seeing, perceiving. So you got to think about what the ego can perceive. But then this is where the achievement of Kohut and the self-psychology, you have to ask, but at what level of integration has the nuclear self achieved? And his concept of the nuclear self is what I'm talking about when I talk about the cohesive self or the little s self system. And I'm very much a self-psychologist. I can speak Kohut and Wolf and all these folks, and I love that stuff in the sense of whether this self-organization has been able to achieve a certain coherence, cohesiveness. And when I say self-system, the structure of the self-system, I'm really addressing in a little bit more delineated way. I'm talking about the system. They don't use systems concepts, but I think systems concepts are very helpful here. When you're talking about a cohesive self, you're really addressing, scientifically, the natural system properties of that self-system. And you're asking the question, how much integration and how resilient is the word that's come up a lot now. Resilient studies, have you been aware of that? Some people are more resilient than others. They can stand more trauma than others. You remember those? There are a lot of studies of that now. Resilience in children. Well, it's also a bigger concept. It's resilience in adults as well. And resilience is just talking about system integrity. If that system, that personality system, it's got adequate amounts of energy and it's got adequate amounts of structuralization, it's going to be real resilient. It's going to take a lot to shut it down. It's going to take a lot of trauma to fragment it. And so, when you're thinking about shadow, you ought to always be thinking about that in the terms of the structural faults in the personality system. That is to say, if you think about the structural dimensions of the psyche, you'd be asking about shadow in terms of structure. The most fundamental issue is, it's much more important at the clinical level than the ego level, is the self-system level. Because the question, and we'll get into that this afternoon, the question of whether you have helped that personality or not,
fundamentally turns on the self-system level. Because what we could call a structural cure simply translates as you have made alterations in the structuralization of this self-system in such a way, now stay with me on this, this is technical, but it's simple. Your goal as a therapist is to bolster the integrity of the self-system functioning so that it can maintain its cohesiveness in the face of all the trauma of life. Life's going to have trauma. I mean, cheer up. More trauma is coming. Cheer up.
This is me about where we are with mental health today.
Oh.
If we ever needed the capacity to help bolster this, now.
It's enormous, and it's worsening. We are going 180 degrees in the wrong direction in everything now. Culturally we are, and in terms of healthcare delivery systems we are. Because we're not thinking at this systems level. We're not thinking about the integrity of these personality systems, without which family systems are going to hell. I mean, there's a mutual interaction between the system of the family and the system of the leadership of the family, the parental figures in the family. And the systems theory, we'll get into systems theory studies of leadership, but it's like somebody in the family has to work on increasing their system integrity. And you know the way they translate that, I don't know whether you know Friedman work. What's his first name? Ed. Look at Friedman's work, because he says, you gotta have a calm, non-anxious presence. Right. Why do you need a calm, non-anxious presence? Because that is a way to talk about system integrity. To the extent that your personality has system integrity, you will be more of a calm, non-anxious presence. Presence. Read Friedman. A calm, non-anxious presence. In other words, the royal quadrant in your personality or in that parent is sufficiently matured and consolidated so that the anxiety level drops and the centeredness has increased. That the integration of this royal circuit is huge for the maximization of the system integrity of the personality. And I mean mature integration. I don't mean identification with it. And I don't mean giving it away in an idealizing projection to someone. In other words, the buck stops with you. And who is responsible for being calm and non-anxious in the organization that you're part of? You are. That's Bowen. That's Murray Bowen. Is that easy? No. I love the way Murray Bowen admits what a mess he is. He says, we got the differentiation scale, 0 to 100. I'm sometimes around 40, 30, 40. You know, he admits how much anxiety he carries. He should have had a better analyst. He was a Freudian analyst. That's why he left the Freudians. You know, I think he had one of those typical kind of non-gratifying analysts, you know.
If you look at systems, you also have to look at the larger systems.
Of course. How can the family function without more support from the culture and from the religions? So, you know, these conservative folks that are trying to emphasize the family, they understand something about that. They're not just fundamentalist. They understand that the family is important. And all the evolutionary psychiatry research is emphasizing that too. In fact, Anthony Stevens now, you got to get Anthony Stevens is saying that according to the evolutionary evidence, in order to create the kind of environment which is optimum for a child to evoke these archetypal potentials, you need two parents. And he's saying that the evolutionary evidence is increasingly pushing that. And that if you don't have it, now we're going to be dealing with all kinds of people that the fragmentation in the culture and in the family is so bad, we're going to be playing catch up and coping. We just need to face it. And I've got some ideas about what we need to do to really facilitate surrogate families. And in our men's organizations and our women's organizations, we've got to actually be much more aware. We'll talk about this more Sunday morning, I hope. But we've got to be much more aware of creating prostheses to deal with this disaster that is on us as a culture. Because we can't just kind of wish it was better. But we got to be honest about the evolutionary expectation. The expectation of the archetypal agenda. And it expects a hell of a lot more nurturing. And when that organism comes in and it doesn't get the nurturing that it has been programmed to expect, bad things happen. You follow me? And so that's where we are now as a culture. I mean, we've got a long discussion on it. Yeah.
Speaking of systems, where is money system running, it seems like...
I've already addressed that. You know, you're tempting me to go in that direction, but I need to address the shadow more. That's the cultural and the social shadow. That is the class shadow. That's the corporate shadow. Sometime I will harangue you about what I consider to be the virus genius of the modern corporation. In which it has been able to figure out, grandiosity has figured out a way to create a institutional form which can be totally without regulation.
And irresponsible. Absolutely irresponsible.
Yes, totally. It's totally sociopathic. And when you read my Facing the Dragon book, humans have always sought to create social and cultural and institutional vessels to carry their sociopathy in displacement. That has been a human penchant. And so we create all these social forms. I'm a humble person, but my religion can say it's the only one going to heaven. So the religion can carry the grandiosity for me. I have not dealt with my grandiosity at all, but my religion carries it in displacement. And so it helps me to not be psychotic. That's what my book is about. It helps me not be psychotic, but my religion can do horrific things under its special election. We are special. The flying saucer that's coming, whether it's a Baptist flying saucer or a Church of Christ flying saucer, a Roman Catholic flying saucer, a Jewish flying saucer, a Muslim flying saucer. The flying saucer that's coming, the only people it's going to pick up is our group. But I'm really humble and I'm very loving and I'm really sad that you're going to fry in all the fires. The fundamentalists, this stuff about, what is that, those popular books about the people flying along in the airplane and left behind and all those ones in the right tribe, in the grandiose tribe, all those ones in the right tribe, they get pulled out, and then the rest of you people, it's so sad that you're infidels and reprobates, whatever the language is for your religion. You're not of the elect, and you are going to fry in the fire and in the nuclear holocaust and in the Armageddon that's coming, and I'm humble and I'm spiritually attained, and I'm not grandiose. It's just true that our tribe is superior, and I'm sorry, but our tribe is superior, and I'm really I'm a humble person. What is going on there? I talk about that. That's what this Facing the Dragon book is about. This is the human use of displacement of the grandiose energies, the archetypal energies. And so what looks like humility in huge amounts of religion is a wonderful trickster trance. And these people have not done any regulation of their grandiose energies at all. It's simply displaced. And they've not faced them. Yeah.
What are you saying then, the parallel there is to the corporations who say
the corporation is the
you can't make a living as well as we can, and if the poor people of the earth starve to death, that's just...
Well, you know what? That's right. It's an international corporation. I'm sorry, we don't have any responsibility to America. We don't have any responsibility to Mexico. We don't have any responsibility to anyone except the corporation, our shareholders. And it's really too bad what we are doing to the planet. We are a corporation, and we have to log these redwoods. It makes sense to log the redwoods for our corporation. Japan is trying to buy all this redwood lumber. And if we don't sell these redwoods to Japan, our bottom line's bad. And the CEO doesn't get his multi-million-dollar bonus. I'm not kidding you. So, in other words, humans have always done it with their tribe, their group. They've always used the group to be a kind of a catch basin, a cesspool for their grandiosity. They've always used it. Now, with the international corporation, we have discovered a form that is a super virus for this. It's a super virus, but that's cultural and social shadow. I'm going to try to loop around now and try to finish what I promised you in the brochure. And I want to emphasize to you again this morning that for this workshop, I'm wearing my psychoanalytic scientist hat, and I intend to continue doing that. There's a load of audio tape lectures available through Journey into Wholeness. They've got a huge archive of my work on spirituality, Christian and non-Christian. The Jung Institute in Chicago has a huge amount of my work available there, and I will be teaching probably for Journey into Wholeness again, for the Institute for Psychoanalysis, Culture, and Spirituality on issues where I directly bring my philosophical and spiritual and religious resources to bear from a spiritual integrative spirituality perspective. But I am not one that believes you should mix these things up, because it simply makes for bad psychology and bad theology, bad spirituality. I think that the attempt to just collapse everything into one thing is just intellectually suspect and kind of a cheap out. And so I want to maintain the trajectory of what I have discovered in my years of research. There's a little article that you have in your packets, Rediscovering Transformative Space. That is the introduction to this Magician and the Analyst book, which reprieves the beginning of my research journey as a Jungian researcher. And what I want to do is just stay with that today, because what I want to argue, and I want you to get why this is important. Because most of the training most therapists have had until very recently has tended to pathologize religion and ritual processes from a point of view of modernity. Now, if you don't know what modernity is, there is there are some references I can give you. The simplest one for those of you interested in religion and theology would be the book by James Livingston. I don't even know if it's still in print, but it's called Modern Christian Thought from the Enlightenment to Vatican II. And it is a textbook used to teach surveys of theology. It's fascinating for those interested in theology, but what's most important for this context is resource to help you understand the corrosive aspects of the modernization process, the trajectory from the Reformation through the Enlightenment to secularization, radical secularization, what Ken Wilber calls the development of the flatland world. And it's impossible to understand our task today, our intellectual and our task as healers, if you do not have a sense about the enormity of the impact of the modernization process on the human psyche. And so look at that book, and also look at Peter Holman's book, Jung in Context. Peter Holman's book, Jung in Context, Modernity and the Making of a Psychology. Peter Holman's is this brilliant University of Chicago scholar who has had this love-hate relationship with Jung for years. And he's gotten older. He's kind of grown up and gotten a little bit more appreciative of Jung as he gets older, you know. But in that book, it addresses Homans, H-O-M-A-N-S. It addresses the relationship between the development of Jung's thought and the modernization process. Now, stay with me, because this is important in terms of our task, what our challenge is, if we're going to meet it. I mean, now, Peter Berger, a great sociologist, and I address a lot of these things in the Facing the Dragon book. Peter Berger, a great sociologist of religion, had a book he called, I believe it was The Sacred Canopy. Do you remember that? I've lectured on that Journey into Wholeness a number of times. And so what one has to do is to get a sense for what has happened in the collapse of the sacred canopy of the pre-modern spiritual human beings. What I have talked to you about is the world, the indigenous world of where they still lived ritual and myth. Now, what I want to do with you this morning is to take you quickly through the research journey that I've had in terms of why I believe from a scientific Jungian psychoanalytic point of view that you need to face the fact now that human beings are on a very terminal course if they do not rediscover mythic space-time and ritual space and leadership. And I want to give you again just to survey with you again quickly why I say that as a scientist of the psyche, trying to apply psychoanalytic insight to cultural problems. So I'm not going to be giving you my Neo-Talikian, Neo-Eliadian, Neo-Pythagorean rap on what I think, about God today. I'll do that some other time. But I want to just run through this again. So I told you about that early research, and just briefly, when I started out with a reductionistic attitude, the pathologizing attitude that my professors had taught me, all of them, toward contemporary people who were really interested in
involved in ritual process. When the total intellectual climate with regard to ritual when I started my work was pathologizing. That was grounded in a number of things. The Enlightenment, if you want to really understand the Enlightenment, what happened in the 18th century in Europe and then increasingly around the world, it was an attack on the mythic imagination, which was considered superstition, that had to be gone beyond. And it was attack upon ritual process as obscurantism and, for you Roman Catholics will appreciate, popery, etc. That is to say, out of the Protestant Reformation, and this is fascinating, in the Protestant Reformation, the people were very embedded in ritual process and the mythic imagination. The Protestant Reformers were very embedded in ritual process and the mythic imagination. Their criticism of the excesses and the manipulative use of ritual, in their view, on the part of the Roman Church and so on, led them to make decisions about the importance of ritual, or what the role of ritual, the role of sacred images, the role of saints, the role of what we would call icons, and so forth. They made decisions about that they did not intend to eliminate from the human, the center of human life, the mythic imagination and ritual genius. They did not intend that. But there's this law of unintended consequences in human life. What had happened was they had set a historical process in course, which this was the root of the beginnings of radical secularization, and it came to fruition in the Enlightenment. And with the rise, simultaneously, you can see the decline of ritual process, the rise of modern science. So as one declines, you can look at it in terms of alchemy and chemistry. As one declines, the other advances. And beginning in the Enlightenment, you had a tremendous sense. Tillich calls this autonomy. There was heteronomy, that is, authority outside. The modernization process was trying to claim the autonomy, getting the authorities inside in human reason and human empirical discovery and human logic. And so there was a movement from that old what we say tradition to autonomy. And you can talk about development, evolutionary processes and systems, and talk about the necessary work of internalization and differentiation and all that sort of thing like we have. But what we need to understand is that what happened then was that ritual came to be demonized and pathologized in the West. And mythic imagination, that is to say, language, symbolic language, talk that couldn't be nailed down empirically, ideation, we call it, fancy word, ideation, which doesn't appear to be moored in anything observable, provable, and so on, empirically provable, then begins to be viewed as, today it would be viewed as sort of brain firing.
kind of useless brain. That is epiphenomenal. The big word is epiphenomenal. That is, it's not really significant. It's not important. It's the stuff of which delusions are made. So there is this wonderful book that I ran into as a young scholar called Religion and the Decline of Magic. And I refer to that in these books that you can look at. And it is a tracking of the decline of the magus, the role of the magus, the ritual elder, the decline of the alchemist, the decline of the role of the alchemist, and the rise of the role of the scientist who is not a healer in a sense. See? So as a young scholar, when I came at that, I was coming at all of my looking at these ritual processes with an anti-cultist attitude, as I told you, and with an assumption, sort of a Freudian-based assumption, that all this ritual stuff is really pathological and pathogenic. And my interest in it was like, I thought of myself as, I'm Jung in the Bergholzi, It's like the great mental hospital. I'm going to go listen to this babble, like Jung did in the mental hospital where he did his early research, and I'm going to listen to all this babble, and I'm going to learn about archetypal structures by listening to all that babble. You get me? And it took thousands of hours for me to be able to notice that these adepts, these occult adepts, many of them, were displaying something that didn't look pathologizing or pathogenic at all. I began to see that across all these ideologies, you got the Buddhist on the one hand, you got the Munis on the other hand, you got the Hare Krishna on the other hand, you've got the solitary alchemical magi on the other hand, and so forth. But I noticed that there were these common principles that I could observe, that they would not be able to articulate, but by looking in a comparative way, I was seeing these structures. And I began to be interested in the kind of space-time field. I knew about Kurt Lewin and field theory, see, and I knew about systems theory because I'd learned about that in 1965. So I began to look at the field, the structure in the fields, and I began to notice that there was a very extraordinary space that was appearing there. Now, Eliade, as those of you who've studied Eliade may know, Eliade did not believe, he had talked about sacred space, but he did not believe it existed in contemporary culture, that there was none of it. And I realized, because I'd studied with Eliade for some years, and I began to realize that, in fact, Eliade was wrong. That I was seeing the kind of transformative space-time that Eliade discusses in The Sacred and the Profane, and a lot of his work. I was seeing this all over the United States in small religious groups that were taking ritual process and ritual leadership seriously, unlike the Protestant ministers I knew and the psychotherapists I knew and so forth. So I began to rethink my attitudes about ritual at that time. And I began to suspect that it was what we would call today an archetypal system. And I'm going to show you in a minute, Jung appreciated all that himself, and we know some reasons why. But I just wanted to point out to you, I began to realize that this dance between the ritual elder and the person trying to be transformed, this dance between the ritual leader and the person needing transformation, I began to see that that is encoded, and that the longing for that is probably encoded archetypally in the same way that Jung talked about archetypes, that it's a part of the collective unconscious. It's not an ephemeral thing that humans just did at certain cultural periods. Certain dumb Roman Catholics were into that, or certain primitive peoples, primitive people, indigenous peoples. So I began to look for resources to think about this in a different way than all my professors had taught me. And that's where I ran on to Victor Turner, the great cultural anthropologist who had been studying ritual process in Africa and South America and many other places. And I recommend, if you haven't read his work, it's enormous. It's enormously important in terms of transformative space-time, because he, like Eliade, had been studying transformative space-time. Eliade is a historian throughout history. Turner, as a cultural anthropologist, looking at cultures firsthand. Now, Turner, like Eliade, hadn't really believed that in the modern West, that transformative space, he did not believe that any transformative space could exist outside a tribal context. So when he looked at the tribe and their practices, he said, oh yeah, well, this is ritual process. But again, he thought in modern culture, it cannot exist. And my books, if you look at my books, I'll lay all that out. I came to realize, based on my field research, that they were both wrong. That, in fact, a transformative space-time is being constituted in the contemporary West. And I began to realize that this was related to Jung's, as I mentioned to you earlier this weekend, Jung's understanding of the transference as an alchemical vessel, the relationship between the analyst and the patient as an alchemical vessel. I began to realize that that is a ritual view of viewing the transference. And of course, that made me, keep your psychoanalytic hat on, that made me realize that this is exactly what Winnicott and D.W. Winnicott and all the Winnicottians in the Freudian tradition, the object relations, traditions, were seeking to rediscover in their studies of what they call transitional space.
But then that would be a sublimated ritual. That's not a ritual.
Well, I'm not saying it's a ritual. I'm simply saying that it is an evidence of the psyche longing to have that space. And then I became aware of John Perry's work. And if you have not seen his roots, he's a Jungian psychiatrist in San Francisco. I don't know whether John is still with us. It's up in years. But brilliant Jungian psychiatrist whose work was studying psychotics. His books, The Self and Psychotic Process, and particularly the book, which is the one book you would want to look at, is The Roots of Renewal in Myth and Madness. And he was looking at his work in a mental hospital in San Francisco called Diabasis. That was the name of the mental hospital. And he was looking at the way in which young schizophrenics were hallucinating ritual processes. And he was fascinated by the symbolism that the ritual symbolism that was coming up in these young folks. So I began to look at that and I began to correlate that with Winnicott and with Victor Turner's work. And that's when I concluded, and that was the basis of this Magician and the Analyst book, in which I argued that you have to view symptoms as attempts to find someone to do a certain ritual dance with you. And that if we move to a new level of sophistication about ritual processes in the human psyche, that then we will start understanding how much the human psyche longs for a reconstitution of this transformative space and time. And now, why is that? So I was arguing that we had to transform our attitudes toward ritual process, both in psychology, psychotherapy, in psychoanalytic conceptuality, and in religion. So I saw that then. At that time, I remember I mentioned to you when I brought together this initial attempt to bring together Turner, a neurophysiologist, specialist, and Jungian psychology. You can see that the proceedings of that initial conference in the journal Zygon, the Journal of Religion and Science, which came out in I think it was October 1983 issue, and it's called Ritual and Human Adaptation. So that was the initial thing that I saw. Now, what's this got to do with Neo-Jungian position? And I realized at the time that this was a departure from what I had been taught in psychology, psychotherapy, and psychoanalysis, and that it was cutting against the grain. I wanted to share with you just in terms of how this is different from a classical Jungian point of view. Because what I was suggesting there is that the psyche, when it starts when it has a loss or a trauma or a grief process, that an archetypal system is set off. And when that archetypal system is set off, it starts looking for transformative space-time. That is, it starts looking for a mythic ideation, that is a different kind of thinking, which deals with eternal meaning, a world beyond the fleeting, meaningless world of history, of what Eliade calls the terror of history. The psyche starts looking for something transcendent, we would say. An attempt to try to find the center out there. I gave some lectures at Journey into Wholeness on the journey to the center, and it's a quest. A quest opens up for the center out there. So, what's this got to do with a traditional Jungian position? Jung, we need to understand, was highly suspicious of any ritual forms in religious organizations, religious traditions. He studied them kind of like I was studying them. I'd learned that from him. He had a tremendous suspicion of the collectivity. You remember, you know that, right? He got it honest if you read Memories, Dreams, and Reflections, because his father was a depressed Protestant minister. And he, in his personal experience, had not seen much evidence that the Protestant church of his father had provided any transformative experience for his father. And if you read Murray Stein's Jung's treatment of Christianity, you get a sense about Jung's, kind of love-hate relationship with Christianity and with other religious traditions. So Jung began to visualize, so he had a huge disillusionment, which I think is grounded in his experience his father's experience, and he had a huge disillusionment with religious traditions in his sense of the inadequacy of them to evoke, carry what you and I would call the archetypal, the manifestations of the archetypal self. Now, in his view, and there's a quote in Facing the Dragon, one of the main quotes I put in there, Jung says, you know, all of this transcendent world has collapsed into the human psyche. And Jung actually thought then, in his view, that the task through Jungian analysis is to get you to where you can get all that inside. It's internalization, basically. Your task in individuation, stay with me now, your task in individuation is, if you're mature enough, if you're really mature, now if you're just immature and like one of those religious peoples that participate in a church or something like that, if you have to do that, okay. You know, if the church still works for you, okay. If any tradition works for you, okay. Of course, you're not going to individuate, probably, or at least in this incarnation, but the really sophisticated elite will individuate, and they will be able to relate to this really basically internally. Do you understand what I mean? That's the classical Jungian vision. And I put up here, remember Edinger's work, and how many of you have seen this book on the archetype of the apocalypse? If you haven't seen that, you need to read that in terms of getting a sense for that. Because Edinger's view is, following Jung, that it is sort of destined for the objective psyche, read that, the collective unconscious, the archetypal world, to come in to the human, to incarnate. This is continuing incarnation. You see, it's all through Jung and Edinger, continuing incarnation. And so what, in the vision of the classical vision, that it's going to come in and raise hell. And it's going to really break down all of the sort of inferior structures. It's kind of a vision that it's going to just kind of come in, and we will see sort of like, and Edinger in that Archetype of the Apocalypse, sort of like, we will see if there is it's sort of like if there's a Jungian remnant that survives the incarnation process. Now, stay with me. You see what I'm talking about? It's like this. What is Edinger would interpret and did interpret what is going on in the world now as this is sort of the opportunity for the human species to incarnate the great self, and those that are capable of forming an internal relationship to the archetypal self, stay with me now, this is important, they will probably be the remnant, sort of in the apocalyptic mind, the remnant. And all these sort of lesser folks, what's that old saying, the devil take the hindmost? You know, they're probably going to pass away in the great coming cataclysm. Well, you know, we'll talk about that as we go this morning. You know, boy, you can sure argue that. You can sure argue that. But I'll show you another way to look at that. So do you get that? The Jung's criticizing the collective. He does not see ritual processes and ritual space as an asset. He sees religious traditions, ritual processes, and so forth as sort of necessary crutches, prostheses like I've been talking about, for people who can be contained in those. Stay with me now. That is what that's his position. That's Jung's position and Edinger's position. Now, we're going to think about what's being said there in a minute. But in my Facing the Dragon book and in my other work, what I have done is to look at this longing of the human being for the mythic imagination and ritual containment in transition states, transformative processes. And it dawned on me very early in my work that when ritual processes collapse, chaotic phenomena in human communities increase. But it was not until Kohut began, my familiarity with Kohut began to clarify for me what Jung had emphasized and Edinger had emphasized, but it's never been talked about this way. We talked about inflation, but we did not put a whole lot of emphasis on grandiose exhibitionistic energies in the psyche. Kohut started talking about this thing in the psyche that is grandiose. I began to realize that with the collapse of ritual, we see this historical rise in narcissism. Now that, you don't have to be a psychoanalyst to see the rise of narcissism. Look at Christopher Lasch's work. All Christopher Lasch's books on the culture of narcissism. I began to realize that there was a direct relationship between the inability of human beings to contain grandiose energies in the psyche and the decline of ritual vessels. And so I began to look at traditional Freudian psychoanalysis and traditional Jungian psychoanalysis as problematic, because it occurred to me at that time that it's very grandiose for a psychotherapist or a psychoanalyst to assume that they can be an adequate ritual vessel for all the grandiose energies, stay with me now, for all the grandiose energies in the objective archetypal psyche, the collective unconscious. You follow me? And if you need to understand why so many psychotherapists have a magician inflation, see, people are bringing to the psychotherapist this invitation to this ritual dance, saying, "Be my, won't you be my magus? Won't you be my dancing partner? Won't you initiate me into community?" You follow that? Because in and all this evolutionary psychiatry evidence that I was presenting earlier dovetails incredibly with this. I had no idea of that at the time. Most of it didn't exist at the time I saw that archetypal system inviting a dance. But all of the contemporary research on evolutionary psychiatry gives a hardwired clarification to that invitation, the need for invitation to evoke the transformative processes in the psyche. Do you see what I'm talking about? Okay, so I began to realize then This is about the time that I realized I got to publish these books on masculine psychology, because what I realized is this epidemic of masculine grandiosity, masculine acting out, masculine violence made total sense as the collapse of ritual eldership throughout the world, which used to help the males contain their grandiose energies through initiation processes in tribes. And I began to realize that, and I didn't have Gutman's book that I told you about. I didn't have the book that had done the research on the collapse of the elders around the world. But I began to realize that that as those that offerings of ritual leadership for young males has declined, that's where you get the epidemic of masculine grandiosity and acting out that we see everywhere now. So, just putting those things together, I began to realize how our attitudes toward religion, spiritual practice, ritual involvements on the part of mental health professionals was actually lowering the level of ritual containment of grandiose energies. Are you with me? Do you see what I'm talking about? That was actually lowering the level of effectiveness of the containment of grandiose energies in our communities. And that what we were teaching people, the sort of depreciation of the importance of religious involvements on the part of mental health professionals, all religious involvements, on the part of mental health professionals that had developed, it has started softening in recent years, because maybe a little grandiosity of the mental health practitioners has come down a little bit, and then you start getting these little courses in schools about helping the therapist become spiritually, one course, something like that. Okay, but now look, so what I realized then.
Can you repeat what you just said, that what was happening with the mental health?
Well, they were being trained that probably people's religious involvements were more pathogenic, not really potentially that much of a partner. And of course there is pathogenic. So there's there's always some truth in these. There's always some truth. Yeah, there's always truth in that. Especially, and so we're gonna get now. Stay with me now, because I want to just there's a line of research, understanding, and argument here that is not based on religion, theology. It's based on understanding human psyche in relationship to human systems, relationships, and so forth. I'm purely arguing that if you look carefully at all this stuff, and you look at what declines and then what happens, and then you begin to understand, you take Kohut and you use it to understand that the archetypal self in the human psyche is not it's not as benign as most classical Jungians think. It is very dangerous, like Jung and Edinger thought. And the issue of whether you're going to be able to contain that whole thing in your psyche just by working with your dreams begins to be a little something you got to rethink. You got to rethink this. But anyway, so what I began to realize was, why is fundamentalism on the rise? Why is fundamentalism on the rise? It makes total sense. It makes total sense that fundamentalism is on the rise, not just in America, not in the South, not just in the South, but fundamentalism on the rise all over the world. Regressive people regressing back into rigid forms. Rigid forms. Think rigid forms. Think what I would say firm, rigid, not optimal, ritualizations. Not optimal mythic imagination, but certainly mythic imagination. Not optimal ritual forms in containment and leadership, because it's not really that aware of any of this, but the 5 spiritual laws of fundamentalism, or the 5 pillars of Islam, or the, and you, yeah, but let me state, yeah, yeah.
I just said ice cube.
Yeah, ice cube. And what do you mean? For those? Yeah.
You say the form.
Yeah.
It's frozen ice cube.
Yes, yes. To try to cool things off, but in fact it doesn't. Is that what you're?
Just frozen.
Frozen. Well, they're not. Look. You have to understand that these people who are going to these fundamentalisms are going there for a reason. They're going for sanctuary. I take refuge in the fundamentalist rigid structures. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge. Well, the psyche is hardwired to take refuge. The psyche is hardwired to take refuge in a form. In a form.
They borrow the external structure of what they don't have.
Humans always have and always must, is what I'm arguing. Must. Anybody that thinks that they do not need external forms is in for a bad surprise. And now let me just finish this, and then we can I'll just repeat it one more time, the line of the argument, and then we'll open it up. Yeah. Okay. So what we've got now, and this is what I address in the Facing the Dragon book. There's a line that goes all the way from that Magician and the Analyst work through the work I did on masculine psychology to confront male acting out, calling on men to face the dragon. I didn't call it that then, but face their acting out and get it contained, and then to the work I've done to try to make people aware of this collapse of ritual eldership. And now this Facing the Dragon book, in which I say, basically, contemporary fundamentalism. In arrogant secularism, the psyche seeks refuge in things, external forms, SUVs, big, the BFH, as they say in Chicago, the big house, the external forms. I'm seeking to be contained in all this stuff, and so this incredible voracious attempt to get things to work for me, to give me meaning. That is that is all over the world now, but you can see the incredible out of control grandiosity fueling this compulsive, addictive behavior that's coming out of arrogant contemporary secularism. The fundamentalism is a classic attempt to try to bind the grandiose energies. But you remember what I said to you, that human beings, we now know, have had this tendency to put the grandiosity in a social vessel and claim that it's superior. I'm a part of that group. It's superior. I'm not grandiose, but at least it does serve as a kind of a place where I can load this grandiose energy up. It doesn't make it conscious. It doesn't enable you to take responsibility for your grandiosity consciously. But it keeps you from being as crazy as the out-of-control secularist. That is to say, it really kind of soothes you a little bit. Being able to kind of, and this is what Jung was noticing, that losing yourself in the old form. So they're twins. Secularism and fundamentalism under the skin are twins in the sense that they're both struggles with all this grandiose energy that has come in when we lost the sophistication of ritual leadership that was characteristic of an earlier time. Because if you'll notice, fundamentalists of all religions tend to be very ideological. And they tend to have huge emphasis on how wonderful their group is and how terrible the out-group is. And so in this Facing the Dragon book, I talk about how that is another. Human beings have got to learn that method has got to go. That is to say, in the indigenous pre-modern world, there was a lot of projection, scapegoating, and sacrificial ritual. You put the scapegoat out here, you put the grandiose energies out here, and then you kill that victim, and that regulates for a while. In the modern world, we lost the pre-modern kind of sacrificial rituals like that kept it at bay.
We sacrifice not choice.
But we sacrifice other things. We're going to have a massive sacrifice probably within the week. You follow me? But in any case, so there's this shadowy twins here, both very unconscious. Both very unconscious. These are both forms of acting out. Both forms of acting out. Is there a possibility for another alternative? A postmodern alliance of integrative science and integrative spirituality, which will help us move to a new place in understanding that classical Jungian position that folks are going to take all this into individual psyches. I'm going to work with you until I get analyzed, and now my grandiosity is adequately contained just in my psyche. I had it in the transference with you, but now I've had how many years of analysis, Freudian or Jungian, whatever, and now my grandiosity. Now I'm conscious. So I do not need to be thinking about rediscovering mythic and ritual spaces to help me with that. Is there any chance to get to a new place? What I am suggesting from a scientific point of view is that we have to realize that these forces in the psyche are enormous, and that we need to try to have some kind of alternative plan, alternative vision to Jung's looking at this apocalypse and saying, well, it's coming. And Edinger looking at the thing and saying, it's coming, and there may be a Jungian remnant. I don't know whether he said there was 144,000, but I think there's an alternative. We could say, let's generate a new group of mental health leaders who understand that it's grandiose of them to think they can contain all of the archetypal energy in their therapeutic relationship, and that they can ever get the people they're working with to so integrated that that individual psyche can carry all this grandiose energy in their simple intrapsychic relationship between the ego and the self alone. That I can carry that alone. If you look at the things that have been burgeoning, human beings are hardwired for community. They are hardwired for relationality. They need partners in helping them carry this burden of all this grandiose, instinctual, archetypal, you can call it whatever you want to call it, instinctual, archetypal, archaic, id. They need partners in helping them contain that. And because it's a moving process. So is there a chance that you might actually get mental health professionals who were more humble about what they can offer without depreciating it? And if you could get spiritual leaders of various tribes who could find a new humility, face their own tendency to grandiose claims for themselves and their tribe, and realize that there has to be a creative partnership between the tribes in facing the dragon we all share. The World Parliament of Religion, the United Religions Initiative, I told you about the efforts that I've made to facilitate interfaith cooperation on the terrors facing the human.
That's what
And
Fox is trying to do with creation
sure.
and bringing all the religions together.
That is to say, we can attempt to have a sufficient mental health budget to have individual psychotherapy for everyone. Fat chance. But my point from a scientific point of view is, even if you did, it would not work. It would not work. It is theoretically bogus. It is scientifically bogus to assume that you can do everything that human beings need in terms of ritual vessels and ritual dances and ritual relationality. Are you with? Can you see what I mean? It is intellectually bogus to think that that can be done on a one-to-one individual basis alone. Now, am I saying that psychotherapy is not important? No. Am I saying that every mental health practitioner ought not see themselves as tremendously important? Absolutely not. In fact, you mental health professionals, you've got a big responsibility, and it's an educational responsibility. You have to help folks understand how much of this current chaotic stuff is psychological. There are a lot of folks today that have the fantasy that they don't have to look at psychological issues to deal with the public sphere. I mean, a lot of them. That's never going to happen. So, anyway, what I think we've got to imagine, and I don't know if we can do it, that's what I leave as a challenge in facing the dragon. But I don't know if we can do it. But I'm not ready to buy the marketing of the arrogant secularist, thinking that we're just going to be fine if we just get more secular, and including the arrogant mental health professional says, well, if we just had the budgets, we could provide enough care to fix this. Well, I don't believe it. I think it's intellectually bogus. And so the third possibility, it's a possibility. I'll guarantee you it's not a probability. But, hey, I'm a poker player here. I believe in taking a gamble for the human future. And so what I think we've got to face is, and I wrote this in the title of this lecture, the necessary partnership between integrative psychotherapy and integrative spirituality. That is, I do not think we can see this as at the intellectual scientific level. I don't think we can see this as simply, well, it's your preference, you know. You can be a wonderful psychotherapist and just fix it yourself. See, I think that's incredible grandiosity. And I think that increasingly it's going to become scientifically evident through this evolutionary psychiatry that human beings evolved as a creature. In fact, there's enormous evidence. We evolved as a creature. I got to stop here and open it up. We evolved as a creature with this enormous brain. But it's not an integrated brain. And our species has been so wise as to develop that software, that capacity to create religious and spiritual forms to help it deal with its grandiose energies. It's evolutionarily adaptive. Why does religion exist? Because it is necessary for the survival of the species. You don't have to believe in any theology. I would argue that it's necessary for the survival of the species. Why? You tell me why. Why is it? Because it is an attempt, an imperfect attempt, to contain the dragon and keep it from eating the world. So there's the argument. Now, is that possible? Well, I think it's possible. In fact, my work is to try to facilitate, call for that partnership. I say, we have to have a new humility. That's what that Facing the Dragon book is about. We've all got to confront our grandiosity. The fundamentalists have got to confront their grandiosity. They've got to understand they are not so spiritually attained. Any claim for that kind of total unmitigated superiority, we've got to do a psychological interpretation of that. We've got to say, look, your tribe may have a special role. That's a theological issue, but you also have to face that spiritual and religious language is limited. Study Tillich. That is, and this is where I go in this. So I'm putting out a call for folks that were going to step up and try to create a new kind of postmodern attempt, a kind of a alliance to create an adequate ritual leadership for our species. And adequate ritual leadership has got to be intertribal. It's got to be intertribal, because if it's not intertribal, it's grandiose as hell. You see that? Anybody unwilling to participate in intertribal collaboration to try to contain this dragon, you can't kill it, friends. The dragon is a theological issue. I seriously doubt it's going to die when the human species dies. But that's a theological assumption. It's going to be with us as long as there are humans. So that is what I'm propounding here, not theologically, not spiritually, but from a careful look at where our understanding of the human organism and the human personality has been and what it needs. So in other words, you can't do without ritual space. You can't do without the mythic imagination. One last thing. Why do you have to have the capacity to participate in mythic ideation? Because you need a place where all that archetypal energy can go. If you keep that in your ego system, friends, you're going to be crazy. And if you try to integrate it in your individuation process into your little less self system, you're going to be crazy. So this is why human beings evolved the capacity to have that other world. The other world. In other words, if you can't imagine and participate in the other world, like all our forebears did, Maldoma's always talking about, the other world over there where the ancestors are. And they are very interested in how we're doing.
And the shamans say that the animals are very interested in how we're doing.
Yeah. But now when you say that, you're in another kind of space. Now, a contemporary psychiatric diagnosis would call this is ideas of reference. I'm serious. I tell all my theological students now, you know what? I'm not going to ask for a raise of hands of who believes in God and who believes God's interested in you. But I want you to know that if you do believe that the creator of the universe is interested in you, that you are diagnosable. Because you're experiencing ideas of reference. And that is a diagnostic marker for somebody that's having really some pretty severe problems. If you're in a flatland secularist perspective. Now stay with me. Huh?
There is still such a thing, just because we're embracing this.
No, you didn't understand what I was doing with that. I'm saying that if you come out of a contemporary flatland reductionistic psychiatric point of view, which dominates psychiatry and dominates practically everything in modernity, then thinking that way is ipso facto crazy. But what I'm suggesting to you is the human organism has evolved in such a way that it must think that way. It must think that way. It doesn't have to think Apache. It doesn't have to think Dagara. It doesn't have to think Baptist. It doesn't have to think Roman Catholic. It doesn't have to think Mayan like my friend Martin Prechtel. It's multi-tribal. In fact, give it a chance, it'll come up with a new tribe, and that's what all the new religions were. But our challenge as a species is to understand this is not a tribal thing. This is a human thing. Humans are going to do this, and they're going to not be pathologized about it when they do it if the scientists understand that they have to do it. Because if you treat them as crazy when they do it, and you don't create some framework under which they can understand what they're doing when they're talking to Mary, to the Virgin Mary, if you don't help them understand what they're doing and that they don't need to identify with a crazy self-identification, then you are actually creating craziness in them by pathologizing their attempt to do what their organism, when it is healthy, is required to do. Do you see my argument? Can you follow my argument? So mental health professionals are going to have to understand, whoa, now wait a minute now, let me think about this. okay, does this mean now, and then I've come out and said this publicly, if people are gonna be healthy, they're gonna have to participate some way in the mythic imagination and ritual vessels. And if they do that unconsciously, we call it addictions or delusions or something like that. Pseudo-rituals and pseudo-mythology. If they can be helped to do it consciously and reflectively, then it can be done in a way that facilitates their well-being, the well-being of their personality, the well-being of their family, the well-being of their community. And we do not have to go I'm going to get weapons of mass destruction and destroy your infidel tribe. We don't have to go that route, but we're rapidly going in that direction. So I'll stop there, because you see what I'm trying to do today. I'm trying to recapitulate a research journey that has led me to believe that anyone who advocates that a person can be sane, really sane, without a conscious participation in mythic imagination and ritual vessels, they're whistling Dixie in a graveyard, because it's not going to work. Okay, great. Let me just open it up now. Yeah.
Well, your collapse of ritual leadership reminded me of something that I saw when I was in South Africa last year. And I went to a park where you see the animals. It's a huge caldera that was turned into a park. And so they brought in all the different kinds of wild animals, among them elephants. And initially, they discovered that they were having a terrible time with the elephants. They were all male and female, but the young male elephants just ran amok, and they had killings of humans. I mean, it was really tragic and a terrible occurrence. So what they did was, the park rangers went to Kruger National Park, and they took several season-old male elephants, brought them into Pilanesberg, and
no more trouble. You see, as the evolutionary psychiatry, look, this is evolutionary psychiatry. This is evolutionary psychiatry. I'm sorry, people have to face it. We are animals. We're an amazing souped-up animal. We are a dangerously souped-up animal. We're kind of like one of those southern dragsters. If you've ever, we're like one of those NASCAR stock cars. We carrying so much horsepower in this organism that it is awful hard to keep it between the ditches. I'm not kidding you. But we are an animal. And the evolutionary psychiatrists are demanding, and the evolutionary psychologists are demanding that we look not at, our little grandiose thing, we're not animals, we're not like them, but they're demanding that we look carefully at the organism that we are scientifically, and that we face that we're not infinitely pliable. We have evolved into a creature that has to have certain things if it's not going to get terminal. And one of the things in my argument that you got to have, there are certain requirements of community, there are certain requirements of nurturance, and included in those requirements of nurturance is some knowledgeable ritual elders. And they cannot simply be one tribe or one role, one social role. They've got to be a sort of a brotherhood and sisterhood. There needs to be a kind of intertribal, interdisciplinary brotherhood and sisterhood that steps up to facing this situation. And that's what I put at the last thing I put up here in the beginning of this Magician Within book. I'm a Tolkien freak. And I dedicated this in part, this Facing the Dragon book to J.R.R. Tolkien, because I think that if you look at the Lord of the Rings cycle, that is incredibly that has an incredible grasp of what's happening on planet Earth, not Middle Earth. It's an incredible grasp of what is happening on planet Earth. And I think it is so synchronistic that this guy has made these films right now. Because Gandalf must return. Gandalf must return. And here's a quote from The Return of the King. If I can find it here in the beginning. There was I've been very fortunate with artists that paint images that communicate what I'm trying to get at. This is Margaret Ayers Hemphill, a wonderful Jungian Episcopalian in Chicago, who painted this picture called Magus. And in the front of this Magician Within book, I put a quote in from The Return of the King, which says, "Come," said Gandalf, "we are needed. There is much that you can yet do." I mean, the hour is late, but the horse is not necessarily completely out of the barn. And so you know, that's the situation we're in. But we don't have that new brotherhood, sisterhood of people that step up to the Magus task interdisciplinarily. We don't have it yet. We got to facilitate it, and that will be the only thing that's going to stand between us and Edinger's vision. Yeah.
I'm so aware of the work of Brian Grimm and Thomas Berry in terms of saying that the grandiosity of the human is going to destroy us.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
See ourselves as a part of the whole process.
Yes.
And that we are not the only species.
Yes.
That we are one of many species.
Yes.
And that we need each other.
Yes. No doubt. It's an ecological vision.
And,
right.
You know, he's saying that if we can, we are living in an era of the Ecozoic era.
Yeah.
But if we are to pull this out of fire, we've got to, the human species has got to be created.
Yes. But what I want to point out, it's grandiose to think. It's very grandiose to think that just becoming an ecological activist is going to make that happen. You see, it's like what you got to realize is that being more correct ideologically and being more, I'm superior to you morally. I'm superior to you morally. I'm superior to you morally. I've got the right ideology. I've got the right theory. I've got the right this. I've got the right that. That is all grandiose acting out. We have got to come to a new humility. We have got to realize how desperate the situation is now. How radically desperate the human situation is on this planet. And the only chance is to generate a kind of a creative collaboration between people that have got scientific knowledge about why is this situation, why is this happening? And then the people who actually have stepped up to the roles, like all of you, by taking when you put your, let me tell you, friends, I got the bad news for you. When you put that little name tag out there, your little shingle as therapist, you are inviting others to look to you to be the Gandalf of your community. Now, if a person doesn't know that, you need to get out of the profession of therapy. People that are not getting conscious about that just need to get the hell out of therapy. Because this is the archetype under which you function. And it doesn't just belong to Jimmy Swaggart, although he operates under it. I'm serious. It doesn't just belong to Osama bin Laden, but he operates under it. Are you with me? Do you see what I mean? It does not just belong to Sigmund Freud, but he operated under it. It doesn't just belong to Carl Jung, but he operated under it. It doesn't just belong to social workers, but they operate under it. All healers are operating, they are advertising, I am a magus.
But we can't be a magus without a community. I mean, if not, it's an invitation to grandiosity.
Well, Of course. That's my point. This is all about relationality. But, you've got, it's not a chicken or the egg. You can't do that chicken or the egg thing. You are in a community. You have to face that it's a dysfunctional community. That's like saying, oh, I've got to be in a family. Well, you're in a family. But it's dysfunctional as hell. And why is it dysfunctional as hell? Because people are not stepping up to the task of being the calm, non-anxious presence. Well, how's somebody going to learn to step up to be a calm, non-anxious presence? Well, they're not going to do it by themselves. They're going to need, Osama is not wrong about something. Look at this now. Look at what he's done. I'm not trying to do this as Osama. What have I created? What have I created? Al-Qaeda. I've created a society which has the purpose together of doing this demonic tribal religious leadership that I feel in my fundamentalist possession state is required. But where is he right and where is he wrong? You have to have a collaborative partnership with more than just yourself. You sitting in your little consulting room, you talk about being inflated. You're inflated when you sit in there and you think you don't need allies. That's why I'm saying, what do we need? We need a theonomous collaboration. How do you get a theonomous? That's Tillich's word for folks that have confronted their grandiosity a little bit. And they realize that you don't have to choose between science and spirituality. That there's got to be a cooperation based on something other than your ego. That you won't be able to create the brotherhood and sisterhood, the partnerships for the human future, unless you set out to. And what I've tried to model in all of my work through the Institute for World Spirituality is it has to be intertribal. It must be intertribal. Why do you need the other tribes? You need them to help you confront your grandiosity. Because left alone, you'll get into your fantasy that you are the only elect. Do you see that? Yeah.
What you're saying is interesting to me because through the years I've collected artifacts that have to do with Christianity, Buddhism, etc., etc. Little pieces around my office. A candle's always lit in front of a statue that glass looks like a woman. People come in and they're always wondering, what are you?
Yes.
Sort of like, whatever you are, I'm going to join it because that's the answer. And I say, I don't know what I am. I'm just here. We're here together. Let's see what we can do. But for me, it's humility and grace of God constantly, lately, that I'm aware of. That I'm way in over my head. That I don't need to get in the way. I need to stay the hell out of the way and be willing.
Yeah. It's like we've got to realize that I don't think the theosophy route worked because, that just becomes another tribe. So we can't just look to trying to create the super tribe, for example, the Jungian super tribe. I don't think that works. What you've got to do is to get a new humility. You've got to face the fact that the tribes have got to do this together. And because it will be the only proof that they've dealt with their grandiosity. It is a litmus test. Adler was right about this. He says, how do you know when somebody has grown up? Well, when they're grown up, they can cooperate with others on the human task. That's how you know. If you are not grown up, you have a bogus superiority claim. In other words, read it, you are grandiose. If you will not cooperate, you are grandiose. And so that's kind of that's where I think we are. Yes. So in other world, what I think, at the World Parliament of Religion in 1993, one of the rituals they did, they all came into the Rockefeller Chapel, and they brought the different leaders of different religions brought their sacred objects, and they all brought them to the altar. They were not becoming theosophists. The Sikhs brought their sacred images. The Zoroastrians brought their sacred fire. And they processed down the aisle. That was a theonomous. That's what Tillich would call a miracle. I realized I was seeing a Tillichian miracle at this point, to say that this would ever happen. And they bring their objects in there. They all put them on the altar. And they were actually acting out this kind of intertribal vision. They were acting it out. It's a lot easier to act it out. I mean, it's a miracle to act it out, but it's a lot easier to act it out than it is to actually put it into play in our communities. Yeah.
In 9/11, as we approached the millennium, we had brought all religions in Asheville, and interestingly enough, we found everyone except a Zoroastrian, and we had done a 24-hour prayer vigil of dance and movement and silence and prayers by each of them. But each had left a symbol of those, and it just didn't even go through my head. I went in, we had a circular altar in the middle that's a tree as a base, and I put all those images on it in a circle with a light at the center, because it just didn't even go through my head. It was just what my heart wanted, and then opened the doors so that people could come, and people came in droves, and
that was an acting out of the same kind. Look, so what I'm suggesting is that if we're going to confront the situation, you got to get out of the grandiosity. The odds are not good. It's like Lord of the Rings. It's really like Lord of the Rings. The odds are really, really against the human species now. But if you've got to have some folks that are willing to use their spiritual practice to confront their grandiosity, and their psychological practice to confront their grandiosity. Not to hate it. You can't kill it. You can't. You got to understand you're not going to do away with it. Any fantasy that you're doing away with your grandiose, these God energies in you, this is a joke. It's a delusional trickster trance. And but you got to work consciously on it. You got to work constantly on it. That's where Jung and Edinger are right. You got to have a relationship to it. Where Jung and Edinger were wrong is that the collective is not simply the enemy. That is, you got to have groups. You got to have priests who are not specializing in psychotherapy. You have to have priests that work with the other world in its relationship to this world. Do you see the argument? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking of rituals that we ought to be doing as clinicians.
Yeah.
For me and my family, we actually have an ancestral shrine.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We ritualize libation.
Yes, sure.
How we do. My question for you is from a psychotherapy standpoint. What are some of the things that an actual ritual should we be considering?
That's where you need to look at the work of Onno van der Hart. He is a Scandinavian psychologist. He's got a book called Rituals in Psychotherapy. And he's got another book on grief rituals. Now, I'm not suggesting that, I'm telling you, your work as a psychotherapist is a ritual process. You are a ritual elder in certain very specific kinds of ritual processes. But you are grandiose if you think you can do all the ritualization that person needs. So part of what you've got to do, and you should not even see it as an adjunct to therapy. That is a depreciation. to think of it as an adjunct to therapy. Helping that person find a spiritual community and some vessel for them to be relational and dealing with their sense of the mythic imagination and the rest of the ritual, their ritual needs. If that should be a part of the treatment plan. And in my personal view, any psychotherapist that does not upfront address the question, how are you relating to any kind of spiritual community? Do you have any adamant ideological opposition for like some of my radical atheists that I work with? Do you have a radical opposition to experimenting with some religious community? Well, even my radical atheists have been willing to experiment with Zen Buddhism. Because you don't have to believe in God to be a Zen Buddhist, right? So they have found Buddhist practice to be quite helpful. Yes?
If I'm taking everything you're saying from, I've heard this stuff for a while now, with what I've learned since we've been hanging out together, then if all this is correct, sitting on a cushion must be a profoundly ritual act, because I have no question about how transformative it is towards people's humble state, because you're dealing with the pain in your body, you're not stuffing.
Are you talking about meditating? Okay, but you see, there's a lot of science on that now. Look at Herb Benson's work. There's a lot of science on that now. It has been proven that that's so. Even the family systems therapists who do, a lot of them they're not interested in religion, but they're interested in meditation. Why are they interested in meditation? Because the family systems therapists believe now, based on the research they've done purely scientifically, that if people don't meditate and do other things to get their anxiety levels down, the family gets crazier. They think it's one-to-one.
But do you think of it as a ritual process, I guess?
Of course. How can you ask me that? How can you ask me that? That's the upshot of everything I've said. That of course it's a ritual process. The question is, well, you're talking about transpersonal. That's the other world. Well, what have I just said about the need to talk about the other world? You have to help people. You have to help people deal with a participation in the mythic imagination, and that includes you. And as I say to these atheists, well, you know what? You better, thank God for Buddhism, the sort of atheistic side of Buddhism, and thanks for Carl Jung, because Jung has enabled you to at least start relating to the archetypal self without any claim that it is out there at all. But you can begin to lower the grandiose energies in your psyche, in your ego, by just beginning to do a Jungian kind of work. So I'm not saying that Jungian psychology can't help a guy who's a total atheist, because it can help him begin to get some of this grandiose energy out of his ego. But it is by no means, just doing Jungian psychology by itself, it is by no means adequate to help somebody really fully deal with their grandiosity. It doesn't work.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure that you were putting that in with your ritual vision. I thought you might have called that practice, spiritual practice.
What I'm talking about is you've got to get over the idea that you can separate these things in terms of the actual human processes. You've got to understand that human beings are going to do ritual. They're either going to do it unconsciously, or somebody like you is going to help them deal with the fact that they need to be involved in these things. Yeah, go ahead now.
Teach relaxation, which
yes,
somewhere near the
yes, sure. Sure, yeah,
But you teach it through tensing and relaxing muscles.
Yes.
Is that ritual?
Of course. Why would it not be?
I don't know, why would it be?
It would be ritual because I know you do. That's what I'm trying to attack. I'm trying to attack the fact that I would say it is a ritual process. It is a ritualization. It is not conscious, obviously, on your part that it's ritualization. I hope to have made it conscious. I hope to have just made it conscious.
Around the edges.
I'm working on it. That is to say, you are a human animal. Let's face it. You ritualize. You ritualize either very badly or sort of good enough or closer to optimally.
What would that look like?
What's that?
Closer to optimal.
Well, then you need to get out and meet people. There are a lot of people that ritualize pretty close to optimally. Not statistically. I mean, they're not like a huge percentage. But if you get out and you meet people, there are quite a lot of people who have found you're never going to do it perfectly, but there are a lot of people who have managed to develop an integrated spiritual and ritual practice for themselves and their families. And it makes them a lot saner. And so what you got to do is just cast your net wider, because that's one of the benefits of traveling like I do and meeting different folks in different groups. There are folks that do it. Yeah.
Question about meditation and relaxation brings a huge question to me, which is, when do you move from the personal to the collective and ritual?
Yeah.
When is that necessary? Is it necessary? Under what conditions is it necessary?
Yeah. Well,
when is your method shared with someone else? When is your ritual practice shared with someone else or collected with someone else?
Well, that is the upshot of what I'm saying to you. That is to say, you are always ritualizing with other people. And you are always participating in the mythic imagination with other people. The question is not, are you doing it? The question is, how conscious are you that you're doing it? And how much responsibility for the fact that you're doing it are you taking? Because when you get a hysteria going on in the United States like it's going on now, is that a ritual process? You bet it is. It's just badly led. And it's not likely to issue in what I call cosmos, the mythic cosmos, the world of justice and peace. It is likely to issue in far more chaos and devastation. But is this a ritual process? Yes. Is it being led? Yes. Osama is leading a ritual process. Is he good at it? Yes. He's very good at it. And is it going to secure the human future? Doubtful. And if it is secured that way, it's going to be it's going to be a dark ages. This is a war about civilization. We're in a war about civilization. Because the options are pre-modern, dominance, modern addiction, or postmodern awakening, taking responsibility for all this stuff and doing a new thing. So anyway, you got to think, not am I doing it? Because you're an animal. You're a human animal. This is the upshot of all this recent research in evolutionary psychiatry. They don't use the word ritual unless they've been studying in some of these conferences that we've been doing. But it's not going to be long. They're going to realize this is ritual process. And human beings do it. The question is not, do they do it? Do they do it well? Many very regressive ones do it well. But do they do it consciously? And do they understand how big the dragon is? See? So, yeah, go ahead.
Part of the struggle of understanding this is
this is not just an intellectual thing. This is not something that can be explained by words. There can be, it's not. So I don't think we can even attempt to try to put words to it or try to get it into a grasp of what we're talking about. It's so much more of an experiential thing and a spiritual place that you just need to dive in. The water's not that cold.
Well, but it's very important. If people are going to be leaders, they have to think about it, because they have to be able to get to a level of consciousness about what's at stake. Because they can't be simply experiential. Because you can be a ritual leader and be totally experiential, but you can do a lot of damage as just a purely experiential ritual leader. Well, of course not. No, absolutely not. No, it's got to be in the body. It's got to be experiential. It's got to be all kinds of things. Yeah.
You know, in some ways, I think you may be coming down a little hard on the mental health group, and because you were pretty much restricted here to psychiatry and academic psychoanalytic stuff. The University of Harvard University puts on this healing and health by the medical in Boston. It's been so well attended now that it's now done also in Salt Lake City every year. And when you go there, there's a plethora of research that comes from this body that you're coming from that validates ritual and neurobiological basis in a very positive way, as opposed to a negative way. And
well, I don't think that because that research is really the research that I have been influenced by, that is making me pushing me to say we really do need to be affirming the interdisciplinary collaboration around this. And there are people that are doing it. There are people that are doing it, absolutely.
Tremendous
Sure.
In the social psychological field that underlies a lot of this our Jungian stuff.
Sure.
They don't mention Jung.
Yes, I know. But that's been my point. See, if you've heard me saying something other than that, I've not been able to communicate well, because my point is that the evidence, the research evidence, is moving us in the direction to where we have to see that this ritualization has to occur. We've got to have an integrative view about it. There's got to be a partnership between the research scientists and the practitioners, including the religious practitioners. Yes.
Before last, I did an in-service for Sierra Tucson, which is
Alcoholism Treatment Center. Really fine one.
Where they send where the Beatles have been.
Yes.
And incredibly enough, there's psychiatrists and MDs and that are already tuned on it.
Exactly. And we're trying to generate a lot more of them. Exactly. We've got a conference coming up on Archetype in medicine soon. Hopefully it's going to be a widely attended. And this is the kind of thing that we hope to foster. This is precisely what I'm talking about, this kind of collaboration. But I think we have to understand that that's the cutting edge. It is not by any means the dominant reality in contemporary practice.
It pretty much dominates the substance abuse treatment.
Well, that's
I went to
that's AA informed too.
I went to a group last night because of a book I'm writing. I wanted to visit some groups around here.
Sure.
Where the topic was hubris.
Yes, exactly.
And how pride needs to break the ego, and the ego so it can open. I mean,
that's the wisdom of AA.
Right, but these are people from the hills around here.
Yeah, that's right.
Some rednecks. There were a couple of people there that drove their Humvees there.
Yeah.
All socioeconomic, 30 people, and there's your ritual.
There it is, right there. That's exactly right. And it's AA, and you'll notice in this Facing the Dragon book, I make the point that AA has been sort of at the forefront of street magic, what I call street magic, actually doing this. But we have got to understand that that's not just something that those folks are doing over there. This is something we all have to face up to. And we have to try to do it better. Obviously, if we were doing it well enough, what? If we were doing this kind of leadership well enough, we wouldn't be in the mess
that we're in today. So I simply want to point to the situation we're in and ask, are we doing this well enough yet? No. So what do we need? We need more of what you're talking about. We need to encourage that every way we can. We need to participate in it. We need to try to get more people to participate in it. And that's what I'm talking about creating a intertribal collaboration so that we can use, what have I been trying to hammer on? Obviously, you already assume it. That's great. But I guarantee you a lot of people don't. And so what I'm just saying is we take the science, because it's all going in this direction. And we encourage the religious groups to get beyond a kind of a regressive tribal place.